EPARTRADE is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
EPARTRADE, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
EPARTRADE really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Pull your visor down, strap in. Racer is about to take you deep inside an exotic and high-speed world. From the start, Racer in all its forms has shared the passion, beauty, ingenuity, and commitment that make racing a way of life.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, INDYCAR, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
With Shop Monkey, we've been able to grow the shop by 20% in gross sales since implementing it in the shop. Everything that we were doing before has been sped up with Shop Monkey. All of our parts ordering, all of our approvals, all of our mechanics knowing what to do next. And I've had friends that are in the trade that own shops ask about Shop Monkey, and I highly recommend it just because of easy use. There's nothing like it with that kind of platform.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Where's the background?
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Good morning and welcome to Race Industry Week 2023, Day 5, brought to you by EPARTRADE, Racer and Speed Sport, presented to you by ETS Racing Fuel, Fifth Third Bank Motorsport, Peak, Penske Racing Shocks, Scott Lewis and Associates, Total Seal Piston Rings, ARP, Performance Plus Global Logistic, and Shop Monkey. I am Francisque Savignan, the founder and CEO of EPARTRADE, the racing industry, every minute, every day. So this is our final day after 4 amazing days, and we have another terrific lineup of speakers. So we, as we mentioned in the last few days, we are live on Zoom, on racer.com, on speedsport.com, on Speedsport 1, the TV network of Speed Sport, as well as our different YouTube channel, EPARTRADE YouTube channel, Racer YouTube channel, and Speed Sport YouTube channel. So please share those links with your friends in the industry because we want everybody out there to watch us. This is an amazing amount of content that's been distributed in the last 4 days, and there's still a full day ahead of us. With me this morning are Judy Kinn, the co-founder of EPARTRADE, Paul Pfeiffer, founder, president, and CEO of Racer Media and Marketing, and Joe Tripp, managing partner and CEO of Speed Sport. Judy.
Thank you, Francisque, and thank you everybody for joining us this morning. First, we always have to really pay our gratitude to our iconic hardcore racing sponsors. They are supporting this week. They believe in this platform and the direction we are going. So a huge thank you to them. And to anybody out there that attends or exhibits at trade shows, this is a platform we created for you. So just jump in, sign in. I promise you what you're going to see are companies you've never heard of before, because I've been doing this for 25 years and there's companies on here that are brand new to me. So it's a wealth of information. It's really like a motorsports search engine. You could connect to suppliers. Then we also host weekly technical webinars throughout the year. And this is the cherry at the end of the year. And I'm proud to have been presenting this with Paul Pfeiffer and Joe Tripp. So it's been a joy to be working on this with you guys. Paul?
Well, thank you, Judy. It has been a joy to collaborate with all of you on this project. And clearly, everybody you see on the screen loves this sport, the people in it. It's why we do what we do. It's the people. And I think, when I look at our team at Racer, we're dedicated to serving our audience and the people that work in the industry, just like you are at EPARTRADE, and I know the team at Speed Sport are. You're the fuel that keeps us going. And as we run this final lap this week, we have a lot of great interviews in store. I'm really looking forward to the first one of the day with my longtime friend, Cal Wells. I still haven't really figured out what he does, but hopefully he'll explain it today.
He's had an exciting year, I'm sure.
Yes, he has. I think he's taken on quite a project. And, I want to also thank our team at Racer and Vintage Motorsport for the great year they've given us and all the hard work the Racer.com team has put in. It was great seeing Chris Medland yesterday. He's off on his honeymoon now. He had to postpone that due to the racing season. But a thank you to the SCCA for 40 years of partnership that will end with the February issue of Sports Car, which celebrates the 80th anniversary of the SCCA. And I just want to reflect on that for one moment. I just realized while working on that issue this morning that we produced the magazine for exactly half of those 80 years that the SCCA has been in existence. They're going to discontinue the magazine and go to social media and other means. But my partner, Steve Nicholas, who's our editor on Sports Car, we started that journey in December 1977. So my motto is life works with commitment. It doesn't work without it. And that defines our sport. And with that in mind, I want to hand off to my friend Joe Tripp, who leads Speed Sport. He defines that as well. His team has done an amazing job for a lot longer than we have.
Thanks, Paul. Very kind words, and congratulations on all your success and on a great run with your publications and everything. And we're excited to see how this final day wraps up Race Industry Week. It's been a tremendous week. And in terms of content, there's more than one human can digest. But over our job, Paul and Mike and all of our great teams is to decompile all this and present it over the next few months. And I know Francisque and Judy will be pulling all of these sessions into digestible content that we'll be sharing across these many platforms. And as we get ready to go on to another trade show, an actual physical trade show with PRI, it's kind of like the old trappers. I'm from out west, and the old trappers used to always, rendezvous down in St. Louis, to bring all their hides and their wares down and trade. That's kind of what PRI is for us these days, is our annual rendezvous. and getting ready for that show is always a monumental task. And as I do that this year, I reflect on how far Speed Sport has come as a brand. We'll be going into our 90th year, and that would not be possible without the hard work and dedication of our amazing team. And really, Mike Kirchner, my colleague over there and our managing editor, is the one that's really been the glue that's kept it all together and kept us on track with that Speed Sport ethos that was created by our founding editor, Chris Economaki. So very proud to carry that torch forward, and looking forward to wrapping up a great week here and then shifting our focus to Indianapolis next week.
Well, thank you, Joe. I mean, it's been an honor to be associated with both, Speed Sport and Racer. I mean, it's been a joint effort and it's been a fun, adventure together. And actually, if you're watching us, I mean, there's a lot of efforts being put into race industry. It doesn't happen magically. And we try to, as we often say, cover everything in the racing industry, from Formula One to tractor pulling and everything in between. Now, if you come across some racing series we have not covered, or promoters doing extraordinary things and you think of, please reach out to us. Reach out to info@epartrade.com, and we'll take that in consideration, because we want to highlight the people that are making this industry, and the promoters, the series organizer. They are the foundation of everything. If they don't promote races or produce races, there is no industry. So it's very important we celebrate them during this week, and we try to reach out to everybody across the world. But again, if there is somebody we haven't put on the program yet, or should come back on, and you think of, feel free to reach out. I mean, we'll definitely consider that. And I think we've got Mike Kirchner with us. We had a little technical issue, Mike, this morning, but I think you're good to go now. Welcome back to the program, Mike.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm technically challenged, but I got things figured out, and I'm here now and looking forward to a good day.
Well, you're a wonderful host, and I think part of the big success of Race Industry Week are a host. I mean, you bring a wealth of knowledge to the equation here, and between the host from Speed Sport and from Racer and from EPARTRADE, with Jeff, Brad, Joe, and I mean everybody out there, and of course Paul. I mean, you make us look really good. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm trying my best. I've talked to some interesting people so far. Met a couple I didn't know, and it's been a lot of fun, and we got some more today.
You absolutely do. And it's 6 a.m. Pacific. I am being told that Cal is with us, so stay with us. We're going to bring Cal on, and Paul, you're going to be running the next session. So as soon as Cal is with us, we will let you take over.
I can't wait to hear what's going on with Cal. I'm pretty much envious. Now, I wish I could just sit next to him and watch him do his work.
Okay. Mr. Wells is with us. Good morning, Cal.
Good morning. Thanks for joining.
Who's that guy in the lower right-hand corner?
I'm not sure. So I could tell you're so excited to see me this morning, Cal.
Like I am every day.
Yes.
Well, I mean, life is not fulfilled unless I have my dose of Paul Fanner.
Yeah, indeed. And I will just start by saying you're on pole position this morning.
Yeah.
I like you on pole. But I will leave it at that. What could possibly go wrong with this interview? First off, I mentioned earlier in the intro, I have no idea what you actually do. So I hope today is when we actually get to the bottom of all that. You've taken this new position at Legacy Motor Club, which I think is an interesting project for you. It's obviously tied to your long history with Toyota. Could you just, if our audience is not familiar with your storied background in the sport, could you just give us a brief rundown of how you went from where you started to how you got here in this new role?
You mean from the womb, Paul?
Yeah, the womb. I was hoping just that first like moment where you saw light.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think I was feet first, but okay. I've been blessed to be involved in off-road racing forever, which is my first love and probably my most passion. But getting involved with Toyota early on through Mickey Thompson's off-road championship Grand Prix, Mickey Thompson Entertainment Group, he put that thing together with manufacturers and was brilliant. And he really created the jobs that all of us, from myself to the Walker Evanses of the world to the Roger Mears and so many others, when he got all the manufacturers involved. And that created a bridge for me that was just led me to incredible adventures with Toyota, and it's been 42 years. So having an opportunity to not only compete on their behalf in off-road racing, both short course off-road racing, stadium off-road racing, and then of course I should say all three, which would be desert off-road racing. Again, my favorite. Baja 1000 is my favorite event on the planet. That led me to their INDYCAR program, which was a blessing. Of course, you're very familiar with that. And that led me to their NASCAR program, where I then was a consultant, not a team owner, but a consultant to help get the thing launched with a guy at the time. His name was Dave Ellingworth, and he was looking for some counsel. I'd already started in NASCAR with, first Ford and then Pontiac, which became Chevrolet when the Pontiac division closed down within GM. And that, when I couldn't afford to do it anymore, or I didn't have the personal wealth to deal with the ebbs and flows of sponsorship. I've been very blessed to have fantastic sponsorship for decades and decades, but ultimately I couldn't make it balance. Then I was back with Toyota, helping with Michael Waltrip Racing, which was a wonderful, wonderful opportunity. Probably the best job I've had, although I love this new one. And then from there, I worked with the president of TRD, Dave Wilson, and then a number of the wonderful group he has there, Tyler James, Jacker, and on and on, to help shape various and assorted initiatives, both racing related and then non-racing related, but off-road centric, that I've got a little bit of experience in. So through that journey, when they were looking, they meaning Toyota, was looking for that third leg to diversify their portfolio a bit in NASCAR, between Joe Gibbs Racing, which is their anchor and cornerstone team, and then the new opportunity that came out of left field, really, when Denny had an idea, and he had a golfing buddy that played basketball, and they created this wonderful 2311 for Michael Jordan's number, and people call it 23XI, but the idea is Michael Jordan's jersey, and of course the number that's been associated in NASCAR with Denny Hamlin forever. But that was not something that was planned. That was something that Denny put together, and he hired an extraordinarily competent guy and capable guy in Steve Levetta to put all the working parts together, along with some of the really smart people there, Mike Wheeler, Dave Rogers, others that are actually JGR ones, that helped assemble that. But it wasn't necessarily, it was done in a very planned and methodical way, but it just came out of left field. It's like, hey, I've got this opportunity. Would you guys be interested in it? And meaning when Denny brought it to Toyota. But they've always looked, they meaning again Toyota and Toyota Racing Development, have looked at how do we put together Dave often calls it a three-legged stool, where we have our anchor team, and then we create either affiliates with that anchor team or independent teams, much like Michael Waltrip Racing was back when I was blessed to be with them, and have a broader base within the garage. The next gen car rewards numbers. And we see that, although Ryan Blaney, of course, just succeeded in winning the championship, but the manufacturer championship in all 3 series was won by Chevrolet. And they come after it with numbers. So with the next gen car and the differentiation being narrowed a little bit more like IndyCar, the numbers help. And so Toyota took it upon themselves, and TRD specifically, to go out and take a look and say, hey, let's kick some tires and see what we could do to add that third leg, and potentially one that was independent in that it wouldn't necessarily rely on at least a full-fledged technical alliance with JGR, much like say Barney Visser, who won a championship through his technical alliance with JGR Furniture Railways. So we kicked some tires, and I had my TRD Toyota hat on firmly at the time, and I was kind of the point person for that, along with others, but I just know some people, so could make some calls. And we did a number of interviews, some really good organizations. When we talked to Maury before, Maury was very, very special, but his fiercely entrepreneurial, knows how to build businesses, really has so much going on. But there were certain parts that didn't necessarily fit. There was a couple of voids that didn't necessarily fill some of the requirements that Toyota would have for a partnership. And then along came Jimmy, his manager, Michael Biddle, also manages Eric Jones. And that created a conversation between Michael and Maury to talk about, hey, you know, this is classic putting on a show, right? I've got a barn, you got some hay, let's put on a dance. And as silly as that sounds, it literally came together pretty quick. The deal itself took time, but the concept of doing it simple. Jimmy has so many fastballs beyond being an athlete, and he's not an ops guy, but he's definitely a business development guy, and he's definitely someone that's got relationships that span the globe. Maury is an ops guy, and he is also, again, fiercely entrepreneurial, and he had an economic engine that could help get the thing going. The one thing that was interesting is that their president, Mike Beam, had made the decision to retire. And he actually sent a note out to everybody at the beginning of last year saying that he was going to, well, the beginning of 23, I suppose. That he was going to retire. So it left this void that where they meaning Maury and Jimmy, needed somebody to herd the cats that actually I shouldn't say that, but in other words, shepherd the great team members they have there, now called club members, and at the same time someone that would have virtually a symbiotic relationship with Toyota. And I started with Toyota in 1982. So I am almost as old as you are, Paul. I mean, almost. Not quite, but almost.
Well, I'd like to saw you in half and count the rings, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I understand. Then we'll know for sure. So my name was put forth by TRD, by Dave Wilson, Tyler, and Andy. And of course, I've known Jimmy forever. His pop and I used to race together in the desert before Jimmy was born. And so there was a lot of interesting synergies, and then one thing led to another. And so now I'm blessed to be working for Maury and Jimmy as CEO of Legacy Motorsport.
Yes, and in looking at the results from this last year, obviously they can't be satisfied with where the team is finished in the championship and the performance of the team, and you're undertaking this wholesale platform change, basically, a manufacturer change. Can you talk about the complexities of that a little bit? You're seeking full-on competitiveness at the front of the field, but what does it entail to move from one manufacturer relationship to another in NASCAR?
With the next gen car, it's easier.
Okay.
To be done. The
I
it's
hope
still
that's not the end of the answer.
yeah, no, it's short and sweet. The the team, the first year they ran as a single car operation, before completing the sale. Eric won a race, and it's wonderful to win races, and you would never want to say, ooh, I think that's the worst thing that could have happened, but I think it certainly was a detriment because it created a sense of what the next gen car was like. First season, 19 winners, 19 different winners.
Yeah.
So there was this sense that, oh, well, okay, here's how NASCAR is enforcing the rules, and here's where they're not, and meaning areas that you can interpret differently as they were learning the car too. I mean, that's not a knock against NASCAR. It's just everybody was learning. And there was windows that opened up for people to come in and win shows that you wouldn't normally consider competitive. And it created a level of confidence, not arrogance, but confidence, particularly with ownership, particularly with Maury, like, hey, we could do this. Just like we've done in Truck, and just like we've done in Xfinity and ARCA and all of things, because he's extraordinarily successful at Gallagher Motorsport, extraordinary, 60 some odd wins, multiple championships, but not in this division. So when you start looking at infrastructure to be more competitive, and as in any racing series, and Paul, I know your first racing series, I think, was covered wagons coming across. I think it was that.
It was Chariot.
Yeah. Okay. So,
yes.
So as you know, people, those chariots back there, you come up with better wheel bearings and then feed the horses differently, and all of a sudden the cream rises to the top, right? And that's what happened with the other teams. It got tougher and tougher and tougher. And one of the things that Jimmy and Maury realized very early is that they needed, and I'm going to use the term they because I wasn't with them yet. They did this on their own. It was time to say, hey, we need to be what is termed in NASCAR vernacular as a tier one team, meaning supported as a tier one member of Chevrolet, Ford, or Toyota. And those are very sought after and coveted positions within NASCAR. Penske's and Roush Fenway, Keselowski, and Stewart Haas are tier one for Ford. In Chevy, there's Mr. Hendrick, which is tier one plus.
Yes.
And then the track houses of the world and RCR and others. And so when you look at that ecosystem, it was tough for Jimmy to get Jimmy, even though he had won 7 championships for General Motors, and this will always surprise me. There wasn't a focus on, and Maury on the other side, winning multiple truck championships for Chevrolet. You would just think that General Motors would say, ooh, Jimmy, Maury, look at what we can do. Let's move them up to be more independent and call them a true tier one. And unfortunately, they just didn't feel that way. And they left him at what I would consider a tier 3, where the information was very limited and intentional. I mean, this isn't to say that Tim Campbell and Eric Warren didn't pay a lot of attention to Gallagher Motorsport, and then Jimmy, and then Richard Petty, and how it continued to evolve into legacy, because they did. But they have tier 1 teams that have made huge investments, and they were wanting to appropriately support their other true key partner teams. And one of the challenges, Paul, you've certainly seen this in your history too, is if you take technology and you take someone like Eric, right, who heads up global engineering motorsport for General Motors, as you expand that circle of trust, when you expand that circle of trust, you inadvertently share incremental technologies, and you can lose the tight rein around it that you want. So as you add another team and another team and another team, NDAs are great, but that doesn't, people go down to the local pub, and that's where they really exchange ideas. And it becomes a real challenge for folks like Chevrolet that are already oversubscribed. In other words, they have a plethora of tier one teams. So it just, from their seat on the bus, it really didn't make any sense. Toyota, on the other hand, it did make sense. And so through a series of meetings that, again, at that time, I had my TRD hat firmly on. Jimmy was that he filled the voids that Maury had in his operation as it related to sponsorship development, as it related to certain other relationships that Jimmy could bring. And it ended up, the view was it would be the perfect marriage. You've got individuals that are really, really good in their own swim lane, and how you can build a crossover with them. That's how it came about. But ultimately, when Mike chose to retire and they had this void, the steam engine was already running down the tracks. So
and you know a lot about steam engines.
I know a lot about steam engines, so much more than you can imagine. So anyway, they needed somebody to grab the tiller and roll with it. And what was really nice is that Maury and his guys, Mike Bean, Joey Cohen, had already gathered. Joey Cohen is the head of competition there, had already amassed a really strong IP. This whole ecosystem of really smart people. They just were overwhelmed. If you look at, we just had our company leadership offsite. And it was interesting because I heard a lot more and learned a lot more about it there than ever. I chaired it because I thought it was important for everybody to get in a room together and spend a couple of days talking about where we've been and where we're going. But they literally went from a bare floor with no cars to saying, hey, I think we're going to run 7 races as a non-chartered or independent, non-franchised car, to, hey, we're going to run 1 car, to, hey, we bought RPM, we're going to move them over here, we're going to buy and we're going to run 2 cars. And he had 3 people. And you just months to get it ready. And it was a miracle what they pulled off, particularly when you're trying to take a GMS culture, Richard Petty culture, and then Jimmy Johnson culture and super collide them.
Yeah, that's a fascinating contrast of eras too, when you think about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and you carry the name Legacy is in your name, and you have 2 of the most iconic numbers in all of racing, and hopefully you live up to that legacy. And what does that put on you in terms of pressure or storytelling opportunity? There's usually 2 sides to everything. What does that do, and how does the Petty legacy fit into what you're doing?
Petty legacy is critically important. 75th is coming up this year. We're going to pay reverence to the Petty family with a series of extensive promotional programs that, not revenue generating programs, just programs that celebrate and honor the Petty family's 75 years in sport. And I can tell you that what having Richard, having the King as part of the legacy family and a true cornerstone, along with Jimmy, 7 championships each, and what they're able to deliver as it relates to fan base, as it relates to their relationship with the history of NASCAR. It's just phenomenal. And I didn't really realize how impactful it would be until we did a sponsor presentation, one that we'll be revealing here in another week or 2. And Jimmy was in Europe at the time, so he wasn't there live, but he was able to pipe in. And we had a whole bunch of people in the room at Legacy Motor Club up in Statesville. And, it was interesting because we really we've got our chief marketing officer, a guy named Andrew Veit, that has been around for a long time. And he put together a tremendous, compelling business case for this particular group and did a really good job. And we had a lot of people that did it together. It was truly a team effort. We must have had 15, 20 people And sometimes Richard, it's not his first rodeo, but sometimes we don't like to book him for something, making sure he just feels up to it. And this particular day he did. And so we surprised the president and CEO of this company by having him. And what was so lovely about it, was so wonderful in so many ways, is that they love Jimmy. I mean, who couldn't, right? The guy's just gold in the boardroom. It's his experience is just fantastic. But I didn't know would we get it or not, because as you've already mentioned, our resume was poor. 28th and 34th in points, 33rd maybe. And you're trying to sell, and really you're selling a hope certificates. You're saying, look, we're going to be tier 1 with Toyota. We're going to do this. We've hired that. We've done this. We've done that. All these things that are true and are a great story, and I think will have a significant positive influence on our results next year. But at the end of the day, when we went to a certain slide on this big screen we have in this presentation room that talked about philanthropy, and when the king started talking about the victory junction, you could hear, it was like Game 7 at the World Series. Whack! The ball goes over the left field fence. And we knew right then, it's like, okay, we got this. And that was the defining moment. And for as long as he's with us, he'll continue to create those defining moments.
Absolutely. And it's fascinating that you have in your orbit two of the most iconic racing drivers America's ever produced. And
I consider you in my orbit too. So maybe three.
Well, yes, I'm one of the few people that's run wheel to wheel with Jimmy Johnson in a go-kart. So I just want you to know I want a rematch. If you could talk about that.
I'll set it up.
You set it up. And I have to add, you've been through a journey in this. I've been around you in your presence while you've been dealing with this. You've spent a lot of time talking into that headset of yours, trying to manage all the disparate personalities to an outcome. What's the lesson you've learned this year about people and motorsports? So what advice could you give everybody going to New Year? What would you tell them they need to do to be successful?
The number one word would be tenacity. The world's full of different personalities, different cultures, there's so many. That's what makes the world what it is, the idyllic personalities of the joys that we get to work with people. But we all have challenges, and we all can have challenging personalities, can have challenging subsets of things that make us feel we're right, make us feel that we know what we're doing, and these guys don't know what they're doing. Or, hey, these folks feel this is the right path. And the key to me has been to listen to everything, and then methodically and respectfully take the nuggets of each individual's, the essence of who they are, and then try and combine them into an initiative, again, a journey, as you spoke about earlier, that can create the outcome that everyone wants. Funny story, I may have told it to you before, and I know we're running short of time here, but it is somewhat relevant. When Star Wars came out, I'm a big fan. Star Wars came out in the 70s, 77, 76, and that Time Magazine did a big article.
By the way, I think it was R2D2. Just
yes, exactly. Just to be clear, yeah, I understand. That's what my head looks like anyway. So George Lucas, that was creating the THX, both visual but that whole sound thing that he was doing, he had all these things going at the same time. But it was a great storyline that was very poorly implemented on film. Took a lot of work, a lot of cuts. But during his interview in Time, he spoke about the commitment that he'd gotten from the studio and the money he needed to do it, or at least the money he thought he needed. He needed more than he thought. And he talked about having a team-wide meeting. And I'll use the term team because, you assemble people to do a project like a film, and then they go off and do it. And the analogy that he used for the journey they were getting on is to just assume that you were getting on a train to go through the countryside. And you would all be looking inward to produce this highly technical, groundbreaking new genre, certainly far bigger than he would have ever realized at the time. And that occasionally you can look out the windows as you go past the country and you'll see your family and you'll wave. But other than that, we're not getting off this train till this thing's done. And we're all going to be working together to get it done. And I've always thought about motorsports the same way. And if you look at NASCAR, you've got 38 events a year, and you're investing a tremendous amount of time with each other. And you need to understand how to compartmentalize differences and actually utilize those as a part of a intellectual property engine to instill and excite thought on other ideas that can help you accomplish your goal.
Well, that's a great metaphor for racing overall, period. It is a journey, and your teammates become your life and your life partners in the race to your dreams. And I've enjoyed our friendship over the years. And to see you have this opportunity so very late in life is exciting.
So very late. So very late.
So, here's to you surviving the season. And thank you for being with us this morning, Cal. It's been a pleasure to spend time with you.
Yeah, I figured I was out of time because when the other screens pop up, Judy pops, I was like, okay, here comes the hook.
Actually, we've been contacted by the authorities. They want to speak to you, so they're waiting in the room outside. So
I'm sorry, I have no doubt
with you. So it's been great talking to you, though.
Well, thank you very much, Cal. It was a great pleasure and an honor to have you back on the program. And thank you for the very kind word you said about what we're doing with this platform. That meant a lot to us. And thank you very much for your support and friendship. So we will transition directly to our next session. We are going to bring Mike Kirshner with us this morning. And Mike has a special guest he's going to bring on screen with us. So while we wait for Mike, again, thank you to our sponsors who make this week possible: ETS Racing Fuel, Fifth Third Bank, Motorsport, Peak, Penske Racing Shock, Scott Lewis and Associate, Total Seal Piston Rings, ARP, Performance Plus GoPro Logistics, and Shop Monkey. Without their support, we could not offer you this week free of charge. So thank you very much to them. Mike, welcome back. And I think Brett is with us. So it's 6:30 here in California. Roll into it.
Thank you. Good morning. Brett Root, president of IMCA, is with us this morning, and we're going to talk about dirt track racing. One of the country's largest sanctioning bodies of dirt track racing. Brett leads and has for quite some time now. Tell us a little bit about IMCA, Brett. How many racers, how many tracks, so on and so forth.
First off, good morning, Mike. Good morning to the panelists, and thanks for the opportunity to participate this week. I do appreciate the opportunity to talk about IMCA. Wow. Yeah. As far as about IMCA, this year we had about 9,300 IMCA racers turning laps at dirt tracks across the United States. We'll do business in 40 of those states and Canada at about 250 racetracks. It keeps us pretty busy. We'll usually sanction about somewhere between 5,500 and 6,000 races every year.
That's an incredible amount of racing in what is it? 8 divisions, 7 divisions, something like that.
9 division race cars.
I was in the ballpark.
Yeah, you were close. It's primarily full-size race cars, anything from a sport compact or a 4-cylinder that the competitors could take off the street and convert to a race car, up to a full-blown late model or sprint car that's built specifically for, obviously, dirt track racing.
So you guys pretty much race year-round nowadays, but let's start out a little bit by looking back to the 2023 season. And what was your biggest takeaway from how that season went?
Oh, wow. Our biggest takeaway, I would say dirt track racing is alive and well. That's probably our biggest takeaway. I think like all forms of motorsports, we have our challenges that we face every year. But this year, with the amount of events that we're doing, the amount of competitors that we have, the age of a lot of our champions, all of that tells a pretty good story for dirt track racing.
Where did you see the biggest growth last year?
We continue to see growth primarily within the tracks that we do business with already. Again, with nine divisions of race cars, our modified division is probably what our calling card is. Most people are familiarized IMCA with the modified. That is a division that was started by this association in the mid-70s. And it continues to be our largest division of cars by far. But we see growth. We've expanded through different divisions. We've added a Mod Light division 3 years ago, which is like a 5/8 scale car and uses a motorcycle engine, which is unique to our association. And we see a lot of growth in that division. We see a little growth in the Race Saver Sprint Car division that we do business with as well across the United States. But for us, at the end of the day, most our growth is coming from a facility that's sanctioned IMCA modifieds for 30 years, 20 years. We have some tracks that have sanctioned for almost 40 years. And we're seeing them add other divisions now. They see the struggles of developing a division of race car, making it grow, getting the competitors, all those kinds of things that come in play with starting divisions. And they see the benefits of what we have to offer in other divisions. And so they're converting divisions or adding divisions at their local speedway.
One of the main objectives of IMCA is to make racing affordable. How do you strike the balance between that and still producing professional racing, particularly in the modified class?
It's tough because for us, no change in the rules has proven year over year to be the most cost-effective and smartest thing we could do for our competitors. But that doesn't have a sexiness, so to speak. When we're looking at the new technology that's introduced into the sport year in and year out, and a lot of it or some of it we don't allow, it can be a little bit of challenge for the competitors to feel like we're doing stuff that's cool and in their best interests when they give us a call and say, hey, can we use this new part? And we say no. So there's a fine line there between letting the divisions evolve over time to where they stay relevant and the racers themselves enjoy competing with them, and the race fans enjoy watching them. There's a fine line there between that evolution and then not allowing some of it because it goes in a direction that is not in the best interest of the division or the racers or the competitors. It's tough.
One of the things we hear a lot about in all across the board in motorsports, and you touched on it a little bit ago, is youth. Talk a little bit about the youth movement in IMCA racing.
Yeah, I started IMCA. I started working here in 1997. I was 25. And I felt like I was the youngest guy in the room when I went to a lot of the trade shows from an employee standpoint. And now I'm turning 52 in a couple of months, and I go to races and I see kids that could obviously be my kids. My oldest daughter's 25, so it's interesting to see that transition, so to speak, from generation to generation. And it's one of the important things that we try to focus on in IMCA when we don't change our rules, is allowing a guy that maybe is getting out of the sport. And they do get out of the sport in and out quite frequently, more frequently than I think most people realize. About 20% of our membership every year rotates for whatever reason, whether it be relocation, changing
Budget,
jobs.
job conflicts.
Oh yeah. So many things that are outside the control of just us writing race car rules, divorces, marriages, children, all those kinds of things. So it's important for us to keep the rules where they're at, because I think it allows the transition of those cars to the next generation a little bit more easier in an affordable way. And for us, we're seeing that. At the end of the day, the IMCA racers, and the vast majority of them, they migrate to what they can afford. We're not professional racing league here, to be quite honest. We're a hobby racing, average people who have jobs. They're not professional racers. They're not trying to earn a living turning laps in IMCA. So, we do our best to try to make sure that the younger generation can afford the race cars, or their parents can afford the race car, depending on what age they get in. And we see that. We a few years ago, we developed a junior national championship award, where we actually recognize racers that are 17 and under. And it's been wildly popular. It kind of surprised me, to be quite honest, because a lot of times you'll hear people say that, racing is struggling, and racing, there's no young racers in the sport and things like that, or young people can't afford it. And we see signs of the opposite. But they do migrate very much so to the race cars they can afford. For us, that's sport compacts, front wheel drives, hobby stocks, very limited divisions when it comes to the components they can use on the car. And I think we had 400 17 or younger participants this year alone in our junior national championship. So, there's some positive signs out there, and that's just the junior national championship. Those kids are still competing against adults on the racetrack. They're not separated in any way. They're competing against guys that could race cars for 40 years or 30 years. In all of our divisions, we allow the 17-year-old, the 14 to 17-year-old kid to race. So we see them peppered throughout our sport, and we see them doing so very successfully, to be quite honest.
How much progression up the ladder do you see? Like, because a guy might start out in sport compacts and make his way through stock cars and eventually run modifieds.
We see that. We usually see it per division. We kind of have divisions that we like to connect, if
sure,
so to speak. We connect our hobby stocks to our stock cars because they're full fendered race cars. We connect our sport mods
with the mods, yeah,
to our mods, correct? Because they're very similar in nature, and people can take those. People can take those components with them if they switch divisions. So we see the racer migrate out of those when they see fit. A lot of times it has to do with experience. Sometimes it has to do with the opportunity they have to race the car. Because again, we have more modified sanctions than we do sport mods, although they're very similar anymore. So a local guy starts in a sport mod because he can get a used one, get entry. The point of entry to the sport is relatively low in that division, or lower because it's limited. And they'll race it for a year or two, and then they'll jump into modifieds. We see that quite common, to be quite honest. I think our rookie of the year this year in our late model division, if I remember correctly, Cade Richards is his name. He was a rookie of the year a few years back in the sport mods, rookie of the year a few years back, I believe, in the stock cars, and then a rookie of the year this year in the late model. So they're jumping around. They're jumping around to what they want to race at the end of the day. And I think all of our racers, they start as hobby racers, but I think a lot of them have the ambition to race professionally. We definitely see that and hear that, and there's a lot of times I think our racers want to race in NASCAR. That's in the United States, in my opinion, when it relates to IMCA racing, NASCAR and professional racing at that level is probably where most of our competitors say they want to land. Some of them want to go into Indy racing and stuff like that, but most of them want to go cup racing at the end of the day, which is pavement racing. So it's a little different. There's a lot of obstacles for them to do that, but we still have racers too that they they just want to be professional dirt racers, and that opportunity presents itself as well and within the industry. So, they want to race a super late model or a 410 sprint car or something of that nature, which is something we don't necessarily offer in IMCA.
IMCA.TV is an important ally of the Speed Sport Network. And how important is streaming video to the IMCA business model?
That's an interesting question, because you go back maybe 10 years ago, maybe a dozen years ago, when streaming was in its infancy I think for everybody.
Sure.
We were struggling to expose our sport, struggling to expose IMCA. We had done some stuff with our largest event, the Super Nationals. We bought air times and had a production team come in and paid to have the show on television as best we possibly could, but it was expensive for us to do that. The streaming has somewhat flipped that, to be quite honest. We've got a great relationship with Speed Sport, with Joe, with Chris Grainer and Rivet, and the relationship that they have. And we have seen streaming do exactly for us what we thought TV would do, and that is expose our market to more eyes, to more viewers. And it's been incredibly beneficial. I think we see events, and I use the Super Nationals as the best example, because that's an event that we're directly associated with from a promotional standpoint. We see that event break records for attendance the last 3 years from a participant standpoint. And when you have that many competitors at an event, it's just you see the result of that, people outside of the event that want to watch it on a stream. And, we see it all across the United States that week during the Super Nationals. So streaming has become very, very important to the exposure that we get as an association, that our racers get by turning laps in our association, and by our promoters and events and the 250 tracks we're doing business with, that they get from race fans across the United States.
Have there been any results of streaming that have surprised you?
Yeah, a little bit.
Benefited your business that you didn't expect?
Yeah, it's interesting to me because, again, because of the platform and the way it's structured, we get the metrics of all of it. We know who's watching, which is very important to us. So we're able to draw conclusions from that. And I use Boone Speedway as an example, again, because I'm a little bit more active at that facility than I am at a normal facility that we're sanctioning. And you see people in Arizona, in California, in Oregon, in Washington, watching Boone Speedway's weekly show on a Saturday night in central Iowa. It's crazy. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have necessarily anticipated that happening, but when you look at the areas that they're watching from too, there's usually an IMCA track or a dirt track or something in that area. So the fan has the connection to our type of sport, and they want to watch what they want to watch, and we present that at places like Boone and Southern Oklahoma Speedway and Nodak Speedway and Minot and Mandan, and there's just all kinds of that opportunity. So it's really interesting to see where the fans come from and what they want to watch.
You've mentioned the Super Nationals. How do you describe that event to someone who doesn't know much about it?
It organized chaos on our end of it. The Super Nationals for us, and I've said this for years, the Super Nationals is basically like a snapshot of IMCA weekly racing across the United States. The success of the Super Nationals is directly related to the success of our association and the popularity of our association all across the 40 states we do business at. So it's the reason why, in my opinion, you see us get the last 3 years we've broke records on our attendance. We had 909 race cars in 2021. We had 1,001 race cars in 2022, and we had 1,017 race cars this year in 2023. And that's just at Boone Speedway, racing for 8 straight days, basically, of dirt track racing. So if you're a fan of dirt track racing, if you like dirt track racing, and again, the stream has provided us the opportunity to somewhat present that to people that have never been to Boone, may never have considered going to Boone, and maybe not even know much about IMCA racing. It's somewhat presented us the opportunity to expose them to that. And we've just seen it explode the last 3 years, especially. And I do think there's a direct relationship there between our streaming efforts, the quality of our stream, the quality of our production, and the attendance from the competitor standpoint. They want to be on TV, and to them, the stream that we're producing is about as close as they can get. So they come to Super Nationals for exposure. Their sponsors come for exposure. Their sponsors help fund them coming to Boone, because it's not inexpensive for them to go drive across the United States just to turn laps at a quarter-mile dirt track in Boone. But it also it presents the opportunity for us to kind of showcase our divisions, and I think it's proven to do that in the last few years, especially.
The date of the Super Nationals, if anyone was wondering, starts Labor Day weekend and runs for a week after that. So it's a perfect end of the summer, beginning of the fall event, and it's kind of the crowning moment of the IMCA season.
It is. In dirt track racing for many, many years, you go back about the time I started working at IMCA, and the season was, generally speaking, Memorial Day weekend to Labor Day weekend. That's when racing started and stopped. And for years it was like that. So our Super Nationals used to start on the weekend after Labor Day. I mean, that's why it was that weekend. People ask that, why is it on that weekend? And that's why. But now, because of our growth across the United States and the numerous divisions that we do business in now, instead of one, we have 9, and we run most of them, I think all but 2 of them at the Super Nationals. It's forced us to somewhat move that event forward to accommodate the competitors that are coming. So it's creeped up to where now it starts on Labor Day. And again, that's kind of a snapshot a little bit of weekly racing and the problems it's somewhat caused for us. Our racing doesn't start on Memorial Day anymore. It starts January 1st.
Yeah.
So we'll start racing IMCA down in the southwest part of the United States, as the first of the year. It's not unusual for us to have a race on January 1st. And we race all the way up through. We were racing Thanksgiving weekend down there as well in Phoenix at the dirt track down there at Casa Grande. So Labor Day is when the Super National starts, and it's always going to start on that Labor Day weekend. So it's easy to kind of remember if you're a race fan. It floats a little bit on what those days are exactly in September, but it always starts on Labor Day, and that's generally why. But the racing for us is not over, unfortunately. It's not over, or fortunately. It's not over on that after Super Nationals. We still have usually 2 or 3 weekends of point racing through the end of September to get to our national championships in all of our divisions. And then the month of October and November, we roll into what we call specials, and they're just peppered all across the United States.
Super Nationals, no doubt the biggest IMCA event, but over the last few years, a lot more significant races have popped up. One of those, you alluded to racing in January, the Winter Nationals at Kokopah are coming up. Tell people a little bit about that event and what it's added to the IMCA landscape.
It much like Super Nationals, it's got a Super Nationals feel to it. Many, it races multiple days. There's a couple of days where there's a few days off, and it floats a little bit in January as to when it starts and stops. But Kokopah for us is, it's been good because it presents the opportunity for, especially us up here in the northern climates. IMCA is located in Vinton, Iowa, which is eastern Iowa. So right now, I think it's forecasted to snow sometime today. So anything in this area, really mostly through the month of March, is, we can't race. So Kokopah has provided the opportunity for those who want to be snowbirds or are snowbirds, and a lot of the guys up in this area who want to compete and get out of the snow and the cold weather in January they head down to Kokopah, and we usually get 250 to 300 race cars down there across a variety of divisions that we run at Kokopah. And they come from all over the United States. It's kind of crazy. It's not unusual for us to see guys from Wisconsin and Minnesota and North Dakota and even in Canada down at Kokopah in January, and again, our widespread appeal across the United States where we're at, it just lends for these types of situations to happen. And when they do happen, they happen on a little bit grander scale than just a normal weekly show at a racetrack that maybe doesn't sanction with an association like IMCA.
That event is streamed on imca.tv, and all the people sitting in the snow in the middle of January can watch it. So that has to be a benefit as well. We hear all the time that motorsports is a family sport. That's especially true with IMCA, isn't that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Kind of like I had mentioned earlier, at our national banquet, we've got guys that, like Mike Nichols, that have raced and won 12 national championships. And then we've got guys like Mike Nichols that have quit racing and now their kids race. And so we're starting to see them pop up into racing. So I think racing, as much as any sport, has a very family atmosphere when it comes to the traditions that our racers have. It's not unusual for the younger competitors in IMCA to have parents that raced in IMCA as well. So that's good. We're proud of that. We love to see that. It's one of the goals of our association is to be able to continue to keep dirt track racing relevant and interesting and available to any family who wants to participate in it. It's really a lifestyle for most of our racers. They're, instead of camping and instead of boating or doing something that with their extra money, they want to go racing. They take vacations at racetracks. They come to the Super Nationals for vacation. They go to Kokopah for vacation. They bring their kids, their families, and it's a very addicting sport. And I think most motorsports are like that, but IMCA is no different. Once you get dirt track racing into your system, it's very, very hard to get it out.
Let's take that family connection, and as we wind down here, end it on a little bit of a personal note. It's a family connection that's kind of led to your background and leading you to this position of leading IMCA.
Yes. Yeah. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my mother, to be quite honest. My mother was Keith Knack's, who was the founder of the IMCA Modified. She was Keith Knack's first full-time employee in the mid-70s. She bought IMCA from Keith's widow, Catherine Knack, in 1995. And when she did that, I was a senior in college. I was just graduating. I was going to school for NC programming and robotics. Had a little bit of a mechanical background. I worked as a mechanic to put myself through a college. Got my degree, and then she called me and said, "Hey, would you want to work for IMCA someday?" And I'm like, "I don't know, maybe." And she bought it in 1995. In 1997, she called me and said, "Hey, I got a position in IMCA. You want to come to work for us?" And I'm like, "Okay, what am I going to be doing?" And she said, "Marketing." And I'm like, "What?" I don't know anything about marketing. I didn't take marketing classes. I wasn't really interested in that. But I've been able to, since 1997, bring somewhat of the technical aspects, I think, of the race cars and the rule writing and stuff. I think I've been pretty instrumental in some of those decisions. I think, we had like 4 divisions or 5 divisions in 1995, and now we got 9. And yeah, it's been a family affair for me and my mother, my parents, my older sister, Debbie, my younger sister, Jody, who still works here. My mother officially retired in 2015. I took the ownership of IMCA in 2015, and here I sit. We're kind of like the picture of the American dream, really, to be quite honest, because my mother loved what she did and loved IMCA and still does. And, I've got, like I said, I've got dirt track racing in my blood. I can't seem to shake it. I really enjoy what I do. And if you enjoy what you do, you never work a day in your life, they say.
That is true. Well, thank you very much, Brett. It was a great pleasure to have you on, sharing, your story. And so stay with us. We're going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we're going to bring Beth Paretta next, who has a very special panel for us. Thank you.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
The #1 source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. We will have Beth Paretta with us any second. While we wait for Beth, just wanted to remind everyone that we are also live on racer.com, on speedsport.com. We are live on the YouTube channel of Racer, Speedsport, and EPARTRADE, also live on Speedsport 1. And the one and only Beth Paretta is with us this morning. Good morning, Beth.
Good morning. I'm looking forward to watching all of the panels delayed, because I know that you then post the library afterward, because I have just gotten back from Europe for a few days. So if I look a little jet lagged, that's why. But I'm happy to be here, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, to see you guys.
Thank you, Beth. And it was good to see you last month at the Women in Motorsports. What an awesome event.
Wasn't that a great event? And it's getting bigger and bigger. So yeah, Lynn St. James and I started this Women in Motorsport North America about 1.5 years ago. In fact, we announced it on EPARTRADE. So thank you for your support. And it's been really wonderful to kind of build out this network and have a resource for women either starting in the industry or mid-career or later career that gives them the ability to give back to young women coming up the ladder.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Wonderful job. So before we start, we had a news last night that we had Michelle could not be with us today. She had an emergency, but Tony has been able to step in. So Beth, you are in charge for the next hour, because I guess we have 2 panels back to back.
Exactly. So these fine folks will be with me for 30 minutes, and then we're going to have a different discussion at 10:30. So yeah, I just want to quickly say our thoughts are with Michelle. She had a family emergency, and we look forward to having her join a future panel because her insight is always great. And really, a conversation with both Michelle and a conversation with Hannah 2 weeks ago kind of spurred my interest of why this is a critical time to have this conversation. So we're going to talk today about sponsorship for the lower rungs of the ladder, grassroots, and how racers and teams can look at sponsorship maybe even if they've never have before, if they want to get better at it, and kind of take some of the cues from what some of the bigger teams do, because I think there's some learnings that you can take even lower on the ladder. So today joining me, we have Hannah Greenmeyer, who will let her tell a little bit about herself, but Hannah was, I just spent a week with Hannah down in Texas for a shootout for Porsche Sprint Challenge. And thankfully, gratefully, also with us today is Tony Calderon, who will also tell you a little bit about himself. But I couldn't be happier that he's joined us because he has a great broad perspective, having managed drivers, worked in motorsport for many, many years, and also with a business background, has that wider perspective, having worked with sponsors and drivers and teams, kind of ticks many of the boxes. So very happy that at this very late moment, he was able to join us and will definitely add value to our panel. So Hannah, let's just have you tell us how long you've been in racing and some of the series that you've participated in so far.
Yeah, hi guys. Great to be here this morning. Like Beth said, I'm Hannah Greenmeyer. I started racing when I was 5 years old. I'm 21 now, so I've been in the industry for about 16 years. I've been in go-karts for 15, and then this last year I just started doing cars, and I participated in the US F4 Championship with Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. And yeah, I love the industry, I love racing, and I can't wait to continue my career in it. And hopefully it's a very long career.
So, and you were with us in Phoenix as well for the summit.
I was at the summit. It was a great experience. It was my first one, and I was just amazed with how many people were there, and hopefully it continues to grow, and I can't wait for next year.
Absolutely. We'll talk about where next year is going to be in a bit. Tony, thank you again for joining us at this late minute and stepping in when Michelle couldn't be here. So tell us a bit about your background so that it puts it in perspective for everybody watching.
Yeah, thank you. No, good morning, and it's an honor to be here. So I've been in the racing world for about, I think, 22 years now. Started in the Champ Car world, always been involved sort of behind the scenes in the business, marketing, PR side of things, and then quickly evolved into driver management. I started Speed Group with James Hinchcliffe and David Martinez. So we've been lucky enough to manage drivers in almost every series around the world, at least any open wheel or a sports car series, including INDYCAR, Formula One, IMSA, WEC. Yeah, like you said, I've had a lot of experience, thankfully, working with a lot of sponsors, with a lot of drivers, figuring out how to get drivers through their careers, how to manage not only how to get sponsorship, but also how to spend the money, right? It's very important to, it's very easy to spend it very quickly and not get anywhere. So
exactly.
Yeah,
and then you won't get more of it. Right. Yes.
Yeah. And then recently I was lucky enough to also be able to do a documentary called The Gentleman Driver. So if anybody wants to know more about gentleman drivers, check that out. And recently I've joined the Rahal Racing Club. So we got to hang out with you guys, with Beth and Hannah a couple of weeks ago. We did a shootout at COTA to pick a female driver to get a full scholarship next year in Porsche Sprint Challenge next year. So yeah, that's my quick experience, and it's a pleasure to be here. And whenever Beth calls, I'm always there.
Same. And when you call me for, hey, we're doing a shootout in 2 weeks, can you be there? I said, absolutely. So, and honestly, that's a lot of that's very telling of what this industry is, right? Because it's all about your network and who you know and the experiences that you share. And sometimes you need help at the last minute, and we do kind of look out for each other. And that's why I think this is a critical thing to talk about sponsorship. And we always talk about, I know a lot of the content even this week is, F1 or NASCAR, major teams that are at the professional level looking for sponsorship. And we all know that racing runs on that. And the economics of this are always a challenge. And that's why every team has a commercial side to, teams will either use an external agency that will help them with the commercial work, or they'll have in-house staff that help them, always looking for sponsors. And then also servicing those sponsorship accounts once they have them. To Tony's point, it's like, okay, now a company has stepped up and said they want to support you. How are you going to be spending that money? Because there obviously has to be a return back to that sponsor. But what I want to talk about is those lower rungs on the ladder, because even a karting year is expensive. So Hannah, just to put it in perspective, like let's say when you were, the last, maybe your highest level of karting, what does a season cost? Let's start there so that we understand then how much this actually, yeah.
Yeah, so a full national season, doing as many races of the big ones as you can, with the tent fees, the mechanics, the engine builders, engine rentals, all of that can cost, I believe it's up to probably, I think when we do it right, it's about 150 grand. So it's pretty expensive. It's still cheaper than most levels of cars, but for go-karts, it's still a very expensive thing. And yeah, it's for that amount of money, you want to perform at your best to make sure that it's worth it.
Absolutely, because let's also be clear that these rungs of the ladder, the carters, the drivers that are at the top of that timing sheet consistently are looking to climb onto the next rung. So this is just like any other sport where, we always use the example of you've got, you look at Major League Baseball, there's, single A, double A, triple A. And this is even, lower than that. Imagine just, supporting somebody at the college level. And because also our sport involves travel, the actual parts and pieces, there's personnel, and you're really kind of, funding it the entire way. And I get that it's also a gamble, because you're gambling that that person is going to eventually, get all their way up. But I think the one thing that we want to talk about too is, respectfully, it's not a lot of money. So why would a large company, we always think that we want to go towards the big, let's go to Coca-Cola, let's go to Procter & Gamble. I think the biggest piece of advice, usually, especially when you're starting out, is to find businesses locally. And certainly a lot of people karting, maybe their parents might own businesses, and that's often what you see on their driver's seat. But beyond that, really, you sometimes that's not enough, or sometimes after a while, it gets exhausting to that family to always be funding it. So have you had success? I know, whether it's the local bank. In fact, I was talking to a young woman at the Women in Motorsport Summit in Phoenix who has a focus on diabetes. And so we talked about that. She asked actually this specific question: how should I fund my karting season? And I said, well, you could also talk to, what about local hospital network within your community? Because the reality is your local businesses do have marketing budgets, and they are looking for things that can carry on a message. But I think one of the things that we want to look at is, what are the assets that you actually have? So there's visibility, that you have social media, you have things like that. Tony, what are your ideas about, you've had experience with drivers lower down, kind of coming up the ladder. When you look at those, because to be fair, it's not necessarily a big ask. Even $5,000 from 10 companies is $50,000, and smaller companies spending $5,000, that actually might be an easier decision. It doesn't take board approval. It takes a little bit more hustle and a little bit more work, but once you get those companies in the door, you may have them annually. And even though it's only quote unquote $5,000, for some companies that might be a palatable number. But to walk in and ask for $50,000 is a very different conversation. And can you deliver $50,000 worth of value to one company? Probably not when you're karting, but could you maybe deliver $5,000 worth of value, or $2,500 worth of value? Yeah. So how would you approach that to your young drivers, Tony?
Well, I would exactly the way it's clear. I think the most important first rule to learn, and people just go with it, is like, whatever your budget is doesn't mean that that's a value that you can give back to a sponsor. So if your budget's $150,000, like Hannah was saying, for karting, that doesn't mean that somebody's like, well, it's $150,000, you should give me $150,000. Like, marketing has nothing to do with the cost of brakes and the race team and tires and travel, whatever else, right? So I've always said, I think at the lower ranks, you kind of have to forget about anything that has to do with brand exposure or eyeballs. You're just not going to get it, right? It's no way you can compare that to NASCAR, INDYCAR, NHRA.
Nobody's watching
Formula
karting
1, whatever,
on
right?
television, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And if you try to, you're just wasting your time. I mean, people at whether there's a big or small company, they know what it takes, right? Especially now with digital marketing, it's so easy to quantify every single cent that you spend. So it's very hard to justify. So what I've always tried to do is, like you said, you're selling a story, you're selling access, right? At any level, the experiences that money can't buy, right? For example, if you're in the Road to Indy ladder system, right? Like, okay, you're in USF 2000 or Indy Pro 2000 or whatever that might be. You don't have to sell Indy Pro 2000. You can sell INDYCAR. It's an INDYCAR weekend, right? You're there with INDYCAR. It just happens to be a different car, and you were giving somebody easier and a lower level barrier of entry to be a part of that. But at the end of the day, what I always say, it's your story, it's your personal story. Every, like 90% of the success that I've had finding sponsors for young drivers is somebody wanting to support that personality, that face, that person, right? While backing it up with a corporate entertainment, obviously, activation, right? So one last thing, way easier to sell into the corporate entertainment groups at the large, any large company than the marketing groups, because it's easier to spend. You know, people have money to just be like, oh, I got to bring 20 of my salespeople and spend $2,000 per person or something like that. That's a lot easier than getting $50,000 for an ad spend, because like I said, at that point, you got to justify the ROI.
And especially to your point about like the Road to Indy, there's also, if you look at any given IMSA weekend or any given SRO weekend, there's so many series that are junior series that are competing. So for all of those people that are on those sorts of teams, again, it's access to a bigger weekend event. And exactly that, there's people that are looking for a creative way to bring clients out or things like that. And so that then the concentration, and although again, this gets into a little bit of effort, is if you are in a series that's on an IMSA weekend, you're going around the country. If you can also research to find a company that might have a few different locations where they can then leverage that. And I know that sounds like a tall order, and I get when you're a driver, you just want to focus on driving. So the idea of having a commercial side to things, can be very daunting. There are some agencies though that can help, and usually are only, paid for their services. That might seem a little bit too far of a stretch, but I think really the key is, especially when you're starting, is to find those community-based, like companies that are in your home state or that are in your region. And this is just something interesting. And to be fair too, don't underestimate the notion of people that just want to help somebody who has an ambition and is on a journey. And, something like this is something that makes them feel good, genuinely, even if they're not going to get that particular exposure. If they know that you're on a path on a ladder, they know that maybe if they stick with you, that's going to pay off. So talk about, oh yeah, Tony, we're going to say something.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, absolutely that. And the creating, sometimes just people want to be a part of something and want to be a part of a team. And some, I won't name names, but something that's been quite successful for some of the drivers that we've managed is creating that little community, a few successful men or women that, they love the sport and they just want to be behind somebody, and you get 2 or 3 involved, and then it's suddenly this sort of, snowball effect where it's like, well, if you do it, I'll do it, and I'll do it. And one tiny trick
because now they're just in it together like a little club.
One tiny trick that's worked great for us is, instead of saying I need $50,000, what we've said is I need $5,000 a month for 10 months, or for, and then it's become quite interesting how people say numbers like, I don't know, $50,000, but $5,000 a month, I can do that, and then you get 5 of those, suddenly you got a race budget, right?
Right.
So that's a little trick that we found. Yeah, exactly.
And then let's when we talk about those companies, how would you say the best way for somebody like Hannah, let's say she's in her area and she's going to initiate the conversation with those, like, this is the kind of thing where you still have to have a bit of a presentation in your back pocket. Doesn't mean that you're going to, get that. But to your point, Tony, too, about like, if it's one thing to find the marketing department, it's another thing to find a sales department. So let's say it's a local bank. Let's say it's a local roofing company. The other thing too, I always like to say is, we're only as good as our network, and it's all who you know, but you don't know who you know. You know more people than you think you do. So the idea of saying it out loud when you're at the dentist office, or when you're on a plane, or when you're, at a family gathering, because somebody may know somebody else. And I think the idea of talking out loud about the fact that you need partners to support you, the more you talk about it, the more comfortable you get with discussing it, but then you don't ever know who's listening, who may have a lead for you.
Yeah, exactly. I think a personal introduction is worth it just speeds up everything up by 10x. So if Hannah, for example, if she wants to approach a local bank, do you know any people that bank with them? Are there any big companies there that you know, our local banks, sometimes that they're very easy, like they take care of their customers. So it's a lot easier to have somebody that has, you know, $5 million worth of bank accounts with this bank to approach the vice president of the bank, be like, hey, you should support Hannah over here. You know, like I've heard of her story. She's great. I vouch for her. I'm going to do $5,000 a month. Will you do $5,000 a month? You know, like little things like that. That, like you said, the power of the community is very important at this level.
Let's talk about too how you create value. So, I mean, you want to differentiate yourself, but when you say that, okay, you're not going to get the eyeballs, you're not going to get this or that. What are some of the ways that a driver can create value? To date, Hannah, have you had some sponsors where you've had appearances, and what have you done? Any insight?
So yeah, I've had a couple of sponsors. It hasn't so much been, I guess, necessarily towards the funding of my racing, but it's been helpful in other ways. So in 2021, I actually had a pretty severe rib injury while I was karting, and so I knew some this sports rehabilitation place from when I was in high school, and I went to there, and they worked on me twice a week, every week for a whole year. And I kept wanting to go and pay them for their services, and they're like, no, your family, you're gonna, like, it's no problem. We want you to say who's helped you and getting back. So I was like, okay, that's not a problem. Like, I'm just gonna do that anyways. I think that if you can represent their brand and tell them what they've done for you, and then you go out there and perform, I think that's something to a sponsor that's invaluable. That if you can go out there, they've helped you, and you perform, and you go out there and win, and you say in your interview, thank you to Synergy Sports and Rehab for putting my body back together. They're gonna be like, okay, thank you. Whoever's been watching that broadcast now knows that, okay, if you're a person in Colorado, or if they have branches out in anywhere in the States, they're gonna know, okay, that company can go out there and can help you if you are injured. So I think that's kind of a way that me as a driver and drivers in general can add their value, is by taking in the service of the sponsor, if it's an actual service, and then go out there and perform and show them that, okay, I was able to do this because of this company.
This brings in two really great points kind of at this. I'm so glad that's your example, because that brings in 2 points. One is that's what we call value in kind. So instead of it just them sending you $10,000 and you having their label on the side of your car and on your fire suit, they're giving you service that you would have otherwise paid, right? So we call that in the business, we call that value in kind. And those things are critical and absolutely helpful, because it was, one of the major ingredients that you needed to get back on the track that year. But the other thing that you're doing is now you're endorsing them, and it's realistic, it's authentic. The other thing we always want to talk about in sponsorship that makes sponsorship really gain traction is when it's authentic like this. This could be kind of thing where you're featured on their website, and it's that testimonial, and maybe they have brochures or anything like that. So those things, if you are a company and you're putting together content for a website or this or that, those things normally cost money. So that's the trade. And those are real things. And so this is why drivers and teams need to think very creatively. Like, there are businesses that we're interacting with. And when you then kind of sometimes you don't even think to ask the question, and because respectfully, that business may not understand that might be something that you can help them with promotion. And I get sometimes it feels tough to have that conversation, and you feel shameless asking. You obviously had a rapport with them, so that kind of came together. But these, many drivers and many teams kind of have those, and this is an important thing to talk about too, about why value in kind matters, because we can't always just think about straight monetary transaction. Value in kind, it could be travel, it could be, let's say there's, if there's a particular location that you're traveling to a lot, and you're always staying in a particular hotel, and that you're always staying in that because that's where, the finals are, and that you're going there, or someplace that you go maybe 4 times a year, you can ask for a certain discount and say, is there a way that we could promote your property, and it's all of that little stuff. And I understand again that there's a bit of the hustle, and you're just trying to drive a car, but I think that's the thing to talk about with smaller companies too, is sometimes goods and services are as important and worth their weight in gold, just like getting a large check. When we talk
And
about
there's
also how to
ways.
differ, yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say that there's ways to monetize the value in kind if you get super creative, right? So in your hotel example, for example, let's say you can get a discount with whatever hotel chain or a local hotel. Well, then maybe you know another company that also doesn't necessarily have marketing money, right? But they might be spending a bunch of money on hotels. So suddenly you can save them money on hotels. You make a deal with them, and whatever you save them, they can give you in cash for your racing. So suddenly you turn value in kind into cash, right? You just have to get creative with it. And to your point, like you said, it's a hustle, but I've always pushed really hard with young drivers. If you think it's hard now, or like what you got to do outside the car, just wait till later, right? So Beth, I mean, I don't know how much time you and Simona spend like on an actual session as compared to what you spend working. It's probably like 10% of the time you're actually in the car, right? So I think for drivers, if you don't have it now, you're not going to have it later. So you better start working. Yeah, if you don't practice it now, you're not going to have it later. So you better start practicing now.
Exactly. And to be fair, I mean, you look at any team, any professional team, it's 365 days a year, like not to exaggerate, but it's just a constant conversation, because although you see those big sponsor names, you can't take for granted. And this is a critical thing for even at the grassroots level to be focused on. And again, whether or not the driver, you yourself are doing, I'm just saying as a driver, you have to think laterally and know that this is important and know how it works. So these are sort of just some of the the terminology and the strategy. You can talk to other racers about it. You can talk to other people. You can talk to, people. This is something that we're going to talk about more, like in Women in Motorsport North America at the summit, those sorts of things. Like, ask the questions, because this is, it's critical. But maybe it is the kind of thing where you can have somebody within your team that's really focused on this. Even if it's, I know when you're coming up, it's like you feel like your parents or your manager, but to get them a little bit to have these kind of conversations, I know they're already doing it, but to even talk to others, I know that it's that kind of thing that when they're sitting they're at the track, they're talking to the other parents, and this is probably always a hot topic of conversation. We want to talk about differentiation though, and okay, beyond just being a woman in racing, that's not always that. Let's be clear, our goal is that that's not the hook anymore. Ideally, it shouldn't be something that's unique. You're there because you're talented, and you're not just you're in a drive because you've earned the right to be there. And the more women that are coming into racing, the less unique you become. So that idea is everybody just sort of needs their angle. One thing too, I think that might be smart to focus on now is we do know about this idea of connecting education, really, with the beeping, connecting education. So, we know that the STEM angle is very important for a lot of companies, and connecting education. So when we talk about things about appearances, about the notion that, you're a racing driver, Hannah, and if there is a technology company in your midst who also might have discretionary budgets, but let's say they might have an outreach program in the community for education. You coming in and speaking to students is something, as an athlete, compared to other sports, that you can offer, and you can talk about, the actual engineering and science and technology that's in what you do. That's also another angle that I know you see the big teams do it, but you can absolutely do that at the grassroots level if you think of those kinds of companies in your orbit. And being part of educational programs. Have you done any of those appearances yet with schools, Hannah?
I currently have not, but like you said, it's a great way to do it. You have the experience, and then to be able to go in there and tell people about what it's all about, what happens in the engineering side. Most people don't get how important that part is in racing. They on TV, you really only see the driver out there on the track. You don't see all the people that are on the wall, on their computers, doing the strategy, making sure that all the telemetry is working properly, that it's correct. But I think that's a big part, that, okay, yes, there's racers, but then there's also the engineers that are just as important. And I think being able to teach that it is something that I look forward to also being able to do.
I would say too, for that, a good tip is local universities. Universities have marketing budgets. And so if they have an engineering program, again, because you don't, especially if you're coming up and karting in the next level and the next level, we're not talking that you're looking for $20 million. You might be, you know, $20,000 can still be helpful. $50,000 can be helpful, but any university program near you that has an engineering school that they want to promote, those schools have budgets to promote their programs. And that's somewhere where you can walk in, because the wonderful thing is you can tie what you're doing on the track to their curricula. And you can, again, have some of their students maybe come to a race day, or you bring you know, yourself and maybe an engineer to come in and talk about what you do. But again, you know, it's easy to think like, oh, I need to go to AutoZone and these are the companies that I see because it's all, you know, it's all automotive related. It's no, it has to be adjacent and creative and this, but another, yeah, universities have marketing budgets. And if they have an engineering program that they're trying to grow and promote, it's another place where you can find some sneaky money that could help you, but it's also genuine because you're able to provide value back to them. And again, you could also grab interns and things, you know, things like that. Again, you know, when you're doing even you know, a Porsche GT4 season or an MX5 season, all of those things have value for universities to have exposure to what you do. So when we so again, think of the assets when you're on the road when you're on the ladder, the assets aren't the same as they are for the big teams, but they're not that far off. You can be you can appearances, promotion, access, education, STEM education, all of those things matter. And I think the one thing too is to talk to these companies to you know, final words, Tony, Hannah, what value can that company get by investing in somebody lower on the ladder? Tony.
I would say back to like if anybody walks away with one thing here, what you have is access. I think, and for people to understand, like you have access to something that people like and people are obsessed with, certain people, right? You got to find those people. And the fact that you're driving a car is cool, right? And people will think it's cool. You just got to figure out how to explain that. And people want to bring people to that and say like, look, I'm supporting this young driver. How cool is that, right? But for the drivers, the most part, you got to stand out, not just inside the track or on the track. You got to stand outside the track. When they bring people, when those sponsors bring to you, be the person that people want to talk to, right? Ask questions about the business. Ask questions, you know, like you're the connector. If they see that suddenly they brought a client to you and the client was so happy because they got to meet a race car driver and they thought this race car was so charming or whatever and interesting that they're like, yeah, we'll keep doing business with you. That's it. That's you just do copy paste for that many times and you'll make it to INDYCAR.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And again, like even HPDE days, you just need to meet people that are car people, and car people know other car people. Hannah, what would you say is the unique value that you could say, even to a small company, what, like, you know, that you've even dealt with, what is something that you can offer that, you know, a pro golfer who also needs money, you offer something different than they have?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely offer something different than a golfer. I think that the motorsport industry is just going to continue to grow. Everybody's kind of getting on the bandwagon. Everybody wants to kind of be a little bit of a part of it. I think businesses, even though sometimes it might be a little risky, sponsoring, helping out a race car driver is something that appeals to them, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just trying to find the right company that you believe that you can add value to. Like Tony said, it's not just what you do on the track, it's also what you do off the track. Always trying to make sure that you're always in a presentable manner, hardworking. It's, as I've always been told, you're never not being watched. So
true.
But if somebody sees that you're a hardworking, respectable person, I feel like you have a better chance of, if you go to that company, whether it be a big company or a small local company, you have a better shot of getting some help.
Exactly. So for all those companies who want to either support with value in kind or cash, whether somebody's coming up the sports car ladder or the open wheel ladder, think of the bragging rights you will have when they win Le Mans or when they win the Indy 500, and you could say you supported them from the beginning.
Thank you. Thank you. Great session. Tony and Anna, thank you for being with us. Tony, thank you for stepping in at the last minute. For Michelle, thank you very much. Stay with us. Beth, we're just going to directly dive into our next session. Okay, we're going to bring our next two panelists. And then again, as we said earlier, if you're watching us on YouTube, on racer.com, on speedsport.com, any channels you're watching us today, please share those links with your friends in the industry. I mean, what we heard just in the previous session is so valuable. So thank you very much. Dick is with us. Brooke is with us. So Beth, you carry on.
Excellent. Look at this. Changing my papers too. Now we're talking about diversity diversity, we talk about it all the time, but the reality is it's good business. And so we want to talk about how that affects your business and what you can do about it if you want to either expand your workforce or expand your fan base. It's something that's critical for this business. And I'm so glad that we as an industry have really figured that out because, again, it's for the future health of our sport. We need more people to be watching, more people to be buying tickets to come to venues. And ideally, one of the ways that we've been doing that is by getting more people into the paddock working in the paddock, because now it seems far more relatable for that person watching at home or watching, in the grandstands, because it all matters so that we can be racing for years to come. So with us today, we have Brooke Bond from Bosch Motorsport US and Dickie Regal from Lime Rock Park. And the reason why I selected both of these panelists is because Brooke, with working with Bosch this year, they have done some very, really proactive events, some progressive events, ideally to try to get women into racing, but really ideally so that they could perhaps be future employees of Bosch. So very, very smartly, very strategically put together some interesting events that may continue, but it's to introduce people to our industry, because it might be something that people had never considered, and really exposing them to what the career paths may be within motorsport itself. And Dickie Regal is the president of Lime Rock Park, and has been very supportive of Women in Motorsport North America from the beginning, has been on our working group, but this year announced that Lime Rock Park is our regional hub for women in motorsport. And Dickie has really invested time and imagination into supporting getting more women into the sport to support his venue and the series that do race at Lime Rock Park throughout the year. So Brooke, we'll start with you. Just give us a little bit of a quick background of just what you did right before Bosch, so it puts in perspective for the viewers of why you have what adds to your perspective in the role you're in now with Bosch Motorsport.
Definitely. So thanks again for having me join the conversation. And prior to joining Bosch, I had worked on an all-women's off-road rally in Morocco, the Rally Aisha de Gazelle. And then I joined a group of British motorsport brands that were expanding their market to the US. So those Janetta, Bowler, and the Ariel Atom. So I was very involved into motorsports, and now within Bosch, I can kind of continue that and really understand what Bosch is doing to widen the circle and really educate people on what the motorsport industry has to offer, the many different careers and opportunities, both here in the US and globally.
Absolutely. Thank you. And Dickie, you've been at Lime Rock now for a couple of years. You want to just tell a little bit of what you did before owning a racetrack, and kind of what brings you with us today for being our WIMNA regional hub?
Yeah, thanks so much, Beth, and great to see you again, Brooke. We were all together just a couple of weeks ago out in Arizona for that fabulous Women in Motorsports North America Summit. Had the opportunity to meet so many fantastic people. So, in meeting all of them, it really adds luster and validates Lime Rock Park's decision to become a real partner with WIMNA. So looking forward to all that opportunity. My background, I was in the RV industry with a company called Airstream, and and also Thor Industries, its parent company. But also founded my own little my travel business, Airstream To Go, immediately before having the opportunity with two fellow partners, Charles Mallory and Bill Rickert, to work together in partnership with Skip Barber, the legendary Skip Barber, to purchase Lime Rock Park. And we did that April 1st, 2021. So now building on Skip's unbelievable legacy and all of his stewardship to become the next stewards of this historic facility. So looking forward to all that opportunity ahead.
Yeah, and doing a fantastic job, I may say. So let's just talk about, we're talking about diversity for business. And again, you know, the knock-on effect of why that has value. We know that we've seen reports that companies with diverse boards perform better. But what do you think the value of diversity is at your company? So Brooke, when you talk about just diversity, you know, why do you think diverse teams perform better?
It really comes down to decision making and the pace of this industry overall. When you kind of have to be, whether you like it or not, or no matter how much level of preparation you put into a race or a season, there's always unforeseen issues that come up. There's always a lot of people fighting for your attention and for many different reasons, and to be able to problem solve with a mix of options, just diversity feeds that. We all have different backgrounds. We all have, you know, so much to offer, and to have a diverse kind of decision-making table really feeds that quick decision-making process. And, you know, to assess the situation, learn from your decisions, and then kind of repeat on that again, and to be strategic, but also have your ears open wide, and to really make sure that, you know, everyone a part of that conversation has a seat and a voice at the table.
Yeah, a different experience, right? Different diversity of thought is going to give you maybe ideas or solutions you wouldn't have considered because you had that different lens. And so somebody on your team might have seen a pitfall before, right? That you might not have. And so it's nice to kind of hear different voices, especially when you're setting strategy, to your point. Vicky, what do you think the value of diversity is? So again, I know we say it, we throw the word around, and you and I talked about this, that right now people think that it could just mean women, but when you look at something like Lime Rock, you have a twofold challenge because you have your own staff and you want to make sure that you have the best staff possible for your own setting of strategy and execution of operations, but you also have a fan base that you need to cultivate, and you need to get people to come to your venue. So when you talk about diversity, you kind of have a two-pronged thing. So how do you know, in everything that you're doing in future planning for Lime Rock, where does diversity sit in your strategy?
Yeah, I don't know how many how many times are on that fork, that all the inputs that we have with so many, not just the fan base, but our competitors, participants, our EMS providers, the sanctioning bodies. We're so many different things at this little operation in the northwest corner of Connecticut, which under the term diversity, may be a less diverse community inherently. So we have our challenges, but to me, diversity, is really about recognizing that great input and perspective comes from anywhere. And if all of us, and I'll say, even selfishly for Lime Rock Park, we're all built around growth. How do we expand, our opportunity as an industry around motorsports, and how do we involve more and more people? Because that growth is only possible if we talk to new people. Our partner at IMSA, John Doonan, said it on Tuesday during the EPARTRADE conference here at Industry Week, that even with all of IMSA's amazing growth in 2023, their objective for 2024 is to build the new audience, build our future. And so input at Lime Rock Park comes from everywhere. And if we stifle it, if we stifle that input, we stifle that participation, we're really doing ourselves a disservice. It really helped us drive our partnership with WIMNA, and sure, it's a wonderful thing to be associated with this unbelievably dynamic organization, WIMNA, but yet it only comes to real life at Lime Rock Park about how we integrate it into every single day. So that means employees, it means new relationships throughout the industry, new relationships with our fans, new relationships with merchandise, and all those things help build a more rich experience for everybody at a venue like Lime Rock.
And let's be clear, like venues around the country, all track venues, you have sponsors and that help support the ongoing operations of tracks. So when you have a broader fan base, that also then broadens the opportunities that you have for different sponsors that you can then talk to, because then they can start to see their customer base fitting in with yours. If you're very siloed, it also then limits your sponsorship opportunities. So again, when we say this is, for good for business, those are the ways that it manifests. This, you could start talking to companies that might have, within Connecticut, which is, probably the second or third smallest state in the union. There's still companies that are here that have never been to Lime Rock Park, but as using that as an example for other venues around the country, that the more that you widen the draw of what's going on at your venue, the more sponsors that you then have access to, and who would seek, would be able to receive value by being partnered with you. Now, so we know why
all the little things matter, and
Yeah.
it is that full wheel, Beth, that you're talking about. So you can't make really mistakes anywhere along the way, because if you disenfranchise any participant, you'll hear about it, particularly through social media, and all of a sudden, that'll be a little chink in the armor where somebody will have a doubt about, if Lime Rock Park didn't do something right, is that going to be worse for me? So we have to really focus on the little things, and little things can be really big opportunity for a lot of people as we talk about diversity in our industry.
And one thing too, I know that, people want to do the right thing, and they don't necessarily know where to start. So we're going to talk a little bit about how to put an event together, like kind of right now, what do we do about it? We all agree it matters. We all agree it's good business, but now what? Like, what's a way to kind of start small and kind of put one foot in front of the other? I think the thing to remember too is it's okay to make mistakes. You're going to make mistakes, but the idea is, ask questions, be vulnerable. I know, Dickie, you have had an experience which has been fantastic, where you have a driver who is a quadriplegic, actually, who is Torsten Gross, who started at an HPDE day at Lime Rock, totally got the racing bug, has now been racing. In fact, I think last week was down in Coda racing. But I think, didn't he also kind of help you with some of the accessibility questions that might happen at a racetrack, where now all of a sudden you've got somebody who's basically helping to consult and have that perspective that you're not going to think about as readily as somebody like Torsten would.
Yeah, thanks so much, Beth, for mentioning Torsten Gross and the Just Hands Foundation. So, Torsten is wheelchair bound, and yet being in a race car is something that completely frees him, because then he's able to compete and participate in a fully abled way. And Torsten's perspective, just like any perspective that I just mentioned at Lime Rock, is an opportunity for us to grow. We realized that, even with the beautiful condition of the park, we had poor ADA compliance. And so even our main concession stand wasn't really accessible. So boom, there's our next major, capital project, not dictated by Torsten, but influenced by him. I'll mention another thing, not to embarrass Torsten, but he had a little off-piste experience in his Porsche this summer, and everything fine. But we realized that, our EMS services, we had to invest in some new Armco, some new barriers and things that made it possible for our EMS company to better service not just a disabled driver or with a Just Hands participant, but everybody at Lime Rock Park. So again, that input comes from everywhere.
Absolutely. Well, very well said. So if we say that we know the why, so let's talk about the how. So I know, Brooke, you and Bosch, you were part of the team that put together these wonderful events. They were kind of like a racing 101. And I think that's has been really a lovely way to introduce people. But I think let's talk a little bit about what the events were, and then kind of things that maybe people that are listening could mimic and do in their own part of the country. And certainly, again, as I like to say, let's copy off each other's notes. We're getting best practices here, and we don't need to reinvent the wheel. And we can let's talk about the success and failure of these events, and kind of, so what was it, and how did you promote it, and where did you find the participants?
Definitely. So the event series that Beth is referencing is something we self-titled as Electrify Your Career in Motorsports. And we
Get
did
it,
one.
Bosch, get it. It's fantastic.
We did one with in partnership with Formula E at the Portland race this past year. And then we continued the concept in the IMSA paddock for the Indianapolis Speedway race earlier in September, I believe. And we reached out to local schools, kind of professors from a wide range of specialties, obviously touching on engineering and any Formula SAE teams, or really anyone we could find with engineering background, and said, promote this or pass this on to any of your students who are interested in motorsport. And any women in particular that, want to find another route to learn what the opportunities are within motorsport, and to see, what they can begin to educate themselves on to get into the industry. So we produce these events with, half of them are kind of workshop visioning exercises to help them define what success means to them. And then the other half was to introduce them to other women in the paddock who, when they started their careers, they were the only women in the paddock. And, how did they start to, dive deeper into their expertise? How did they learn more about the industry, what they need to perform better, and just walked these kind of college-age students through the career path that a lot of these people had throughout the paddock, because no two paths are the same.
Right.
To note Dickie's earlier mention at our panel at WIMNA, and we need to highlight those stories, because a lot of times we see people who have succeeded in the industry are, the fallacy is that their path was straight, when in fact, we all had a lot of different things to pull us into where we are today. So that's how we recruited for the event. And then we followed up with all the participants on, all the internships that are available throughout the paddock, and with the different teams and the different classes within IMSA in particular, just opens you up to a very wide range of opportunities. And
to be fair, though, too, that, like, shameless, realistically, because you're looking for candidates that may eventually work for Bosch, and that's okay. It's a great way to, and sometimes, years ago, it would be that companies would be hesitant to do a lot of outreach to students, because they might not be ready to work for your company just yet. So that there is a little bit of this is not a direct ROI measurement necessarily all the time. And so how do you find that budget, or how do you find the strength corporately for larger companies to invest in these events? Because sometimes, you might, again, you hosted 25 women. What if none of them come work for Bosch? Does it still have value? Because, to your point, it's a circuitous path. Maybe they might work for Bosch 10 years from now. So
definitely.
How do you convince management that this matters?
Mm-hmm. And just to allocate time for it is always the hardest part. And so that's where we're focusing on the pipeline, and we understand that not a lot of young girls are encouraged to jump back into a go-kart, or not many young girls are encouraged to tear apart home appliances, and to see what they like to do, and to understand how that applies in the real world and for their careers. So I appreciate Bosch's stance of, we don't have any targets of diversity, but we're intentional with the dollars that we do have, and to keep, encouraging that pipeline, whether it is 5-10 years out of when they might be able to join us in the office, still building that pipeline and educating the girls on those opportunities, and uncovering the Easter eggs that they wouldn't find from a Google search, or scraping LinkedIn, is to really give them those real life opportunities and contacts for them to grow into their next stage. So it's definitely felt from a corporate standpoint as just to seed and help develop that pipeline, and to learn on it year after year. Well, this is the first year, so I'm sure we'll do it better next year.
Brooke, you
I think
mentioned
the key word that you said is intentional too. I think the intentional part is key.
Yeah, you had mentioned, Brooke, convincing. You don't have to convince management at Bosch, and we felt that you were involved in the Women Power Hour at Bosch, at Lime Rock this summer. But if you look around at even within our industry, I think leaders that are widely respected, whether it's Roger Penske or Doug Bowles at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Connie Nyholm at VIR, within our road racing industry council, these are leaders that deliberately look for input outside of just their management team. And I know we try to do the same thing within the management team at Little Lime Rock, that we look for that input anywhere. Long gone, I think, are the days when even as talented a leader as a Doug, a Connie, or a Roger, because of their acumen, they could be myopic. They could just do it, and they would kind of do things right. That kind of leadership is long gone. We're talking about you must be inclusive, and as I said before, diversity isn't just a race or a creed or something. We have to look to the future. We have to look to youth. We have to look to people who have never participated in the industry before, because they will all influence our greater opportunity ahead. So I just feel like it's a diversity of opinion, diversity of perspective that makes our entire industry that much stronger.
That's such a great point, because I think that's the other thing that we need to kind of again outline here is when we throw the word around, but it means that it can mean a few different things. It could literally mean that, let's say you're doing your 2024 planning for what arc of the events are on your calendar, and when you should have that junior person, and these are big planning meetings. I'm not talking about financial investment of the kind of board meetings that you have. I'm talking about the general planning that you have. Make sure that when you look around the table, it's a mix of your team. And that way you've got the veterans who have wonderful wisdom and have kind of seen a lot of things. And then you have those fresh eyes. And it's that diversity around the table of having that mix of ages and experience, because there might be a creative idea. And, you always hear that, oh, well, we've always done it this way. Ideally, we're saying that less and less. Just because something might not have worked years ago doesn't mean it might not work now. You have to take into consideration that, times and things evolve. And so, when we say the word diversity, we don't just think it's just women, it's just people of color. No. It's meaning it could be people having different backgrounds, like, Brooke having a different career path, behind you. Like, we were showing, I think that was one of the wonderful things about that event, especially at the IMSA event at Indianapolis Motor Speedway in September, because it was a little bit it was a 2-day event. So it was a little bit broader content, that let's say we had 15 different people over the course of these 2 days speak to these women. Some of them had worked in completely different industries and then found their way to motorsport. And it's interesting that's that light bulb moment for young people to realize, even if you don't do this right away, you can do this 10 years from now, and that you still have value. So when you look at what you're going to do for 2024, how do you intentionally, what do you have on the docket for 2024 to expand your fan base? I mean, we want to make sure that, Dickie, starting with you, that we want to make sure that Lime Rock is a place where everybody sees themselves. how do you reach your audience and communicate that?
Our 2024 planning, really began day one, back in 2021, and we were fortunate, again, calling out a fellow, Race Industry Week participant, Chris Stewart from Grid Life. We were able to establish a partnership with Grid Life that now going into our third year in 2024 with another already prescribed year ahead in 2025. Lime Rock Park is one of the oldest facilities in the country, and Grid Life is the youngest grid in racing, and a diverse and inclusive community in and of itself. So the lesson for us was to not just focus inwardly, on our fan base and on the people that are around us in the Northeast Metroplex at Lime Rock Park, but to deliberately attach ourselves to the opportunity to partner with an up-and-coming and wonderful group of people like we have at Grid Life, an entirely new fan base. Year one, 80% roughly of those Grid Life fans that came to Lime Rock Park were brand new, had never been to Lime Rock Park before. And that's magic for us.
That's absolutely huge. I mean, that's a staggering number. And how did that relationship start? Did they call you? Did you call them? How did you find them?
I've got to give credit to our other partner, FCP Euro, the online auto parts partner at Lime Rock Park, wonderful organization. They made the introduction, and it was just the perfect fit. And we're so proud of our partnership with Grid Life and, of course, with FCP Euro.
And this is why a healthy ecosystem really really helps all of us. And so whether it's, Bosch supporting and creating an event that then is bringing in people, again, you're attracting, Brooke, with what you guys put together with this Electrify Your Career in Motorsport, you are reaching a university audience that may be fans, but didn't really realize that there might have been a race event coming up in their backyard that they could attend because it wasn't necessarily on their radar, and then they meet people and it expands. But that's a wonderful example, Dickie, where again you have a sponsor that's very much in the wheelhouse, but then it winds up growing laterally. And I think that's the magic of our industry, and it's always sort of evolving that way. But I think the most important thing we want to take away from this is that diversity is meaning diversity of thought, diversity of perspective, and that you can do this by being intentional, and it's good for business because we all need more people to love the sport that we love. Brooke, any closing thoughts on what you have planned for the future and where you see everything going?
Our mission statement internally is still to be intentional about making a difference and inspiring the next generation, and keep giving resources to that future pipeline, and to ask them for feedback and to continue to iterate on what we've started. So very much looking forward to 2024 and several other events with WIMNA and the entire community. So
excellent.
A huge thank you to EPARTRADE and Racer. What a great event. And I know you're coming to the home stretch here, so thank you for including all of us.
Thank you, Dickie. It means a lot. And actually, the next hour, we're going to be talking to AERA, and we're going to travel to Argentina to talk about the TC2000, which is a fabulous racing series down south. So, stay with us. Thank you very much. We're going to transition directly into our next session because it's pretty much the hour right now. And we will bring Joe Castello with us any second. Joe is going to... Oh, Judy, you're on mute. You're on mute, Judy.
Thank you. I saw Dickie and Brooke at Women in Motorsports, just great people, and I'm thankful they joined us today.
Oh, great. Excellent. So Joe Castello should be with us any second. And then we're going to be talking. Mr. Castello, welcome back.
Happy Friday. How are you guys?
Good. Did you enjoy yesterday? You had a busy day yesterday.
Oh, it was horrible. I had to talk to John Force and Tony Stewart. That was terrible. And Matt Hartford. What a day we had. And then the surprise of Linda Vaughn at the end of it. I walked away, obviously, for those that don't get American sarcasm. That's a joke. I had a great time. And I walked out of the studio and thought, my goodness, like, could I have interviewed 4 bigger personalities back to back than that. I don't think so. The stories Linda was telling, and I know you guys at EPARTRADE, you will put these out on your own channels throughout the year. But what a treat. What a treat. Hopefully the audience enjoyed it. We're going to have more fun today. I know we've got Top Fuel World Champion Doug Kalitta later on in the day. I just interviewed him on my WFO radio podcast a couple of weeks ago, and he is just so excited about this championship. Jim Oberhofer, we're going to talk crew chiefing, but right now we're going to dive into it with a couple of friends as well from the AERA, the Automotive Engine Rebuilders Association. Speaking of the next generation, this is what these guys are doing. They are like providing a pathway for the next generation of engine builders and machinists. So I'm super excited to get started.
We're proud to have both Chuck and Brian on. Thank you.
Excellent.
Good to see you guys.
Judy, thank you.
Thank you.
What's up, Chuck and Brian? How are you guys? Good morning, good day, good afternoon.
Good morning. We're doing great. How about yourself, Joe?
Oh, super excited. What a year it has been. And EPARTRADE Industry Week has become part of the conclusion of the year, or maybe the start of next year. Not quite sure. But let's talk a little bit about the AERA at the start of 23. I was honored to have been able to witness one of your regional events and see a packed house at Randy Neal's shop. We're talking balancing, talking engine rebuilding, just a live in-person seminar. And what was what stuck out in my mind was all the youth there. I know you guys provide a guidelines and have all the data to every engine pretty much built from the dawn of man, but you had a really good following with students, frankly.
Yeah, absolutely. We have an engine machinist certification program that we've over 70 schools participate in. So yeah, that's been a really good program for us. And, the continuing education stuff. So like today, you got Brian here on board. Brian's got a lot of history in the gasket manufacturing, many years with Felpro. He worked for Dana, Victor Rhines, Modern Silicone. So you being at the track all the time, know how important that gasket design stuff is and keep stuff sealed up. So yeah, I guess we'll kind of let Brian get into rolling out some of the gasket features. He's got some slides to share, and on kind of MLS gasket design, we're going to kind of keep it focused on that. You talk all gaskets, we don't have enough time in a couple days. So anyway, we'll let him roll into that just a little bit, and then we'll talk about surface finishes and machining and the importance of those factors with gasket seal.
Excellent. Brian, take it away.
All right. Thank you. Let's see if I can share this screen here. All right. Everybody see that?
I do. Yeah, I got it. Chuck, you see it?
Oh, yeah. Good.
Okay, good. Just make sure everybody can see it. Okay, so we're going to focus primarily on MLS. It seems to be the dominant technology used today on most current engines. So if you look at MLS construction, it usually consists of multiple layers. The outer layers, which we refer to in the industry as active layers, they have a rubber coating. So if you see the blue, that's the rubber that's applied to both surfaces of, generally it's like a full hard stainless steel of some kind that has memory. And then it's embossed with, tooling in a punch press or hydraulic press. And those embossments are formed into that stainless steel, and it forms basically a hump that once you compress it, it concentrates the load in that area for the seal. And then as the head lifts during the combustion process, it acts like a spring and travels with the head and maintains contact on the flanges to maintain the seal. In the middle there, you see the distance layer. That's usually just a shim layer of a given thickness that is put in the middle just to give it the correct thickness that's needed. In the aftermarket conditions, obviously you'd want to have a thicker than OE head gasket to allow you to machine the surfaces of the block and the cylinder head and return the height back to what it was or close to it. So when you look at, let's see, can you see my mouse floating around here?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So these embossments right here on these two layers here, if you picture the cylinder head being torqued up, these two layers would sandwich together and make contact with that distance layer. And then as the head lifts, they return back up like a springing action. So it maintains that seal. And what's important on this rubber coating is the ability for it to seal all of the micro surface finish conditions that you encounter in machining. And the surface finish down below is like an exaggeration, obviously, but these little peaks and valleys in here embed into this rubber coating and provide the micro seal for fluids. So that's critical that you have the correct surface finish for this particular application of MLS. So, and if you look at this slide, this is a hyper exaggeration as well of it sitting there, and you can see on the far right hand side where the valleys are. I hope you can see it at least. The valleys, there's voids there where the rubber's not thick enough to accommodate that surface finish, and that's a potential leak path for fluid. So again, that surface finish is critical. We're going to get into that, but just so you understand, that's what that coating is for, and that's why it's very important to assemble in a clean environment, because it's very easy on some of these MLS head gaskets to take it out of the package, set it down on your workbench, and any shavings or whatever that might be there, dirt, debris, can sometimes stick to that surface of that rubber coating. And if you're not paying attention, you'll put that onto the cylinder head and the block. And when you torque it up, you damage the gasket or the flange. So you got to be careful of that.
Yeah, good point. With the cold seal materials that are applied sometimes can be sticky, so they can pick up cardboard dust, they can pick up any debris that might be in your shop. So clean, cleanliness next to godliness. We always say that, but if you have a sticky material that's applied to the gasket, then you can, set yourself up with trouble, right out the gate just because of that. Hey, Brian, if you could go back to that first slide, maybe we could talk a little bit about like the chamfer of a cylinder bore. You got to be cautious that if you squeeze down on those active layers and that leg can't react because it's falling into a chamfer of the cylinder bore, then you're going to also have a hard time maintaining a combustion seal over the long duration, because that's going to flutter.
Right. So like Chuck was saying, let's just pretend that this edge here is the combustion opening side of the gasket. When this thing is, installed, if somebody gets real aggressive, let's say it's a tight fit for the cylinder bore to the gasket bore, and somebody gets really aggressive on the chamfering, that chamfer could be underneath a portion of this MLS gasket. So it's hanging out there. On some designs, they'll have a stopper that's on the distance layer, and that's just like a primary seal, and then this seal back here acts as the secondary seal, and then that stopper helps with head bore distortion, head bending, stuff like that. But if that is hanging over into that unsupported chamfer area, you can almost have a hot spot condition on that edge, or more likely you're going to have that flutter going on. And as you're getting cycle after cycle after cycle, basically it's like taking a paper clip and bending it back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Eventually you have metal fatigue, and then you have a crack and it breaks. So we've seen it where people get pretty aggressive on those chamfers to help with installing the piston rings, but you got to be careful and make sure that you don't go too far on that. Pay attention to where that gasket is landing. So.
All right, and I think we can now kind of get into the surface finish and flatness information you got there. So,
Sure. So we got some general guidelines. Most of this information, was provided by aftermarket suppliers like Phelps or Victor Rines. But these are generalizations. So 3-cylinder V6 engines, the max out of flat condition across the length of the cylinder head, 3 thousandths width. I think it was 2. I can't see here with stuff. Yeah. 4-cylinder and V8 engines, 4 thousandths. Inline 6-cylinder engines, 6 thousandths. So
basically a thou per bore length.
Yeah. So just want to pay attention to that and make sure that you're not exceeding that, because you can have the correct surface finish, but if it's not flat, you're still going to have issues with the head gasket. So make sure you got the right surface finish and it's flat is going to give that gasket the best chance for success. Do you want to get into this portion of it, Chuck?
Yeah, sure. So, Brian saying surface finish, surface roughness. RA is a really old spec. It actually doesn't give us a ton of information. More currently, we're looking at specs like RZ, where you get a lot more data out of that trace sample. And then waviness. And with MLS gaskets, we just can't speak to flatness enough. So we mean flatness, yeah, you check with a straight edge and a feeler gauge or whatever, but there's also the waviness effect. Waviness and roughness are 2 totally different things. So roughness is kind of the grip, but waviness is kind of like the topography of the whole surface. So if you were looking at the ocean, peak to valley waves or something like that, or the mountains around us. So the little rocky crags and so forth that you're going up and down a mountain, and or the little stones, that can be kind of your roughness. But from the peak to the valley is super important as well. So if you take a look at when we set up our machines, sometimes if we don't have a good rigid setup, if the machine's not on a good footing or whatever, we can induce waviness, and that is totally different than the roughness. The thing is, the frequency at which that waviness exists is really important. So if you you have a situation of like a vibration, it may be at a high frequency that, like in that one image that Brian showed earlier, where there was a gap under the cold seal. Well, you can imagine that on the rigid part of it, that those are at a frequency that steel gasket can't conform to that. Kind of like the suspension bridge thing. You see a sag in it, but it doesn't reach the bottom. Well, ideally, it's a bridge. You don't want to. But when you're trying to seal a surface with a gasket, you don't want those valleys below the bridge. You want full contact. And give every opportunity for that thing to seal for a long time. And now with, forced induction on just about everything, we really need a better method of measuring in the shop to make sure that we are flat. And there are waving or profilometers that measure waviness, but it's just become so critical because MLS gaskets are everywhere.
Yeah, I agree. Shops, they just have to have a profilometer. You just can't use like a old school comparator or fingernail, method. You just don't really know what you're dealing with as far as the surface finish. It may look good, but it could be a problem.
Yeah, I get, especially like some of the OE cold seal technology is different than the aftermarket. The aftermarkets are looking at, hey, not every surface is getting the attention. So say somebody takes a head to a machine shop, but they don't do something with the block, and the aftermarket's trying to accommodate that. But there's limits to everything, right?
Yeah. Yeah, when we're talking surface finish, we're not just talking the cylinder head. The block needs to be taken into account as well. Sometimes that gets overlooked, but all right. Do you want to continue on, Chuck, or do you want me to do this?
Yeah. We can kind of tag team it here, but heads, blocks, manifolds, I think sometimes we probably don't give the exhaust face or the intake face the consideration, but most of the time those are going to be a very hard gasket, so they're going to have to be really smooth and flat. Any comments on that, Brian?
Yeah, a lot of the modern engines these days are using like an MLS exhaust manifold gasket. Some intakes, usually I think on the intakes, it's maybe like a single layer, like on some Toyotas and stuff. They use single layer rubber coated metal. So it's basically one layer of an MLS gasket, basically. The surface finishes still apply.
Right. Actually, you would think, okay, so I don't have that reactionary effect of the spring. So that means I need to be smooth and flat, probably more so than the other components. But yeah.
Smooth is good, but getting too smooth can also be an issue where it doesn't bite into the gasket and the gasket can move around. And gaskets moving is not a good thing. It will destroy a gasket over time. So,
yeah, to go back in history a little bit, I think, that's probably what drove MLS gaskets, right? So when you had, say, an iron block aluminum head, you had a different thermal expansion rate of those two surfaces. So we did things where we would lace the gasket on the aluminum head side because we knew that it moved more. We were a little bit smoother, but we had a fairly aggressive surface on the block to grip that gasket. And you still had gasket shredding, false Brunelling, things of that nature. But with the MLS gaskets, not only do you allow head lift, but some lateral movements when you stack those pieces together. Now, I think as a rule, the more layers in the gasket is probably because testing proved that there was more movement, right?
Yeah. When you see five, like MLS head gaskets that have, 4, maybe 5, sometimes 6 layers, that's to accommodate massive amounts of head lift. So finite element analysis testing, and then real world measurements, in a lab environment shows that when that engine cycles, the head is lifting X amount of distance. And then that distance to accommodate contact between the flanges consistently, you add more layers. One of the common ones I can think of is like the Ford 6.0 diesel. That guy had a lot of head lift. So
a lot of head lift and not a lot of bolts, like right?
Layers or something. Yeah. So,
yeah.
Yep.
So some of the coatings, could you speak to that a little bit?
Sure.
Are they mostly silicon based or silicone based?
I don't think I've run across any manufacturers using silicone.
Okay.
Traditionally, it's usually like a nitrile or a Viton or FKM type of coating. Obviously, the FKM Viton has a higher temperature range, so it's also quite a bit more expensive. So it's used selectively for applications that absolutely require it, where nitrile primarily covers the vast majority of MLS applications out there.
So just to, so people would understand, those are also the things that you would see running against a crankshaft or a valve stem seal or, something of that nature. So Viton's a trademark.
Fluoroelastomer, FKM, you might have heard all of those terms, but that is utilized a lot in specialty applications. Nitrile is probably the vast majority of applications out there. So I don't think I've ever seen silicone.
Yeah, I was just throwing it out there just as a reference point or something. Yeah.
Silicone's operating temperature ranges, I don't know if that would be adequate. So, and then it's tensile strength. So, stay away from that one, I guess, for now. I don't have any background with that. So, So if you look at some of these, like RA finish, RZ finish here, like you see that 80 RA, that's on aftermarket head gaskets. You can use an aftermarket head gaskets up to like an 80 RA. But if you have a OE head gaskets, usually you want to be in that 30 RA range to accommodate it. So the aftermarkets, they put in a little bit thicker coatings to handle those more aggressive surface finishes. But there is a limit that you can go to, so you got to stick within it.
You know, and Joe, this is some of the same type of information that we have in our machinist certification program manual as well. So, you know, anything from shop safety to handling, you know, materials, chemicals, standard processes for machining, you know, chip load, you know, what is climb milling, you know, just that kind of jargon. So general machine shop, and then translate that into automotive machine shop, and then part design and so forth. So yeah, going back to the continuing education thing, this is just a bit of what we try to do at AERA. We're not just a source for specifications, but also training education for the industry.
Yeah. All the young guys coming in, make sure that they are skilled and know how to do this stuff.
And on that note, there is a question in the chat. I just want to mention it. But before we get to that, because, you know, the seminars are a little quicker this year, give all the vital information where people who are watching and realizing that this is vital and important, but want to find out more or reach out to you guys or maybe even join the AERA. How does all that happen?
So if you want to just check us out, the short answer there is you could go to aera.org to our homepage, and then there's tons of tabs. There's technical, there's history, there are outreach programs. We got the Engine Rebuilders Education Foundation, links to our magazine. We have the Engine Professional magazine, links to get signed up for the courses if you would be interested in doing that. Of course, you know, feel free, you could call AERA directly. We have a tech line that you know, direct for membership, for schools, whatever. And yeah, but if you just aera.org is probably the best opportunity to take a look at all of that as a whole.
And the question from James is like, where is all this improvement coming from? And I think the answer is probably both, but if you could elaborate, is it better ability to manufacture, or is it measure? Like, are we manufacturing things better to increase the seal, or are we measuring better, or is it really just, as our great mutual friend Lake Speed says, a soup where it's all important?
I believe it's really that, because, you know, if you measure with a yardstick, what is your tolerance? So as we keep improving process, and then we have to measure more closely to see where you're at, you know, because ideally you try to make the, you know, spec fit the need, right? So there's like, does the window fit the spec, or the spec fit the window? So it's really about need. So as we keep increasing horsepower, is, you know, everything now is small displacement and it's forced induction, and we're using as much of the, you know, fuel efficiencies as we possibly can. So as we continue to do that, we keep tightening that tolerance. So I think it's kind of hand in hand. I need to be able to measure it accurately and measure the right thing. So I hope that answered that.
It absolutely did. And you guys are always wonderful. And frankly, having been able to see multiple of your presentations over the years, it's important. And if you're going to spend money, as everyone does, to build these engines, whether high performance or otherwise, you might as well get it right. Like Brian said about, you know, the gasket on the work table, picking up some debris and being conscientious and seeing and hearing the way you think I think is extremely valuable to the person out there who's got a project, pursuing a project, or is in this business. Because you guys as industry leaders and the keeper of the scrolls, if you will, if that's how you think, that's how everybody should be thinking about it. So great job.
Thank you.
Well said, Joe. And we wanted to give everyone a little preview of, this is what we do every week at EPARTRADE from beginning of February to the end of October. We run a weekly tech webinar series. Race Industry Week, as Judy says every morning, is the icing on the cake, where we bring all the big speakers and series organizers and promoters from around the world. But what you just saw from the AERA is a series called Race Industry Now that we produced every Wednesday on the EPARTRADE platform, and we invite all the suppliers in the industry to talk about technical subjects. So thank you very much, gentlemen. Stay with us. We're going to travel to Argentina, to one of my favorite countries and one of my favorite racing series, TC 2000. So stay with us. We'll run a short video from our sponsors and we will be right back.
All right.
EPARTRADE is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
EPARTRADE, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
EPARTRADE really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
There are two types of people: racers and everyone else. In a sport driven by passion, excellence, courage, and ingenuity, Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Get 1 year of Racer's print and digital editions for only $50, with instant access to our digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Speed Sport 1 is your new home for motorsports. If you're a hardcore race fan, you've got it all on this new, exciting network. It doesn't matter if it's on land or water, 2 wheels or 4, asphalt or dirt. It's all free at speedsport1.com. You can also take it on the go with the Speed Sport 1 app. Download it today. This is Speed Sport 1, the live racing network. Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Scott Lewis & Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With Shop Monkey, we've been able to grow the shop by 20% in gross sales since implementing it in the shop. Everything that we were doing before has been sped up with Shop Monkey. All of our parts ordering, all of our approvals, all of our mechanics knowing what to do next. And I've had friends that are in the trade that own shops ask about Shop Monkey, and I highly recommend it just because of easy use. There's nothing like it with that kind of platform.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. Next, we're going to travel to Argentina to talk about a very successful racing series called TC 2000. So during Race Industry Week, we traveled the world and we talked to promoters and sanctioning organization and people from around the world. And we covered this year Super GT in Japan, DTM in Germany, and many others. And this is very important. It's a very important touring car series that involve a lot of permanent manufacturers. So Joe Castello, we're going to bring on screen German Eunice, who I believe is joining us. I believe German is in Germany, actually, but I think our two other guests are in. No, sorry, German is in Argentina, and I believe Gustavo is joining us from Germany. So. Can you hear us, gentlemen?
Yes, we can hear you here. My name is German, but I am not in Germany. Yes? Okay.
My apologies, Gustavo. Yes, I'm
It's
sorry.
okay.
German,
And here with me is Juan Cruz, and Gustavo is in Germany.
Hi, guys.
Hi, thanks for being with us.
Welcome.
Thank you for the invitation.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. Francisque and Judy have parted ways with us, at least for the time being. I'm very excited. My name is Joe Castello. I know you've got a video at the very beginning, or at least a presentation, to talk a little bit about this great series. So interesting. Why don't you guys begin? Take it away.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I will introduce Gustavo, our engineer in Germany, and Juan Cruz is joining me. We are from a company called Tango Motorsport in Argentina. I will introduce a little bit about Tango Motorsport and the company, and then about TC 2000 and our challenge in the next years. Do you hear me well?
Yes, clearly.
So first of all, a little bit of context for everyone that is outside of Argentina and don't know South America. Argentina is very passionate about motorsports. Motorsports is been changing as in the whole world and growing in the last years. It's still mostly a male activity, but including young people and families in the recent years. Mostly like people that is seeing our categories are 30, 35 years old. We are trying to do a lot of things to include more young people. The passion of motorsport in Argentina remains intact. You can imagine who is our first sports, but our second sport in Argentina is motorsports. 12% of the population receive the passion and the competition of motorsport as a great sport in Argentina, and also Argentina receive drivers and people of all the countries around our country, like Uruguay, Paraguay, Chile, Bolivia, Peru, that come to Argentina to see motorsport. Our country have a lot of circuits. It's more than the average of every country around the world. We have like a kind of 50 racing tracks within the country. But also, as you know, I've been seeing on the conference this week that was great. The world is changing. The world already changed. The way that we consume entertainment, sport, and technology evolved. So Argentine motorsport cannot remain the same. So I would like to introduce a little bit about our company that is called Tango. And we like to dance tango. The tango was created by the brothers Diego and Alejandro Levy. That I will show you in a nutshell a little bit of the story of this young company. Alejandro and Diego was like rally drivers. They create a category called Car X, where it's a mix between rally and racing. in 2011, 2014. And then since that time, they've been acquiring categories like Top Race, Tango Rally Team, that is a very popular rally team in Argentina that used to go to Dakar and the worldwide rally tournaments. Also, then in 2011, 2021, 2022, we acquired TC2000. That was one of the most famous and popular categories within Argentina, and we are going to talk about a little bit more about today and our challenge and our evolution. Within TC2000, we have also 100% of the superbike and motocross market in Argentina, and we also have a Formula Nacional, that is the monopostos, you know, the car for the entry young people that are going into motorsports. The school. The school. So in a nutshell, Tango is one platform with 7 categories and 32 events in a year. So we have more than half of the weekends with events in Argentina. And we include TC2000, Top Race, Superbike, Carex, Formula Nacional, Motocross, and Rally. But let's talk about a little bit of the past, the present, and the future of TC2000. We have here Juan Cruz and Gustavo. But I would like for you to enter a little bit of the passion of TC2000, to see a video of a story in 30 seconds of TC2000 in Argentina. And also I will show the last race we have in October with the stock car in Brazil, in 200 kilometers of Buenos Aires. That was a great event. So in 1 minute lap video, the story of TC2000.
Les nombres 47 pas. Dans la pièce, ça fait comme. Tu vas me faire le show, tu vas voir la claque, tu vas faire la course, tu vas voir la plaque. Venga. C'est bouché sur le rabatté. Le 40 ans l'appel de outillé comme Takeshi Kitano. Le fils dans le lot, ça bouscule en gros, c'est le véhicule jusqu'au crépuscule. À la fuite des vis de procédure, les chercheurs peuvent qui bousculent. Qu'une seule mif, mentalité Napoli. Et 38 Piaggio, Caneloni, trop fin des yépis. J'aurais ni cassé Tokyo, ni Nairobi. Hey. J'en sors la 6 si tu galbais comme un man. Hey. À 50, autobahn, pour garder le Mercedes. Il faut 2 places. Je vais ramener toute la tête. Il faut plus de tasses. Je pense qu'à rouler ma base. Niquer la terre. La chitaine veut de gaz. Le Schwein vert. La meilleure défense, c'est la
That's the story, and I will show now the last 8th of October, a big race in Argentina this year with the stock car of Brazil.
Gustavo, let me step in 1 second. We're going to be running that video for you because there is a little issue with the sound. So stay with us. We're going to be running that video for you, okay? I'm getting a signal from our producer. There we go.
Estes são os 200 km de Buenos Aires, de TC 2000 e Stock Car.
Tremendous, gentlemen. That was fantastic. The audio so much better. What a series you've got.
Sorry. Yes. Now. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. That was another video, but it's okay. If you can hear us, okay. As you saw in the video, if you have that great category, why you need to change? Because nothing's endorsed but change, as Heraclitus said. So we are going to thinking about a better future with TC2000. And there I would like to introduce Juan Cruz and then Gustavo to show you the SUV. So the car we are preparing for 2024. We have already a list of 14 cars prepared for next season. So I would love to give the word to Juan Cruz to talk a little bit about the story, the cars, and the future of TC2000 with Gustavo. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks. It's a pleasure. In my case, I have motorsport in my blood. And to think in change, we need to know a little about the history. I was born in a racing team. Racing in Argentina is a passion. That is our reason. The reason is the passion in motorsport. Without that, TC2000 is one of the most important technological series in Latin America. And today I come to tell you about the evolution or technical evolution of the TC2000. TC2000 was born at the end of 70 years, the beginning of the 18 years, with some model cars like Dodge 1500, of the Peugeot 504, or the Ford Taunus, of the Fiat 125. What did it mean? It means that the public was competing with his car in the track. Your car is in a circuit. TC2000 series until today was based on the technical freedom to design. You are free to design. At the end of the 18 years and the beginning of the 19, appear a lot of cars with crazy designs. For example, brake discs of carbon fiber, or aerodynamic design with a lot of parts with a spatial design, like, for example, run effect. The team, for example, in this time, use during all the weekend around three engines, one to test, other special engine with high power, only for make the hot lap in qualification. After that, change the engine to race. We can think that these guys in these times were very crazy, but this is the spirit of motorsport. In the times, the TC2000 series were increasing the number of cars, the number of drivers, teams. and the interests of the automotive industry, Renault, Volkswagen, Ford, Renault, Peugeot, Fiat were involved with the official teams. In these times, we start to use the first acquisition data system. Well, all the development of the series is related with the technological evolution. At the end of the 19th, Argentina, or the economy of Argentina, crashed. The TC2000 became more and more expensive. TC2000 entered a new era, the era of the common parts. In 2004, we made the most revolutionary technological change. We developed a system of suspension independence in the front suspension. We decide the common system of brakes, and we design a rear axle for the rear suspension that were homologated and provided by the series. The TC2000 teams have the freedom to decide the position of the parts, but the design of the parts was made by our team. In this time, a new management were the leader of this change. And the consequence is the increase of the participation of the automotive industry. Models of Ford, Chevrolet, Renault, Peugeot, Fiat, Honda, Toyota. We focus the development in aerodynamics, electronics, data, and engines. The models were studied in wind tunnels, for example, Myra Aerodynamics in England. CFD began to be used to study vehicles, for example, in Total Sim in England too. Companies like Berta in Argentina, or Sodemo, Pipo Motors, Neil Brown in Europe, start to develop engines to our teams. Brake calipers, Brembo or Ferodo in Paz. Pirelli supply our ties. We use shear box like X-Track, Hewland, or Pankel. In 2008, we made other change, or a very big technical change. We start the era of the common development engine. We decide to make a development with Oreste Berta, that is a very, very important engineer in Argentina. And with Berta design a Duratec engine, 2.2 liters with 270 horsepower. That is the first common engine for our last era in TC2000. In 2012, we changed the name of the TC2000 and involved in Super TC2000, starting the era of VH engine. Radical Performance Engine is a company in England that in this time provide a mix, an union of two crankcases of Hayabusa Suzuki engine, and provide an engine of 4.5 horsepower with an incredible sound. The public in this time berate with this sound, was incredible. The V8 era finished in 2008. In 2019, in line with the global demand of the automotive industry, we start the era of turbos. In Oreca, France, we incorporate a 2.0 turbo engine. That is fantastic. The electronical management of that. The running cost is very low. The maintenance is very, very low, but have a problem, the sound of the turbo. Like Sherman said, In 2022, the Tango Group acquired the Super TC 2000. Appealing to the story, we focus in our brand and recover the history, and we changed the name to TC 2000 again. And we start to plan the TC 2000 next gen. We ask ourselves, what does the public want? The public wants power, the public wants sound. And what the industry wants, demand. What the industry demand? The industry demands the new era of model cars, the SUV. With this premise, we contact an Argentinian that developed his career in Germany. And I want to present Gustavo Estrada, that is the leader of TC 2000 Next Gen project. For me, well, was a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be part of this meeting. Thank you very much, Gustavo.
Thanks, guys. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So one day I got a call to do consulting about the development of this vehicle from Germany. We split the teams in two. One part of the team was in South America and Argentina. A group of engineers, and on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean was me here from Germany, from Stuttgart. And we had this huge goal together with Mr. Mourinho. We need to do an homologation of a new product, of a new TC 2000 with an SUV within 6 months, the full development. And we had only 2 months to make the construction, to go from digital to hardware. And for sure, to have this product definition, we need to work with the design, with the technique, with the package, with the aerodynamics, all the different technical issues that are needed to develop a race car. So we had a new, no more challenges. We had one new engine that we didn't know, 5 cylinders with around 500 horsepower, a new rear axle, and we need to define modularity and exchangeable tools parts, the different cars. Should be easy to interpretation for the regulations, and should be enabled to enable new teams to get into these races, and also give the chances for the teams to do further development. So, as you may imagine, when you have 6 different SUV body works, and we need to add on all the different parts that we are using right now, develop new ones. So it's a huge challenge. So the big question was, how are we going to make to feed them all together? So as the parts as you see here, the whole underbody, the engine, the whole kinematic of the vehicle, the gearbox, and with all these different geometries. And just to have an overview how different the geometries are within the whole technical features. So we're just talking about the wheelbase of the car, the different cars, the 7 cars that we have analyzed. The range is more than 4 inches that we have only in wheelbase. And for example, the height of the car more than 3 inches. So the cars are completely different. And now we're not looking about for example, the rear angle of the window. So we have more than 25 degrees differences. As you may imagine here, the influence of the real wing for an SUV race car must be huge. So we need to put them all this within a performance window. And at the end of the day, we come up with changes in the regulation. So all the cars will get to have the right height. The original wheelbase will be respected. All the cars will get the same track. The position of the engine must be fixed, and many other stuff that we need to define. But the most important of that is that the underbody, the cooling ducting, and the aerodynamic features will be modular, one fits all. And within this regulation, we have, for example, here, this is an example, it's not the final geometry, was developed, and we have different features we can add on the vehicles. So these features are going to be mounted in a certain way that the race teams are going to get the parts from us, and based on the geometry of the car, we will put the cage, the suspension. After that comes the whole ducting. It's like a Lego building the system, the ductings, the heat exchangers, the upwash ductings. After that comes the engine, then the intercooler, and the ducting of the intercooler. And after that, we put the bodywork on the top. As I said before, we're working about something modular. So we have one piece that must be delivered, and every team is going to be able to cut the parts that exceed because they fit in all of them. And we will going to tell them where to cut them and where to put it and how to do the adaptations. As you may see here, for example, for the new Nivus, that we have, the proportions are completely different if you compare with another car. The different nose and how wide the car it is, and the ductings must be adapted for each one of them, and each car is going to have different kind of properties while driving, and this will give us a chance to develop the cars. Every single team will be able to make the best out of it. So if you see here the parts of the car, the aerodynamic features will react different on each vehicle. I need to hurry up because of the time, but what is important to say is all the teams will have different features to work with to balance the car. We call this the yellow areas. So the wing can be moved up and down and change the angle, for example, depending on the shape of the car and depending on the performance. And we will have different dive planes or loops or exits behind the wheels or in the diffuser to try to balance the car, the front and the rear. So at the end of the day, the result is that it was possible to fit all cars within a window, so that we give this information to and the parts we give to all different teams, and the different teams, after we tell them the regulations, they will have a chance to do a further development. In 20. As the result, just the first lap that we ran with the car, and this prototype Tier 1, we only did 250 kilometers run in three very different racetracks, and all of them show the similar lap time of the actual car, and that is a very good signal. And now, from this point on, we will work hard on the further optimization.
Well, thank you very much, and for all the work in preparation and in showcasing your series. And I wish we had more time, but yes. I have the job of keeping the schedule on track, which is not that fun. But
yes,
thank you very much. Thank you, Gustavo, and German in particular, for coordinating everything, because it was not, very easy, with people in Germany, in Argentina, in the States, etc. So thank you. And I hope everyone realize and understand how great of a series it is, and how much history there is behind that series, how much success they went through, and it's a whole new era for TC 2000. So I'm excited to see that the series in good hands. And I wish you the absolute very best. And I hope I can go back and attend one of those races, because I did it many times during my PRI days. I used to go to Argentina once a year, and I was definitely the highlight of the year. So thank you very much. Stay with us. Joe Castello, stay with us. We're going to bring directly our next panelist, because it's already time to move on to our next session. So thank you very much, everyone, for staying with us while we bring our next guest. We don't have too much time to run videos, so Judy,
we are going diesel drag racing.
Exactly. And a big thank you to our sponsors, ETS Racing Fuel, Fifth Third Bank Motorsport, Peak, Penske Racing Shock, Scott Lewis and Associate, Total Seal Piston Rings, ARP, Performance Plus Global Logistics, and Shop Monkey. Ron is with us. We're going to be bringing him on stage and leave him on the hands of Joe Castello. Good afternoon,
Here comes
sir.
the man.
Thank you, Francisque. Thank you, Judy, and welcome, Ron. From Argentine road racing to diesel drag racing. Is it whiplash? I don't know. Ron, I've been doing some education on your series. It looks like, you toured the country, you put on tremendous shows. The whole diesel subculture has been growing and growing over the years. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, it's been growing, and it's gone through different steps as any race motorsports goes through. This was started way back in the early 2000s. So we've been around a while. This is actually going into 2014 will be our 17th year in operation. And we started a couple of years before that with the original group called NHRA. And we started in 2007. And the reason the original group was started was back in the early 2000s, drag strips would not allow pickup trucks on the strips at all. Wheels were too big, trucks weighed too much, the height, this distance between the pavement and the axle was too much. And then also the fairgrounds would not allow diesel trucks into the fairgrounds to pull. So we actually started our own sanctioning body with our own insurance rules, SFI approval, our own techs, everything. And then we went out and rented tracks and started running. And over the years, it becomes so popular. Well, guess what? Now they want all the trucks to run.
Funny how that works, right?
Yeah, funny how that works once you open it up and people see, wow, this could be exciting, So it goes on through the years. It started out as a what I call a small group, and it grew into larger and larger. And then other competing people, promoters, started to try to do what we've been doing for years. And they've changed over the years to several different promoters and people. But we've always been there with the goal of providing family-friendly events for drag racing, sled pulling, dyno competition, and truck shows.
And as this category grows, it's interesting. It seems to it generates its own energy. Like people realize the power of diesel. And I've had many conversations, some with the folks at the AERA and beyond. And you guys are just really figuring out the platform for high performance. You mentioned you're relatively young, but the power that you guys are making and the spectacle of these trucks going down the racetrack, there's not a lot like it.
There is immense power coming from the diesel engines now. What we started out over in the early 2000s, you got to remember stock trucks then were 150 to 200 horse trucks stock. And they were taking them to 400, 500 horse. And people thought, oh, wow, that's a lot of, that's big, that's huge. Well, guess what? Here we are, 2024. And most stock trucks are almost 500 horse now. And that's like everything in today's world, Joseph. I mean, the OEMs copy what happens in the motorsports industry. We've seen that over the many, many hundreds of years, decades, that they come along and copy, go, whoa, maybe they got a hold of something here. These guys are wanting to horsepower up their trucks. And the industry started out as a bolt-on industry. A lot of manufacturers started inventing and making different aftermarket parts that they could put on their grandfather's trucks. A lot of these kids would capture on, their grandfather's truck at 200,000 miles. He went and bought a new one. They'd go, hey, can we have the old one? They'd start putting programmers on, intakes, little larger turbo, little larger injectors. And quite frankly, at the time, it was economics too. It was shortly after 2008, after that last economic disaster we had. The kids start going, hey, wait a minute. I can make a killer pickup four-wheel drive truck that has more horsepower than my little Honda Civic or Accord for about half the price. So why shouldn't I be driving around in a big giant truck? Come on, what's more American than a big 4x4 in a truck, right?
Right. No, perfect example. What is more American than a big 4x4 and the truck? And we keep talking about the youth. I think one of the themes of the industry week, and each year there's a theme, it has been reaching out to youth, trying to get the next generation involved, trying to spark the interest. What age group do you find most interested in this diesel truck craze?
Rural market 16 to 35, easy. I'd say that's 80% of our participants. The rural market, you got to realize, it's not like today's suburbia. Rural markets, the towns are far apart, their jobs are far apart, even their schools are far apart. They have to get in a vehicle and go somewhere by the time they're 14. Most of them already know how to drive by using the farm truck or the tractors. And when they hit 16, they're already working somewhere or driving to school. They're looking for ways to customize their trucks, make it look different from everybody else. And of course, they're like everybody. They're like, ooh, truck, I can make it go faster. I can make it sound meaner. That's great. So they're working a couple of jobs in order to save up their dollars to go after all the accessories that go on a truck plus performance.
And that area is really the base of drag racing. And as someone who spends more than a normal amount of time at drag races, I appreciate the power in the aftermarket. And you guys are really being fueled by that. Let's talk a little bit about how your series, gives an outlet to showcase what the aftermarket is capable of. Without what you guys are doing, where is this happening, right? People want to go out. Ultimately, they want to show what all those adjustments and modifications have done using a proper facility. And when they do that, that empowers the aftermarket. All right, we got a place to do this. Talk a little bit about some of the aftermarket parts and pieces and how they've improved.
Well, they've really improved tremendously. And a lot of it's been developed by many of our small brick and mortar diesel shops who went, you know what, I think I found a better way of doing this than the OEM. And then our manufacturers actually picked it up. And throughout my history of being an automotive aftermarket, a lot of the manufacturers came to me and said, Ron, what can we build to get into this marketplace? And we already had some great guys at the beginning. ARP's been one of the people there for years building. You got to have good head bolts to hold these things together. I mean,
yes.
They'll blow the heads on them every time. I mean, so then I went to people like Molly, and Molly goes, Ron, what do we need to build? I said, well, build us a piston that my guys can keep squirting nitrous through that won't burn the middle of the piston clean through. Can you do that? Guess what? They did it. And same way on gaskets. One of the original guys that helped us out, Bill McKnight at Molly, he passed a few years ago. He says, Ron, what do I need to build? I go, something better than OEM gaskets. These things are blowing through like paper, and build us some good gaskets. So over the years, they've developed some great manufacturing products, cranks, rods, you name it, lifters, everything has been heavy duty built to take the extra horsepower. I mean, okay, so these guys were starting out with 300-400 horse stock trucks. Well, now they're building street trucks at 800 horse. Do you think an OEM part's going to be hold up to that? Not for very long.
And so the cascade of improvement that is motorsport and competition. And we always say a competition improves the breed. You improve one part of your truck, your vehicle, you want to go faster, you want to have fun, and then you expose the next one in the chain that is, as you just mentioned, right, a little too weak, and that has to be improved, thus opening up the whole aftermarket on the vehicle to get involved. I'm sure that goes right through the driveline as well.
Yes, it does. All the way back. I mean, you can make a 3,000 horsepower diesel engine, but if you can't get the power to the wheels, what good does it do? I mean, it's the whole driveline, transmissions, the rear end, the gears, everything. So they all had to be, and then you get into the suspension. The suspensions all had to be reinforced because obviously you're higher horsepower. Well, then you get into the cooling. See where I'm going? It never stops.
Never stops. Yeah, no,
it never stops.
That is racing in motorsports. Hey, there's a question out there, and I want to roll it into a challenge that I'm sure you guys have with regulation and whatnot. And Eduardo says, do you see a role for sustainable fuels in diesel drag racing? And so I know diesel and sustainable fuels, there's some crossover there with with biodiesel and whatnot. Please speak on that. But also with government regulators trying to we know what their goals are with environmental concerns, and sometimes there's overreach. And so how are we balancing all of these things at the same time?
It's a tough fight. It really is on a daily basis. Most people don't realize that each state, if you look at the little sticker on the diesel pump, regulates the amount of biofuel that goes even in your number 2 diesel. It changes. So the regulation of diesel fuel, it's number 2 at the pumps. And they've dropped a lot of the additives and the sulfur out of it in order to create a cleaner pollution environment. But if you go back, Shell released a fuel report probably about 4 or 5 years ago that was very interesting. It showed that 80% of Europe runs on diesel fuel. And if you compare the fuel used in Europe as diesel fuel, it has over 80 more chemical components in it that makes a much higher efficient and cleaner burning diesel fuel than what's used in the United States. And that's compared to 80% of gas vehicles used in the United States and only 20% diesel. So are we doing something wrong? Yeah, I think intentionally. So getting back to the original question is fuel in competition. You have to regulate some competition because a lot of mixtures give the advantage over the different fuel types. I mean, we've had some guys, they actually use jet fuel in a lot of the diesel fuel. And you got to keep it a regulated, being a sanctioning body, we have to keep it where it's fairly equal to everyone. And by doing that, we ask for number 2 diesel with additives that are on the marketplace, which are right now cetane and additives clean. There's several companies that make additives for the diesel fuels. So having a specific fuel for racing, yeah, you still got to follow what's available according to EPA rules.
Interesting. So where is this all going? You have talked a little bit about the success you've had, and I would also like for you to give us a little information on where we can see this. But do you consider, the level of growth that you've had to be a harbinger of things to come? Are you going to continue to grow at this level? Is it going to grow bigger? And what's possible in the future for the National Association of Diesel Motorsports?
It's actually growing bigger. We have, to give you an idea, when we started out, there was 3 diesel events in the United States. 3. Yeah, 3.
That's shocking. And now how many are on now?
During the summer months, during the motorsports months, you can find a drag race or sled pull probably 4 days out of every week in some different county in every state. What I call the farm belt, basically Kansas all the way over to New York. Yeah, there's one 4 days out of the week in every state. It's that populated now.
That's incredible.
Yeah, yeah. And as far as drag racing, yeah, of course you got to go to drag strips, and that is my concern, is the number of drag strips diminishing from our locations around the country. A lot of them are getting eaten up by regulation, by population. They're closing, and I'm a little concerned about that, because it's making our guys harder and harder to find places to go drag race. But that's in all motorsports, not just us. But in the rural markets, that's the nice thing. See, drag racing is still huge at the drag strips in rural locations.
Yeah, that's one of the great challenges, right? But the problem is that there's not tons of people in the rural locations, and so doing it as a business to make money, it makes it much more challenging. But for a market like you guys have, regardless, you need a place to race your vehicle. That's
yes, you do.
Job one. You got to have a place to race your vehicle. Otherwise, I live in southeastern Florida, and so we have lost all our tracks at the moment.
Yeah. Well, we held one every year at West Palm Beach.
Yep. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Now it's gone. In fact, I just talked to one of the guys that used to help me there, and he goes, "Oh yeah, there's nothing left there." I mean, they stripped it. So
the track is still there. Some of us are holding on hope, maybe beyond the normal deal, but the track, and there's some things still there.
But the concrete,
the
concrete is still there. Yes.
Yes. They haven't torn up the concrete yet, Ron. So let's expand a little bit. Tell us what a typical NADM event is like. Like, what's happening at your events?
It changes. It changes per venue. I mean, if we're at a drag strip, obviously we're going to be drag racing. If we usually have a truck show, sometimes we have a dyno there, a dyno competition. And see, there's all different factions of diesel trucks. It's not just, okay, everyone thinks diesel trucks is all the same. Well, they're not. There's pulling trucks, there's racing trucks, there's even dyno trucks. There's show trucks, and then there's street trucks. And that doesn't even begin to touch the semis and the work trucks that show up and that type of diesels that help run America. And at our brick and mortar shops, they're working on all these. So what the EPA did was actually shortened up. They ran off a lot of the strictly performance shops that were doing some illegal add-ons and this type of thing for off-road. And but what it made the regular brick and mortar diesel shop was even busier, because now not only are they repairing me and you's garbage trucks, snow plows, street repair trucks, street construction trucks, farmers trucks, now they're getting everybody else's trucks. And here's a nice thing about our aftermarket. It is blowing up from the ground up, from the motor parts, the transmission parts, everything. And there's a reason for that. They can't get any new trucks. The chips aren't available. The trucks aren't available. I just heard from a guy yesterday that said, I wanted a new Ford F-350 loaded. And they told him, well, maybe 12, 14 months from now. on the model he wanted. Well,
Wow.
these guys are using it to work. They can't wait that long. So what a lot of people are doing is they can't get a new truck plus the cost. I mean, the cost of a new truck's upward of 80 grand plus. I mean, F450 is 100,000 stock. So it's expensive. So a lot of the people are going, you know what? Let's do rebuilds. Well, all my shops are experiencing growth and rebuilding the motors, rebuilding heads, transmissions, you name it, what's on the truck, they're rebuilding right now. And they're 3 to 6 weeks behind. Yeah, easy. And a lot of them are waiting on parts. A lot of them are waiting. We're just that backed up. And they can't find enough diesel mechanics to complete the jobs. They'd hire people. I see ads on all the time. Looking for a new mechanic,
Wow. Well, and that's just kind of an interesting thing, conversation about the economy. Like in one area, there's a challenge, but what happens is another area, it pops because of it. It's kind of interesting. So, Ron, let's talk about an action step for the folks out there. Like what's the best, what are we trying to accomplish for you guys? And certainly in 2024, we'll be on the lookout for events. But as far as a get involved action step, what would you recommend for folks out there who want to keep the diesel motorsports on their radar?
Go to our website, dieselmotorsports.us. Look at the events. They're all different kinds of events to cover different aspects of the 5 different truck divisions I told you about. Get involved. It doesn't have to be us, any diesel event. Go to your local one. Show them what you can do. Get on the track. You know, I went, this has been a couple of years ago, but we went to actually the drag strip during Sturgis Bike Week. Now, okay, it's Bike Week. But guess what? What do they haul those bikes up there with?
Right.
Diesel pickups.
Yep. Makes perfect sense. That's awesome.
So we had maybe 20 kids piled up. I call them kids, 18 to 30-year-olds at the fence. And we only had like, I don't know, 12 or 13 in our ET bracket, which is, you know, base racing, estimated time. And I walked over to these guys. I go, how come you guys haven't signed up to go down the track? Well, we don't know how to do it. We're afraid of breaking something. I go, guys, it's 80 miles an hour, most in an 1/8 mile here on a stock truck. You're not going to break it. You get up that fast going up on the ramp on the highway, don't you? They're like, yeah. I said, I'll tell you what, I'll make a challenge for you. I drove a 96 12 valve 11 hours to get up here. See that one sitting right over there? I'll take any 3 of you and race you right now for free. And they're like, get out of here. You'll race that old thing against our trucks? And I'm like, yep, challenge on right now. Which 3 of you want to come over and do it? Well, guess what? I beat 2 out of the 3.
Yeah, they walked into that one. They walked into that one, Ron. No, I love it. I spend time at Homestead Miami Speedway. They've got a program, pit road drag racing called Fastlane Friday, just to get the kids off the street. It's a great program.
Yes.
It's unfortunate because, it's on the inside of the oval, and so there's limited shutdown. But some of the most impressive vehicles that we have there are diesel pickup trucks.
Yes,
they roll to the starting line, and they're unassuming, and they're outrunning Porsches and Ferraris. And, they have all-wheel drive. 4-wheel drive is all-wheel drive. They hook up. And
they hook up.
They got the power.
And I just came from Nashville over the holiday, and I was watching the local news, and one of their main news articles was they're having trouble with kids street racing. They're hurting people. It's hurting the streets, the businesses. And I'm like, well, why do you guys not have local tracks and have the police work with them in getting these kids to the track?
Yeah.
I mean, you guys got to start working together and build our motorsports up. These kids they're looking for a place to race.
Yeah. Thank you, Ron.
Exactly. Very well said. Very well said, Ron. Thank you. Thank you very much for being with us. We're going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
EPARTRADE is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
EPARTRADE, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
EPARTRADE really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Pull your visor down, strap in. Racer is about to take you deep inside an exotic and high-speed world. From the start, Racer in all its forms has shared the passion, beauty, ingenuity, and commitment that make racing a way of life.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, INDYCAR, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Thank you and welcome back, Mike. Great session this morning with IMCA. Just like a very interesting series, and to hear from Brett, I'm sorry, was terrific. So I think we've got Jonathan with us, and we're going to bring him on stage, and we're going to let you carry on for the next 25 minutes, Mike.
All right, that sounds like a winner to me. We're getting toward the finish line here today on Race Industry Week. Jonathan Berg joins us now. Go ahead,
Backdrop
Francis.
from last year it was a special host from us last year, so thank you.
Well, it's great to be back. Good to see everybody here. Francis, good to appreciate it. Mike, good to see you.
Same here, Jonathan. All right, let's get going. This morning when I was with everybody, we hit the dirt and turned left. This afternoon, we're going to stay primarily on the pavement. We're going to make some left turns, some right turns, and have some close calls at the intersection along the way. Jonathan is the president and general manager of the Indianapolis Speedrome. We're going to talk about the Speedrome today, but also the bigger topic, figure eight racing, one of the small but really exciting forms of motorsports in this country. Jonathan, tell us a little bit about the history of figure eight racing.
Well, thank you very much, Mike. It's a pleasure to be here again as well. And I kind of go back and to where I believe the allegorical the story goes that sometime there was another track that had a ramp in a figure eight course. So you go around one end of the racetrack, you go up a ramp and you go down, and underneath the ramp were the other cars coming. And the story goes that the folks at the Indianapolis Speedrome back in the 50s got rid of the ramp and decided that the best way to continue racing is to race right on the same course as everybody else. So the intersection became something that was very much the height of the excitement of everything that was the figure eight. So the Indianapolis Speedrome back in the late 40s, early 50s was the pioneer of the sport. And as the historical thing, that everything went forward from there.
How did you first come in contact with figure eight racing, and then trace that from there to how you became involved with the Speedrome?
Sure. I love to tell the story. I come from a couple generations of racers. My grandmother actually owned a ASA car back in the 60s and took her cars to Daytona. Then she sold that car, and she wore a big old diamond ring the rest of her life that said this was my race car. And of course, that was made my father very interested, Jonathan Bird. He was very interested in racing back when he was a young man as well. He would be working for Johnny Rutherford as a PMP guy, push and polish at the weekly races at Raceway Park on Friday nights, which was a big deal at the old at Indianapolis Raceway Park. And he always had a love of auto racing. And then early in the 80s, specifically 1982, he built his first, what was called Pro Stock, the division that is now today's late model figure eight race car. That was, he did that with a local gentleman here by the name of Jim Begley. And Jim raced at the Indianapolis Speedrome for my dad in the Pro Stock division. And the Pro Stock division came from the old stock division, where they split it up to an oval and a figure eight. And then John Stiles, the promoter at that time, created the Pro Stock division in 1981 and raced on the oval. And then each night was a big figure eight. And back in the 80s and 90s, and that was the heyday of the sport, where you'd have 40, 50 cars show up every night. And so what had happened there is my dad, loved being a car owner, loved figure eight racing, and took us out there. I was 6 years old. My brother was 5, 6, and 7, 8. We grew up at the Speedrome every Friday, Saturday night, going to the figure eight, and that's where I just absolutely fell in love with racing, specifically auto racing on the figure eight, and the way we do it at the Speedrome especially. So that was a passion for years. And then from there, as the story goes and our history goes, we start racing the USAC regional midget program that John Stiles promoted at the Indianapolis Speedrome, which was where the genesis of Thursday Night Thunder raced. And then my dad didn't really like midgets back then, but he said if I had to support the program, he wanted to go out and find the best. And the best at the time was Rich Vogler. And Rich Vogler won multiple championships for my dad, and then in 1984 won the track championship. And that took us to Indy in 85 because there was a $10,000 bounty for the track champion in the USAC Regional Midget Series. That if they qualified for the Indy 500, there was a $10,000 bounty. And my dad wanted John Stiles' money. So that took us to Indy. And even after all the racing and going to Indy and joining the IRL and doing everything in the 90s and continuing it, we still loved going back to the Indianapolis Speedrome. We never forgot our roots. We always remembered where we came from and what we loved, and that was the figure eight. So I've been able to, for the past 20 years or so, I was invited behind the curtain by some previous promoters at the Speedrome to kind of work there. And so I started selling. I started doing on-track interviews, advertising, marketing, selling fuel. I was a track concessionaire for a couple of years. Just kind of learned a little bit about everything. I tried to buy the track on a couple of occasions back then. And then in 2017, the new owner of the track, Kevin Garrigus, I found out he was buying the track. I said, "Hey, Kevin, would you like me to run the racetrack?" And I will tell you this really quick story. The old owner of the racetrack, I said, "Kevin," I sat down with him. I said, "Now, how would you handle this situation?" Okay. Roger Penske's at the Speedrome. What do you do? And back in 2015, Tony Stewart had it, and Larry Curry had this big midget race at the Tony Stewart Memorial. And Tony, and so there was also the USAC induction ceremony for their Hall of Fame that weekend. So Roger Penske was part of the inductees into the USAC Hall of Fame. And so Kevin, the owner of the racetrack, says, "Oh, I'd welcome him. I'd come out and say hello, give him a tour, bring him up to the suite, give him stuff to drink." I'm like, "Well, that's good to know that's the kind of promoter you would have," because this is what actually happened when Roger Penske came to the track. Needless to say, he wasn't the red carpet wasn't rolled out for by the old owners, but nonetheless, I said I love figure eight, and he loved figure eight. We love figure eight racing, and we wanted to make it better and better. And the past 7 years, the Indianapolis Speedrome has hit stratospheric, numbers, and our car counts have been really good. I think we would be the envy of a lot of short tracks in this country, where we have over 20 late model, outlaw style, super unlimited figure eight cars on a weekly basis at the Indianapolis Speedrome. So that's the short answer. Now the long answer. No, I'm kidding, Mike.
Let's talk about the cars specifically for a minute. Tell us a little bit more about the cars.
I will do my best. I am just a chicken cook from Greenwood, Indiana, as you may well know. But nonetheless, I've been around these cars for a while. So the mechanics and the engineering is not my greatest thing, but I marvel at what we do with these figure eight cars. So they are purpose-built figure eight machines. We have 3 or 4 or 5 different car builders who build these cars on a consistent basis. And they are totally tubular. They're not the driver's seat is not offset as it used to be. They've moved the driver more and more to the middle because you want to have that equal weight distribution left to right, because you are running these cars strictly more now in the figure eight than historically when they ran on the oval end of figure eight at the Speedrome back in the day, or even at all the different tracks that they did run back in the 90s and the 80s. And so they have the cars have evolved from just little Carrera shocks you bought at AutoZone to 4 and even 5 now. Specific, CSI type suspensions, canister shocks, and adjustable shocks, and all that sort of stuff. Those costs can get expensive. They run ignition boxes for the V8 motors. You can run any size motor you really want to in a figure eight car, because it really comes down to you're going to be able to get all that power down to the ground, especially at the Indianapolis Speedrome. On a little 5th mile oval that turns out to be a little bit less than a quarter mile on the figure eight course. We put some big wings on them, and sometimes we run some rear spoiler and rear side boards down the sides of the cars. They look like modified cars in a little bit. If you're familiar with an open wheel modified car, they kind of look like that, but they've evolved from that. Specific front and rear suspensions, they run a 2-speed Winner's quick change rear ends mostly. Low gear, high gear. That's basically how it works with that. But they are purpose built. These cars can cost, some guys, how fast you want to go on racing? Well, how much money you got, right? Exactly. $50,000, $60,000 they can cost, but you can get into the sport with a good used car, a good motor, and learn your way, because you've got to do a lot of laps to become a champion. I can give you many examples over the years of, you know, the premier names of the sport weren't premier names when they started. It took them 5, 6, 10, 15 years to really become the premier names of the sport. And so there's been a lot of evolution of these cars from when they were old Chevy and Corvettes, or they'd be Camaros or whatever. My dad actually brought in 1984, he took advantage of the rules, which said you had to have an American-based car, and it had, you know, and my dad found that the 1979 AMC Pacer was the perfect figure 8 car because it had a short wheelbase. It was 50-50 weight distribution. It was the perfect figure 8 car. Brought that car out. Everybody, you know, said that's not a Pacer. Well, what he did was he flattened the back part and he made the roof nice and long. That was this. All the dimensions were there, and then basically in the next couple of weeks, everybody started having AMC Pacers. That's the name of their race cars. So they've evolved from those types of cars to, cars that had front clips from a Chevelle or something, into purpose-built front and rear clips, but very safe. You know, we've done a lot of safety things with these race cars, and a lot of anti-intrusion type of devices and things of that nature. There's not been not any huge serious injuries in a figure 8 crash in a very, very long time.
Yeah, I wanted you to demonstrate, that they are purpose-built, really high-tech race cars. I think a lot of people, the only figure 8s they've seen, like I know my only figure 8 races were at Riverhead Raceway in New York many years ago, and it was basically a street stock division at that time. So
absolutely. I mean, the way we do figure 8 racing at Speedrome, there's only a couple, 3, and I know it was one thing we wanted to talk about, how it's growing, but most people, when they do think of figure 8 racing, they think it's jalopies and it's a sideshow and it's a carnival act, but not at the Apple Speedrome. It's the main event each and every night. People come out to see these purpose-built 800 horsepower, loud, screaming machines, defying death at every opportunity when they come through the intersection. You're not only racing the people in front of you and behind you, but you're also racing the people who are coming at you from the other direction. And it's a quiet and it's a beautiful symphony of racing of these guys they've raced together and what they do on a weekly basis.
Since you headed in that direction, I'll ask one of the questions I was saving for later. I drive to work every day and go through multiple traffic circles, and people just can't figure that out. And every time I'm sitting there waiting, I think about figure 8 drivers, what they go through when they're trying to navigate the X or the cross or whatever it is. How pivotal is that moment to figure 8 racing?
Well, it is, it's a difference between winning, losing, getting hurt, spending $20,000 on a rebuild, and everything in between. What I have always described to figure 8 racing is it is more art than science. There's more of an art to it than the science. So as I've talked to racers throughout the years about figure 8 racing and how they do it, a lot of the people, first of all, is you want to trust the guy you're racing with. So if you know somebody and you know that they are either, they're going to give you a break or they're not going to give you a break, or if they're the leaders, and perhaps you're in mid-pack and the leaders are coming through, you're most likely maybe going to give them a break. If you don't know for sure, you want to look at the attitude of the race car. Well, what's the attitude of the race car? Well, if you are accelerating, the nose of the race car is a little bit more up. And if you're decelerating or braking to come into the crossover, your nose is going to be pointed down a little bit. And a lot of the figure 8 guys have told me through the years, that's one of the keys to know if a guy's coming or going. And sometimes it's up and down real quick, and you don't know. And that's another interesting, guys think they're gonna have to clear, but then they wait, and the last second they have to go, or the last second make the wrong decision, and that's where we'll see some type of huge collision in the crossover. And then you've got to also, think about, as you're racing, especially at the Apple Speedrome, the north end of the racetrack, the south end of the racetrack, turns 1 and 2, as you come around the outside, you're going to be coming to the inside when you come through turn 3 and 4. And if you're on the inside, you're going to be on the outside coming into turn 1 and 2. And so there's a lot of thought about that, where you want to be, where you don't want to be when you come to those corners. That's what laps and experience brings to the guys. I'd like to talk about our 4-time World Figure 8 champion, Ben Tunney, sometimes. And I talk about Ben, he was a rookie, 2001 or 2. His father was Bill Tunney Sr., or Bill Tunney Jr., man with no fear. Was just a heck of a race car driver. Didn't really, took him a long time. But Ben did not win his first figure 8 for, I want to say, 3 or 4 years. But he'd been around the sport his entire life, helped with that as his race cars. But Ben Tunney today, he's, working his way up on the all-time wins list at figure 8 racing in Indianapolis Speedrome. Just won last week, 2 weeks ago, at the West Coast Figure 8 Championship out in San Bernardino at Orange Show Speedway. He's won multiple races, but he's been racing now 21 years in a figure 8 race car. He's in his mid to late 30s right now. 21 years he's been racing. And it took him at least 10 years, to win anything substantial and win on a consistent basis. Jack Dossie Jr., our 6-time World Figure 8 champion, now he's late 60s. He's early. He just turned 60, getting ready to turn 60. But in the early 80s, in 1982, interestingly enough, he was a rookie at the Indianapolis Speedrome the same year my dad came on board as a car owner. And in 1982, he did not win a world championship, I believe, until 1989, 7 years. And that's when those guys were racing 50, 60, 70 times a week back in those days. Because you'd race Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, sometimes Sunday. Sometimes you'd race at Jeffersonville. Sometimes you race at Louisville. Sometimes you race at Anderson. There'd be the General Tire Series. There was so much racing back then. But it took him 10,000 laps to get good at it. Doug Gregg, another multi-time champion, Legends cars, modifieds at the Speedrome, figure 8 cars. Took him 10, 15 years before he won a figure 8. I mean, these guys, it takes a lot of experience to know how to do it. And so you in oval racing, you could, start when you're in go-karts or quarter midgets or Legends cars and get that experience. And, you're going to win some races probably when you're pretty young. And you see that with, these late model guys in the sport. We just had this year a guy who's been racing 40 years win his first figure 8, finally won a figure 8. So it's exciting when those things happen at the Speedrome. So it's part, like I said, it's a lot art. And then, there is some science to it. There's some strategy to it as well. There's some moves that, as the cars have evolved and as the track has evolved at the Speedrome, that come into play a lot more than it used to be, with diving in and rounding off the corner and diamonding certain places of the racetrack as the cars have evolved, as the tracks evolved, as the suspensions have evolved. I can go on all day about how that works. And I think my love of the sport and just the appreciation, I get to be there. I see it. I've seen, races since 98, 40 some years of figure 8 racing. And there were some times through the 90s and the early 2000s where, I was in college or I was working at Jonathan Bird's cafeteria. So Fridays and Saturday nights meant working and rolling silverware till 2 in the morning and not being able to go to the Speedrome. And I missed the fact that I got to miss a lot of those races, but I'm making up for it now. I haven't missed a figure 8 in over 7 years now.
Wow, that's a good streak. Let's talk about the biggest event, the 3-hour endurance race.
Yes, sir. our biggest race, the Super Bowl, Daytona, Indy 500, all rolled into one. A figure eight racing is the World Figure Eight Championship 3-hour endurance race held every year the Saturday after Labor Day at the Indianapolis Speedrome. And it wasn't always the World Figure Eight Championship. And Mike, I'm sure you know the history of Islip Speedway back in the 70s and they actually, the 60s and 70s, that was the spiritual home of the World Figure Eight Championship. So Islip Speedway was on ABC's Wide World of Sports, and your old boss, Mr. Chris Economaki, covered that race for ABC's Wide World of Sports. And Sonny Thompson from Indianapolis, Indiana, our great 8-time Speedrome champion, drove all the way out there in a car sponsored by Washington Auto Parts and the Cohen family, and won the World Figure Eight Championship, a 25-lap race at the old Islip Speedway. So Islip did not close until 1983. And so the national figure eight championship was the 3-hour figure eight race, started in 1977, which was totally unheard of. Back in the 77, John Stiles, the promoter at the Indianapolis Speedrome, the new owner of the track, came up with this 3-hour figure eight concept. And everybody said, there's no way. Drivers can't make it. Cars can't make it. That will never happen in the entire world. Guys will have to come in and, basically get resuscitated and then head back out to the racetrack. And a lot of that resuscitation was cigarettes and beer, but I'm not going to say anything else about that. But nonetheless, my goodness, that it just did not think it was going to happen. And so Jim Fox won that first race in October, which you may not know. Mr. Paul Page was in that first race. Well, the former, the voice of the Indianapolis 500, Paul Page raced in the 3-hour race back in 1977. Then King Kenny St. John, who we just lost this past September, he held on. He was supposed to die the week of the 3-hour, and he held on because I think he wanted to make sure he made it through the race. And so he died like 2 days after this year's World Figure Eight Championship. He won 5 in a row with 5 different cars. And that was when there was pit stops and red flags and guys could take breaks. And then when Islip closed in 1982, then the mantle of the World Figure Eight Championship, the World Figure Eight Championship, got brought into the Indianapolis Speedrome where it's been ran. And this year, 2024, will be the 48th annual edition. We run every year nonstop of the greatest figure eight race on the planet, the World Figure Eight Championship. So that's the biggest race. That's the granddaddy of them all. Back in the 80s, early 90s, we'd have cars. We'd have close to 100 cars coming from the tracks in Michigan and Louisville and Jeffersonville and Florida and California and New York. We would have guys coming all from those great figure eight tracks through the years. And this year, and it kind of corresponds to everybody loved the Indy 500, and there was 80 cars trying to get to 33 spots and bumping and all that sort of stuff. And so just like that has happened, we had 44 cars show up this year for the race, but 30 of them could have won the race. And just much like the Indy 500, where there's now only maybe 1 car going to be bumped, perhaps 2 if we're lucky. There's 25 of those cars could easily win the Indy 500, and that's what happens also with the World Figure Eight Championship 3-hour endurance race. The qualifying this year was we start 28 cars, and there was less than a second in the starting field's qualifying times. That just tells you the incredible depth and the parity of the field. That's why it's so exciting. You don't have to start the race. You don't have to finish the race to win the race. It's the most unique race in the world because it's all about who completes the most laps in the span of 3 hours. So it's like back in the 80s and 90s, you'd have at the Indy 500, you'd have somebody winning by 2 or 3 laps. You'd have that happen back in the day. This year, 4 cars were on the lead lap at the end of 3 hours at the World Figure Eight Championship. It's totally amazing. I don't know if I can share my screen, but I could show some highlights, but you can go to YouTube, see the clips of the World Figure Eight Championship. Our great partners with Low Budget TV, they come out and do that, and you hear Tommy, Mason, and Jeffrey call those races and the excitement that they do, and they've been a great promoter of the figure eight race. But yes, if you want to come, there's plenty of seating every year. World Figure Eight, not plenty of seating. I should say we're pretty much almost always standing room only for the World Figure Eight Championship. But if you've never been to a World Figure Eight 3-hour endurance race, or if you're not kind of seen it live and in person, you've got to make a chance to go out and come to the race. So this year it's the September 6th, 7th, and 8th, whatever the Saturday after Labor Day this year. It's like one of the earliest times that the race can be held. 48th annual. Tickets will be available in sometime in July when we sell out of our reserve seating. We make sure that everybody gets that. And then September, and then you can go to Ticket Hoss, Ticket HOSS to get that. Oh my gosh, it's 12:55 and just for a seat because everybody's
Yes.
here. We only got through like 3 questions, Mike. I apologize.
You were on a roll.
just say go and get out of the way, Mike.
No, I mean, you do a great job. I mean, Jonathan, you have tons of energy and passion for, for what you do, and that's really, what's exciting. And as we said many times during this week, I mean, we're here to cover every aspect of the industry, F1 to tractor pulling and everything in between, and that's exactly where you fit. And it's important for us to, put on a spotlight on promoters like you who are doing a tremendous job in really driving people to the grandstands and filling up the fields on the grid, and so that's very important. So thank you, Jonathan, for everything you do. We're going to
One more thing. We've got 3 big races in Florida coming up this February. We're promoting a Winter Storm Series. 3 big races. You go to speedrome.com and check out all the information about our big Winter Storm Series. 3 big figure 8 races in February in Florida this year in 2024.
Thank you, Jonathan. So stay
you.
with us. We're going to run a little video from our sponsors and partner, and we'll be right back with you.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def at Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
The #1 source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Thank you, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. John is with us, and he has put together something very exciting. So good morning, John. Good afternoon to you.
Thank you, Francisca. Thank you, Judy. And yeah, we do have an exciting session. My screen looks kind of blurry. Is yours?
You're very blurry.
I don't know what that is. Tell you, I'm gonna take off the
yeah.
Start it again. Done.
Well,
Sure
might be let's maybe you know, your camera is you know, you might want to clean up maybe the camera just a little bit to make sure, and we should. But anyway, so while we wait for John, we're going to bring on stage Troy and Max Lee. And
Troy Lee.
yes,
Troy
that's a big
and his
deal.
son Max.
Exactly, and I believe they are together. So
I can't wait to hear what they have to say.
Yep, they are together.
Excellent.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Cool. We're on. How's it going, guys?
Yeah, look at that. That is awesome. And now that looks like a Gen Z team manager. That's the first hat. So yeah. Well, cool. Yeah. So
excellent. So we'll leave you in the hands of John.
Okay. Thank you, Francisca, and thank you, Judy, for organizing this session. It's great to be with you, with Paul, and with Ralph again. So this is a great program. Certainly everything and anybody and who's who in racing around the world. So very cool. So good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being with us today. Judy, if you could bring up that first slide, that would be great. Welcome to our session on sustainable growth and innovation through racing and design. And I am honored to be here with my friends, my good friends, Troy Lee and Max Lee, for this very cool session. I'm John Wariak. I'll be your moderator for this discussion. And we can actually take that slide down then, Judy, and I'll let you know when to bring the next one up. But design and racing have always been the gemba, what I call the gemba, or the front line, Japanese term for accelerating growth and innovation. And literally, they're the force multiplier for growth and innovation, using racing as a platform. We heard a lot of great stories of that during the week, and we're going to hear about how that's happening in super and motocross with TLD, Troy Lee Designs today. But design and racing really is focused on and centered on four things that I like to say. It's connected, and it's basically bringing together solving problems as a team, demonstrating technology and doing that on the world stage, inspiring the next generation of leaders like Max that we'll be talking about, and certainly the STEM and the STEAM, the science, technology, engineering, math leaders that we'll be talking about. And of course, what does Chip Ganassi always say? We're here to do one thing, one team, one goal, to win. So it's focused on winning. And racing creates new knowledge, it creates new processes. We'll be talking about that. So we can kind of get things started here, but I want to focus on some of the topics we'll talk about. We probably won't get to all of them today, but design is a competitive advantage. We'll be talking to Troy about that. Racing is a competitive and a brand differentiator. We'll be talking to Max how he does that with the team. Great design inspires other great things in a corporation. We want to talk about that, and brands and emotion. And consumers don't just buy your products. They buy what your products do for them, that perception and that brand. We'll talk about that and how powerful the Troy Lee Designs brand actually is for that. Help fans tell their story. And the designs we'll be talking about today do exactly that. Tell a story, and Troy will tell us how he ends up telling that story through his designs and his liveries. And simple design is not simple. It takes a lot of work and a lot of talent to make something simple that looks simple and going at 200 miles an hour down the track that people can understand. And the best measure of a brand directly from Oakley is your culture. Your culture will dictate what your brand looks like. So let's drop the gate, get this discussion started. We bring up that next slide, please, Judy. Troy, chief designer, mad scientist, chief artist, basically iconic designer. You were born to speed and you were born to paint. So tell the folks a little bit about you, and certainly how Troy Lee Designs came about, and your background and your love for racing and design.
Well, it started, racing motorcycles. My grandfather really, helped start Bonneville with Wally Parks and NHRA, and then my dad raced motorcycles and boats. So I kind of grew up in it and didn't know any better, and still doing the same thing today. Started racing motorcycles and painting helmets for my friends, and a lot of my friends got really good at racing and helped me put my name on the map, and still painting helmets today and designing helmets, and doing all sorts of other fun stuff too, working with Ford on a bunch of new stuff and working with Gas and we keep getting a little more successful every year. And I started a supermoto team, oh gosh, 15 years ago, 17 years ago. And then I turned that into a motocross team and started racing some of the local races and, just kind of doing the same thing, building, painting helmets. I love doing design and designing the whole thing from all the way down from semis, the toolboxes, and getting cool sponsors to work with us and working with great partners, with PPG and Oakley and just bringing everybody together. And now I'm super stoked that my son took over as a team manager. And so working with him on this new and helping him grow has been awesome.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, actually, Jim Busby was one of your first clients. And I'd say clients. You were 10 or 14. If you say, Jim says you were 10, you say you were 14, but that's pretty darn young to be painting a helmet for someone like Jim Busby.
Yeah, he was really one of the first, my dad drew it and I painted it and he helped pinstripe it in the end. So it was, my dad was a pinstriping letter. My grandfather pinstriped cars and stuff too. So it helped me get started for sure.
Yeah, we're going to get into that. And 40-year anniversary just passed. So we got a lot to talk about. So let's bring up the next slide, please, Judy. Now move us on to Max. We had Chip Ganassi on the Race Industry Week program on Wednesday. And if some of you saw that, he recounted his first INDYCAR win back in 1994, I think it was, at Surfers Paradise in Australia. Well, Max, here you are. This was your first win, I think, back in April of this year, first year as team manager. And I think it was New Jersey, wasn't it? The New York race, Supercross?
Yeah, it was actually a beautiful day. Sun was shining, the dirt was looking good. And right before, about an hour before the main event, it just started downpouring and they actually delayed the race. There was a short bit. We didn't even know if we were going to be racing because of the lightning. And yeah, we just gathered the whole team together, prepped best we could for the mud and decided let's go race, and ended up being our first win. So huge accomplishment for me, for the team, for Justin, and plan to do a lot more of it this next season.
Yeah, it's cool. Justin Barcia, your first 450 race. And again, I like what you said. It was a beautiful day. I think the mud comes with the territory, doesn't it?
Yes, it sure does.
And I love with the quote from Ken Miles, if you will, from Ford versus Ferrari there. Some more of that, please. So I'm sure we're going to see more of that coming up. So, and with you as a team manager, a couple of things we'll be talking about a little bit later in the program, but the commercial aspects of some of the things you're doing. And Troy mentioned some of the sponsors. We'll get to some of those in just a bit. But a little bit about you. I mean, we're just about a month away from the opening of the season. Anaheim won. And coming up, and I think with your riders, got JB, Justin Barcia coming back, certainly Pierce Brown, and you got a new rider as well, right? Ryder DeFrancesco. Yeah. So what can you tell us about the upcoming season, and give us a little overview of what your expectations are coming out of the gate?
Yeah, things have been going really well for us. We've been training a lot. The guys been riding 4 days a week. The whole team and group has been working well together. Justin had a little injury finishing out this season, but he's back healthy now and he's in a good spot. So we have our 450 guy, Justin Barcia, Pierce Brown, our 250 guy, and Ryder DeFrancesco is our new 250 rider. And actually today they just announced it, so I can officially say it. We will have a Spanish rider joining us for the first 3 Supercross races. He's a 3-time MXGP world champion, and it's going to be quite exciting to have him along and riding our motorcycle under our tent.
Yeah, I believe his initials are JP, right? So
yep,
it's pretty cool. And I've heard the rumors that he's been testing out at the KTM track and at your track for Gas with in Marietta. So that's awesome. That's cool.
Yeah,
it's going to be awesome.
He's been a lot of fun to work with, and it's good to learn the team and work with all the guys. And of course, you want to surround yourself with successful people, and being a 3-time world champion is no joke, especially at 22 years old. So overall, it's been good for the team, and I'm very excited for this season.
Yeah, he's close to your age. I mean, that's amazing to see his next generation. And again, that's why, the title of this is Sustainable Growth and Innovation Through Design and Racing, because you have to have that succession plan. The great father and son team coming like this, and a dream come true for Troy starting his team roughly 10 years ago. That's amazing. And I think still one of the family-owned race teams in Supercross, right? That's awesome.
Yep.
Being part of the team. So this next question is for both of you. I kind of want to go back to what we talked about, some of the sponsors and your commercial responsibilities, Max, with the team. But Troy, you've got a lineup of sponsors that is to die for anywhere in the industry, whether it's 2-wheel or 4-wheel. You've got Red Bull, long-term relationship with them, Oakley, as you mentioned. certainly Sony Pictures and Puma. Those are pretty unique. I'm just going to call them non-endemic sponsors, if you will. And the idea of merchandising around them, the great phrase that Ford would be very good at is, great merchandising never goes out of fashion. So sponsors and activations with consumers at events and different things. So let's kind of jump into that question for both of you. So kind of make it very interactive. So Troy, with for example, Sony Pictures, you guys had Spider-Man out at Apollo Raceway back at the end of August with motocross, and you're getting ready to do Ghostbusters, I believe, at Anaheim 2 next year, and you're actually out at the premiere in Hollywood with Ghostbusters, right?
Yeah, it's always fun working with great sponsors like Sony and kind of sitting down with their marketing team, and it just educates me so much too. It's like sitting down with Red Bull. I mean, those big companies have really great marketing people, and to bring kind of the Sony Pictures, they've even wrapped themselves around it. I don't even know if they've announced it yet, but I think they're doing we brought them into the stadium now, and they're doing the whole shot for Supercross, and just kind of piecing the whole puzzle together so we can make a full circle. But designing the Ghostbusters gear is just a dream. It's fun for me, man. We're doing gear, we're doing gloves, we're doing helmets. I got to fly over and watch them film it and meeting with the directors, and we got to do, I can't say some of the things we're doing yet, but we're doing some really cool stuff on the new Ghostbusters movie, and I'm really stoked to be part of working with Sony. We're already starting to look for 25, what movies are coming out and how we can promote the movies through Supercross. It's a good friend of mine, Josh Greenstein, has brought him out to the races. He goes, man, these are the people that like to see movies. This is a good place to debut some stuff. So
yeah. And thanks for sharing that with us today. Hopefully nobody else is going to catch up to you. It's kind of like, hey, you guys figured it out first, so it doesn't matter. They'll be in your dirt and eating your roost anyway. So, Max, from your perspective on the commercial side, so getting those sponsors and keeping them is extremely tough. And what you do, I know you guys had the team debut introduction down at Long Beach, and you did something very unique there just a couple months ago.
Yeah, we try to stand out and do something a little bit different than the rest of the teams in the industry, and being that the race team's owned by Trolley Designs, a design and protection company, we always try to stand out with our graphics and look a little different. And obviously, winning always sells. And but when you're not on the podium, it's still good to be noticed out there. And the sponsors love that. They want to be a part of it. They want to be a part of the fun team that stands out from the rest and do something a little different. But overall, I mean, we have a pretty small team for a factory race team, but we do a good job catering to our sponsors and making sure that they're feeling welcomed and really a part of the family when they come to the events and get to hang out with the team and meet the riders and sit and have lunch with them and try to give them a good understanding of everything that goes in behind the scenes, so they can kind of feel like they're a part of it as well.
That's great. And that consumer experience and absolutely sponsor activation, bringing those consumers, interacting with the fans, as well as the people at those companies as your sponsors, that's a big part of motorsports. And again, I've always told you guys, and like Mitch Payton started it, you guys took it to the next level with basically being the best in the pits. You talked about it, Troy, the package, the transporter, the look. What are the what's the crew wearing when they actually taking the bikes, in this case, off the transporter or rolling them out in the pit and winning the race before the first engine cranks? Mm-hmm. And those types of things. It's that presence, and Troy, you call it the package.
Yeah, that's always my plan. I know we can't win every race out there. We're kind of the underdog team here, and I kind of like it that way. But the main thing is I want to make a statement when we show up, and we got to go in like we're winning, and we got to take care of all of our sponsors. We've expanded our hospitality. I've learned that from Roger Penske and Chip Ganassi. They always make me feel welcome at their hospitalities, and they do a good job. And I want our sponsors coming over, AMA and Dunlop and Alpine Star. I want them all eating with us, because I think if we're talking to them and working on it as a team, things just seem to flow so much better. And we do a lot of collaborations with those guys. And like I said, we can't win every race, but we can hopefully be the best looking in the pits and keep a smile on everybody's face. That's super important to me.
Absolutely. Yeah, Judy, if you could bring up the next slide, and that actually is a great segue to our next conversation here. I think racing is a business, and the F1 race 2 weeks ago in Vegas really proved that. I saw some of the stats. They had 315,000 people over 4 nights, I think it was. The economic impact was something like 1.2 billion. Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Doug Bowles and the folks at Penske had a study done there. It's about $1 million of impact from the Indy 500 in the month of May. At least half of that coming from just that race alone, Indy. And the stats from Feld World Supercross. I mean, it's amazing. And Super Motocross, amazing with a 31 race venue, I think it was. And some of the stats I saw just blew me away. 23 million hours of viewership across NBC, USA, Network, Peacock, etc. And that was up 111% over last year. And even 307% of that was consumed by 17 million viewers compared to the year before. I mean, again, stats that any kind of motorsport platform viewership would die for. And I think from your perspective, Max, this is directed to you. You are part of that demographic and that psychographic that all this is aimed for. You grew up in racing. You were born into motocross. What do you think is driving the popularity and the continued growth of super and motocross?
Oh, I think it's just really just the passion for racing. I think it's just overall the competitiveness and the excitement of the supercross sport and the super motocross season. Doing the super motocross collaboration with the final 3 rounds is kind of built like the Super Bowl of our sport. So I think that's helped the sport grow for sure. But overall, I think just fans of racing, and supercross is basically like, I think the gladiator sport. It's crazy, it's gnarly, and these guys take a lot of risks, but they're so dang passionate. And you can really see that when you're watching the events. It's just, it's so much excitement.
Yeah, I mean, you see the quote at the bottom of that. It says, the new growth mandate, and people like Jim Farley and Jim Bombeck at Ford really believe that the new growth mandate is moving not just from building fantastic and great products at a company like Ford, but to building new businesses, services, and customer experiences. And again, we had the very fortunate opportunity to host Jim Farley, thanks to Dave Prater, Dave Newey, and Mike Newey, at the Detroit Supercross back in March. I think going back to that opportunity, Troy, again, what I'll call basically a casual collision, or one of those things that bring together like-minded people to do and explore new business. Tell us how that came about and what resulted from that.
Well, yeah, I got to meet Jim Farley at the track at the Ford Stadium in Detroit, and we kind of just, a lot of times this happens, but kind of walked the track together, got to know each other, sat in the stands, and now we're doing some really cool projects together. So he's into motorcycles. I'm into motorcycles, heavy, and cars, and I think we're going to be able to do some really cool stuff. That's how I like to have. Most of my relationships are pretty organic like that. I mean, I try to. So like get back to our hospitality. I mean, I try to make our hospitality at the races and invite partners and friends out and work with good people, and things seem to fall in place. You know, we bring a lot of our INDYCAR drivers to our supercrosses, our NASCAR guys, all of our different mountain bike racers around the world come to our supercrosses, and to our race shop, to our shop in Corona. So basically we have a museum there, and I still sit down and try to do that personal touch, draw their helmets. And that's something that I feel super gifted to do for these guys, because I just sit down and draw. The helmet is like the last thing that they can have a little bit of say so in. You got to take care of the sponsors, but you can really have some fun and kind of dig into their soul a little bit. And that's really fun to get to know. We have so many top racers around the world. It's really fun.
Yeah, it truly is. The personality of the driver shows through a helmet and the sponsors and placement, etc. And again, Jim is a very qualified racer himself, loves motocross and anything with 4 wheels as well. Going to put up our next slide, if you would, Judy. This is very interesting how that came about. And again, that was thanks to our friends at Feld, as well as Roger DeCoster and Sel Narayan at KTM. So it was very cool. One of the things that came out of that, and this was very quick, I think, came out of the gate and off the line, was the GT3 Mustang that you ended up designing the livery for, that was part of the Mustang program that Jim Farley launched at Le Mans back in June.
Yeah, it was a super fun project. I go to enough races, and I mean, the theme was I want to be sitting up in the stands watching it and going, hey, let's see this Ford coming down the straightaway. So we end up talking them into running Ford from the front hood all the way to the back. And then we had Ford Performance on there. We went with FP on there just as I mean, I want cars to look really good in the pits, but I also want them, like you said earlier, I want them to look really good at going 200 miles an hour, So kind of did something totally different with some new flashy colors and,
and others, certainly for Le Mans. But this really, I think, is really part of the Mustang movement that's coming out with the 60th anniversary of Mustang next April, and the whole year of things that both Jim B and Jim Farley are doing at Ford. So it's fantastic to be part of something like that. As I mentioned, Roger DeCosta has a great mindset about doing, racers do, and winners and leaders do things one step better and one step beyond everybody else. And your liveries actually show that by kind of transcending that and telling that story. So from your perspective, Max, I think, what do you see as kind of the next steps of kind of integrating your leadership style into the team and putting your mark, if you will, your stamp on the team?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing I try to push on the team and keep pushing myself is just keeping an open mind and always looking for opportunities to be better. I really believe that no matter, how good you do and what the results are, if you got the whole shot and won the race, great, but there's always things we could have done better. So I think, just remaining humble and again, keeping an open mind, but always looking for where we could have improved for the next weekend and to never stop that mentality so we can keep growing and keep pushing and always be looking ahead.
Excellent. I love that. Two real quick questions, one word answer, if you will. Max, your favorite race? Your entire life, your favorite race?
I think I'm going to have to go with our mud race in New York, our first 450 win with the team this last year. And man, it was just a hectic, crazy day. Things started off smooth. Like I said, it was beautiful. And then out of nowhere, it just curveball came in and a huge storm came in and flooded the place. And again, we didn't know if we were going to go racing, and we ended up walking away that night with the win. So it was cool to see the whole team get together and stay focused and the preparation and not so much the panic, but a little bit of panic, but it caused the focus that everyone, needed to lock in and do their part. And we ended up walking away with the win. So I'm real proud of the team. And I think so far that's my number one.
Okay, cool. Troy, same thing. Your favorite design or race throughout your entire life?
My favorite what?
Favorite design or your favorite race? Either one.
Oh man, I'd probably my favorite design is going to be the one I do today. I mean, I as soon as I'm designing something, luckily something pops else into my head here. I got some really good ideas that I'm going to put on a helmet here today. Here, it's crazy, but I'm trying to felt marker a whole helmet here instead of painting it, but just to see what happens over candies and silvers. So experiment a little bit, but races, man. I mean, I've had so many over the years. I mean, I remember when our first helmet won the Indy 500, I was like, oh my God, it can't get any better than this. And then to, have my own supermoto team, and then to have my first supercross team, and to win our first, I've been going to Anaheim since I was a little kid, and to win Anaheim, gosh, what did we win it? 3 times now, I think.
So.
And the first 450 win, we just coming out of the gate to be on Gas and to give Gas their first win in Texas. That I lost my voice that night, and it was just crazy. And then to talking with Max, looks like the race is going to be canceled in New York. And for the 450 race, it's raining, lightning, everything else. I'm like, what? And then, I was at home screaming behind the TV here, and really proud of Max. So stoked that he's got his first 450 win, and now to have, a 450 guys. I mean, I never thought just things to just keep. I don't know. It's amazing. We're working with MotoGP guys now. It's really cool. I don't know. I'm just gonna keep dreaming and try to do some great stuff.
Okay, Judy, you can take that last slide down, put us up. This is the last question, and this is what I call our white flag question. I ask this every time we have a session anywhere I do a program like this. So, what's the most important thing that you want the audience to take away from our discussion today? Could be anything that you want to talk about. Could be like your toolbox for leadership, whatever it may be. And if you were having a dinner meeting tonight, who would be at that meeting with you? And they could be living or dead. So we're going to start with you, Troy. What's the most important thing we talk about today? Who to have at dinner?
Oh, at dinner first. Okay. Oh, I mean, you've asked this before, and I think I said last time, Steve McQueen and Peter Fonda. I mean, those are guys that I idolize, all the old guys that pushed the envelopes and what they did. And But I don't know. Now I think right now I just thought about it because I knew you were going to ask me this. I'm like, I would love to have dinner because I just watched Playboys Rule the World. James Hunt and Barry Sheen.
Oh, wow.
I think that'd be a wild dinner.
So Max, the most important thing we talked about today, and who would you have at dinner?
Good.
I think the main takeaway I would give the audience would just be, like I said, with the team leadership I've been trying to push and implement throughout the group is just always be focusing on where we can improve. We can always be better. I think it's important to be humble enough to know that there's always room for growth and improvement. And that's something that you need to have as a champion. And then as far as dinner goes, man, I think I have to go with Steve McQueen. I think he would be an insane person to join for dinner.
That'd be cool.
That's a good one.
I would have Chip Ganassi, my good friends Mark Royce, certainly Jim Farley there as well. And it's Bruce Brown's birthday today, so I'd have Bruce Brown.
Bruce Brown for sure.
As well. And of course, I'd have you two there.
And Chip Ganassi is always great to have dinner with. I love it.
Yeah, because the conversation would keep on going on. I know we're just wrapping up again. Thank you to our audience for being with us today. Thank you, Max. Thank you, Troy. It's an honor. And I tell you, I'll be your loyal wingman anytime. So everybody stay well and stay fast.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, John.
Troy, Max.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Really great session. That was fun. Thank you, John, for putting it together. We'll run a short video from our sponsors and we will be right back with you.
EPARTRADE is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
EPARTRADE, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
EPARTRADE really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. In a sport driven by passion, excellence, courage, and ingenuity, Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Get 1 year of Racer's print and digital editions for only $50, with instant access to our digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Speed Sport 1 is your new home for motorsports. If you're a hardcore race fan, you've got it all on this new, exciting network. It doesn't matter if it's on land or water, 2 wheels or 4, asphalt or dirt. It's all free at speedsport1.com. You can also take it on the go with the Speed Sport 1 app. Download it today. This is Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Scott Lewis & Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With Shop Monkey, we've been able to grow the shop by 20% in gross sales since implementing it in the shop. Everything that we were doing before has been sped up with Shop Monkey. All of our parts ordering, all of our approvals, all of our mechanics knowing what to do next. And I've had friends that are in the trade that own shops ask about Shop Monkey, and I highly recommend it just because of easy use. There's nothing like it with that kind of platform.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. Mr. Lawrence Foster is back with us. How are you doing, Lawrence?
I'm doing okay. I've got a later slot today, so I'm happy.
It's a really good one too. So
it is
Josie
indeed.
She should be with us any second. And it's 10:30 here in California, so we're going to dive directly into it. So as soon as she appears on screen, we're going to let you take over.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Josie Rimmer, welcome to Race Industry Week. Great to have you on. If people don't know you, you are one of the driving forces behind the expansion, the growth of Dirtfish. And before we sort of go into a couple of topics that I want to cover with you that I know are very close to your heart in terms of aspects of Dirtfish and also aspects of the bigger industry, just give us a little bit of a backstory on Dirtfish and for people who don't know, what is Dirtfish?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first of all, thanks so much for having me join this race week. I've been watching on and off over the past 5 days, and it's been really wonderful. So yeah, like you mentioned, Dirtfish has a lot of aspects to it. We opened our doors in 2010 by starting a rally school out here in Snoqualmie, Washington. We're about 30 minutes east of Seattle. And we're a full-fledged rally school. You come to our doors and we put you in a program that's either a rear-wheel drive program, all-wheel drive program. And thanks to our wonderful partnership with Subaru, we've got the BRZ and the STI platforms. We offer classes anywhere from a half a day to 3 days, corporates, private training. We've trained anyone from maybe someone that's never driven a manual transmission before, all the way to, the Travis Pastranas of the world have come to Dirtfish to get some extra practice. So that's sort of the core of Dirtfish where we started. In 2019, we're constantly looking for ways to increase our impact and take more action that's rooted in our love for the sport. And so the way that we decided to do that in 2019 was to launch dirtfish.com as a media platform as well. So not only do we now have the rally school, but we've also got dirtfish.com, which follows worldwide rally news. Any major rally, we're there on site getting the stories and the audio and the video. And we're covering that for all of our rally fans worldwide. So we went from, a rally school that saw a couple hundred people a year to a rally school that sees 3,000 students a year and a website that sees an average of 60,000 page views per race weekend.
It reminds me a little about the movie Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come. I mean, Snoqualmie, the school itself, an incredible location. A very not just scenic, but a fantastic layout as well. And I remember we were there a couple of years ago, believe it or not, with a Prius hybrid that we took on the Olympus Rally, and Nate Tennis and the guys there, fantastic place and couldn't be more accommodating. But how did you end up in Snoqualmie? I love it, but why Snoqualmie?
Yeah, it does seem kind of random, doesn't it? And it is a random situation, and it's very simply rooted in the fact that a huge old piece of Weyerhaeuser lumber property came up for sale. So Steve Rimmer, the owner of Dirtfish, saw that plot was coming on sale. It's just over 300 acres. And his some may call it crazy, but his idea was to put a rally school on that land. And it's been, I mean, it's beautiful. We're incredibly lucky. We're close to major hubs, but we're also settled away from the chaos by the perfect distance.
And just like you mentioned your dad, Steve, there, a huge advocate, a huge, in terms of getting the rallying message out there. And I know that this is something where, for instance, activations recently at Velocity Invitational, Dirtfish's presence at the Goodwood Festival. I mean, how important for you is it to sort of be part of the message, you know, getting rallying out there to a bigger audience?
Yeah, I feel honored to be a part of it. You know, I'm incredibly lucky in the sense that I grew up around it. You know, Rally and Group B were always just an integral part of the world for me. And of course, that's not the case for most folks. So I feel really lucky. I get to travel. I get to make connections, like you mentioned, at legendary places like Goodwood and Velocity. And we get to show off really the cars that were at the heart and the core of Group B. Many of those cars are one of one. You won't get to see them anywhere else. And what I love about Steve's view on the cars is that they're meant to be driven. They're meant to be enjoyed. They're meant to do what they were built to do. So they're not just sitting in a showroom collecting dust. You know, we get to take them out to play.
And getting that message out there, taking us back to dirtfish.com and Dirtfish Media. I mean, it's my I shouldn't say this because I'm obviously racer.com and everything, but it's my go-to location, not just for the WRC, but obviously ERC for ARA. The guys that you've assembled, one of my former work colleagues, David Evans, Colin Clark, Luke Barry, it's something I think where to actually make it centered on rallying, but to become such an integral part of the scene so quickly. I mean, are you surprised at the success and the impact that dirtfish.com has had so far?
That's a tough question. I don't want to say I'm surprised because, like you mentioned, we've got the crew, you know, David Evans, Luke Barry, Colin Clark. I mean, they're the top of the top. I can't tell you the amount of times that I'm sitting chatting with David and I have to remind myself that David Evans is sitting in front of me. But you know, the timing of launching the site was challenging. Like I mentioned, we launched it in 2019 and we all know what happened in 2020. So we were really concerned that we were going to, because of bad luck and bad timing, we were maybe not going to have the reach that we wanted. However, because of minds like David's and Colin's and Luke's, they didn't stop making content. We were one of the only rally sources that was generating new content throughout COVID. And it's because we're lucky enough to have the relationships that David has built with WRC drivers, you know, with Oitanik, with Kalle Rovanperä. We were able to get them on Zoom calls and have them give us a message that we could then, you know, share on our site. And that drove our growth it just skyrocketed. So I don't want to say that I'm surprised by the growth, because I'm really proud of our team. And I know that everyone has worked, you know, tirelessly to make this happen. I will say the part that is surprising to me in a really, really great way is that we're uncovering more and more and more rally fans. You know, we're either uncovering the ones that already existed, or we're converting maybe some track fans over to our dirt side of the world, which is great.
And that would be my next point. The fact that it isn't preaching to the converted, but the fact that it is actually taking rallying, and a lot of this I think is because it brings you inside. It doesn't sort of like, it isn't talking to you, it's talking with you. And I love the fact as well that it's giving an elevated platform, for instance, to championships like ARA. You know, if WRC is the centerpiece, the fact that ARA is able to actually grow as well. I mean, how important is that for you and for Dirtfish to be seen, to be looking after the national scene as well?
Absolutely. It's incredibly important. You know, our mission is to grow the sport, and there's no way to do that without promoting A, the grassroots, and B, the local competition series. When, you know, ARA, now American Rally Association, had been through a few a few different names, a few different entities. But ARA, when they first took hold of the championship, we were we were at the gates. We were ready to be involved. We were the sole promoter for the first 3 years of the series. And now they've actually been able to bring on more sponsors like Green APU. And that's huge. We all know wherever we are in the motorsport world that we don't exist without sponsors, and how much validity that brings to the sport. When our goal is to grow the sport, encourage participants to get involved, lower the barrier to entry, it's absolutely vital that we be as involved as possible with our local competition series. And the folks over at ARA are just as committed as we are to building a competitive scene that is in line with the likes of the WRC.
And one thing since the launch of dirtfish.com is that there has been a constant evolution. And I think the big thing for this year, and just talk us through this in terms of not just the logistics, but basically from scratch, the live center on WRC rounds. I've got my Rally TV, I've got my live center. My Rally TV is giving me the pictures. My live center is giving me the nuances. I mean, just talk about that as a process and how you've set it up.
Yeah, so Dirtfish Live Center grew out of the same desire that we had when we launched the media site at all. We want to be evolving, we want to be growing, we don't ever want to get complacent. And one of the areas that we kind of felt could use a little more presence was in the coverage of WRC rounds. I am not speaking badly about Rally TV at all, or about WRC Plus. They've got great coverage. But we were wondering, if you're sitting at your office in the middle of the day and maybe you can't have the live stream on full volume the way you'd want to, how do you stay up to date? And how do you get some more of the information that maybe, the end of stage interview just doesn't have the time to gather? Drivers have to get out of time control, they need to get back, they've got a service, et cetera, et cetera. We wanted to get deeper, and to have it be multimedia. So now when you go to dirtfish.com on a WRC weekend, you click the Live Center tab, and all day, every day, you've got folks like David and Colin and Luke running around WRC rounds, getting interviews with the drivers when they're back at service, getting interviews with the engineers that are actively fixing the car, maybe on the side of the road. We're getting audio clips, we're getting podcasts, we're also writing articles, we're also getting videos. I was lucky enough to travel with the media crew to go to Monty this past year, and they never stop. We're running from place to place, and every once in a while I was like, are we getting a little bit too in their faces? Because they're like, Oitanik is on the side of the road trying to figure out what's wrong with his car, and Colin's in there with a microphone. But the beauty is that David and Colin have put so much work and so much time into their relationships with these drivers that the drivers look forward to seeing them. So we have access in a way that a lot of folks don't, and we're constantly just trying to provide information at the deepest level, as often as we can.
I think as well, the one of the services that dirtfish.com does that, for instance, WRC.com isn't able to do as well is a lot of this sport is speculation. A lot of this sport is actually, an official site can basically say when something has happened. But, the fact that we can get the leads, the fact that we can actually, get the speculation from your team as well, I think is crucial to that, giving it an insider feel as well.
Yeah, agreed. And I think, that's the line of journalism that is challenging to navigate sometimes. But again, I can't give our crew enough kudos. They work incredibly hard, and they deliver information and, in the most elegant and graceful way they can.
And I think Thierry Neuville owes them a favor as well for giving them a lift in Japan.
But those are the best stories. Like my other favorite one was when Colin was trying to find Lappy, and he ended up like in the back of a truck, and then, I kid you not, on a donkey to get to the crash, right? And that's something that no other news crew is doing. Colin was the only one out there. So
no, Colin's ability to find wrecked cars in the middle of nowhere is
It is
It is
a
totally
special
insane.
talent. Yeah.
Josie, you talked about one of the aims of Dirtfish is inclusion, is bringing more people in, and I want to move on to something which is hugely important to you, and that is your Women in Motorsport initiative, but also just, you know, everything that you've been doing to try and sort of get the message out, activate and involve basically not just women, but minorities as well, basically everybody across the board to try and get them into the sport of rally. And just talk to us about that, please.
Yeah, you know, I mean, one of the most beautiful parts about the sport of rally, and some people like to fight me on this, but I really think I know it's correct. There is no inherent gender bias in terms of you will not inherently be a better driver because you are a man or a woman. You will be the best driver if you're the best driver. The car doesn't know, it doesn't care. And that's the part of the sport that I feel can easily get sort of squirreled away. It's easy to look at the world of motorsport, see a male-dominated field, and just assume that that's the norm, assume that that's the way it's going to keep going. I think in a lot of ways, it's easy to just forget. We're so conditioned to look at a field and create conclusions about it. And that stops us in a lot of ways. So in 2022, you know, Women's History Month was coming up, and we knew that we wanted to do something for it, but we had never done anything. We'd had a couple one-off, you know, women's events over the years, but we never had a you know, a planned training program that was just for women. And we'd never sort of gone beyond that. So in 2022, when we were looking at what we should do, we did put an all-women's program on the calendar, and we didn't even have time to market it before it sold out. All we did was post that it was available, and it was gone. So immediately, you know, we recognized, okay, there's a need for this. There's an audience for this. So we put another one on the calendar, and it sold out. And we put another one on the calendar, and it sold out. And we put another one on the calendar, and it sold out. So in March 2022, we had an all-women's program every single weekend that was full at 10 people. So by the end of March, we'd trained 40 women in an exclusive women's only program. But it also felt like we could do more. You know, when I first started at Dirtfish, I started at the front desk, and I really was interested in writing. I wanted to write some articles. I had never gotten that opportunity before, and, you know, called David, which I was sweating bullets calling David Evans. But he said, yes, write articles. And so I started looking at what I wanted to write, and I suddenly realized that I wasn't seeing any stories about women. I couldn't find articles, podcasts, videos. The only thing on the internet was about Michelle Mouton, who I want to read about. But growing up around rally, I had seen women everywhere. I knew that there were women in the sport, and why weren't they being written about? So for our Women's Month 2022, we committed to putting out a brand new piece of women in motorsport focused content every single day for the month of March. So 31 pieces. And the response was incredible. From there, we decided to launch our first Women in Motorsport Summit, where we had 9 panelists. We had a lunch with the pros, and then we had a big celebration where everything was female-owned. Food trucks, we had a female-fronted band. Myself and Michelle Miller were giving thrill rides. Everything at that event was female-owned, female-run. And we had about 100 people in attendance that year. Last year, we ran the event only for the second time, the full month, but also the summit. And last year, we were able to get Michelle Mouton in person to Dirtfish, which was, out of this world. But we also had Pernilla Solberg, huge name in the rally world, Rhiannon Gelsomino, Heather Haller, who's one of the only female mechanics in the WRC. She worked for Hyundai last season. Leanne Junilla, FIA Women in Motorsport Commissioner for Canada. And Michelle Miller, one of our senior instructors, who also co-drove for Lucy Block last season. So, you know, we had this incredible panel. Again, did the same thing, panel, and then big celebration. We were estimating about 250 people in attendance. We had 500 people in attendance. It was wild. And this year, you know, we're doing it again. We're planning our Women in Motorsport Summit will take place on March 2nd at Dirtfish. I'm currently actively reaching out to sponsors, to partners. We've got incredible panelists already. We've got Jess Hawkins of Aston Martin joining us this year. We've got Vanessa Ruck, Harley Davidson rider, who actually was hit by a car on her bicycle and has had to train back up from there. You know, we're working to get Hannah Schmitz of Red Bull. You know, the lineup is going to be massive, but all of that sort of glitz and glamour aside, what we're trying to do is very simply elevate the women that are doing this. When we don't get to see them in the spotlight, when we don't see them represented, when we hardly ever hear about them, we forget that they're there, and it tells young women subliminally that there's not a space for them in motorsport. So our entire goal is to say, hey, look at all these women that are doing it, and we're going to be your platform to get you into the space. If you want to write articles, be a videographer, do social media, be a driver, be a co-driver, be a team medic, there's a role for you, and the motorsport world will be better for it. And it's time that the motorsport world sort of opens its eyes up to that and listens to us when we say that the door needs to be opened a little wider.
And I think, Josie, very good point there, that to be inspired, what you're being inspired by has to be visible.
Yes.
Way back in the day, obviously, you know, me knowing Michelle Mouton, knowing Louise Aitken-Walker, I mean, who do you see coming through the ranks as maybe being the next highest profile role model, the one who will inspire? I mean, I'm kind of sad that, you know, Leah Block, fantastic opportunity, for instance, with F1 Academy, but that we temporarily, maybe permanently, have lost her to rallying. Where do you see the next inspirational role model coming?
I think that we are so fortunate right now in the fact that it's so much easier to be connected to people. You know, Leah, we have to acknowledge Leah. And yes, she's moving on to Formula One, maybe. And, you know, David's already written an article about it that says, you know, is this rallying's loss? But you know what? Our goal at Dirtfish Women in Motorsport is not to say we want women in motorsport only in rally. We want women in every rank of motorsport, right?
Yeah.
To have Leah going into that role, to have Susie Wolf running this F1 Academy, period. Oh my God, it's so exciting. You know, I want to scream from the rooftops about what a big deal it is. And I also think that's not getting enough coverage, just by the way. But, you know, in the rallying space, we've got so many young women that have been coming through to Dirtfish and that have been saying, you know, one really sort of heartbreaking one for me was that I was approached by a young woman at a rally that I was competing in. And she said, I didn't know girls could do this.
Wow.
And I think it was like 2 months later, she showed up to Dirtfish and got in a car. And now she's going to do rallycross with the goal of stage rally. So yes, I think there are a ton of up and comers that will have their names in lights. And I'm so excited about that. But I'm also excited to be a part of rebuilding the foundation of the community that's competing in rally and in motorsport across the board.
And Josie, yourself, obviously, you have got behind the wheel. I remember, I think it was Lady Avocado, the strange hybrid Sierra. Is that something that you are still pursuing, or the fact that you are doing a million other things at the moment? Or
Yes, it has been a little bit of a busy season, but yes, I'm loving driving. You know, my whole background is actually in horses. You know, I was an equestrian my whole life. And then when COVID hit, unfortunately, my horse passed away, and I was lucky enough to have Dirtfish in my backyard. You know, I texted our instructors and I said, hey, any chance you can turn me into a rally driver over quarantine? And they said, sure. So, yeah, I've been competing in rallycross with Lady Avocado, which is a Merkur XR4 Ti, basically a Sierra. And then stage rallying in a supercharged BRZ. So loving that. It's definitely it's a different type of horsepower, but it's equally as exciting.
But that's an interesting one as well. As you say, with your background in equestrianism, another sport where the playing field is level. If people realize the playing field is there and you can actually get involved in.
Yeah, 100%. You know, both, you know, there's no point in beating around the bush. Both equestrianism and driving are incredibly expensive. And the challenge is that when the only media that you're seeing about either sport is the very top level, again, there's a subliminal messaging that the ability to enter the sport is unattainable. But either way, there's always an entry, right? Whether it's even if a dirtfish class is a little bit too pricey, you know, we're partnered with Northwest Rally Association. We run rally crosses where you can run any car as long as you have a seatbelt and a helmet, essentially. There are ways to get into the sport, and I think it's our responsibility to show that those are options.
Hey Josie, I've just spotted a couple of familiar faces, which kind of is our cue to wrap it up, I think. But that was fascinating and some incredibly well delivered points, and really want to see how the Your Winning Motorsport initiative develops and over the next years. But an amazing start, and just the whole Dirtfish bigger picture, just a great situation. And I will keep reading, but don't tell my boss.
I will.
And Josie, I saw you at Women in Motorsport. You did a great job on the panel.
So did you. Thank you guys so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Stay with us. We are going to run a little video from our sponsors, and we will go back into drag racing with the 2023 NHRA Top Fuel champion, Mr. Doug Kalitta. So
excited to have Doug, and I am so happy he won.
I think everybody is. So we'll run a short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
EPARTRADE is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
EPARTRADE, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, All you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
EPARTRADE really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Pull your visor down, strap in. Racer is about to take you deep inside an exotic and high-speed world. From the start, Racer in all its forms has shared the passion, beauty, ingenuity, and commitment that make racing a way of life.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, INDYCAR, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. Joe Castello is with us. We're going to dive back into NHRA drag racing, and we should have with us any second somebody who just won a big championship, right?
Oh yeah, this is great. Judy referenced it. People who have followed the National Hot Rod Association and the sport of drag racing for a considerable amount of time know the name Kalitta, Connie Kalitta, Scott Kalitta, and Doug Kalitta. Doug has been chasing a championship for a quarter of a century and had finished second place 6 times over the years, and had always been the racer that, if people had to say who was the greatest racer who had not won a championship, that's something that Mark Martin carried around for a long time and others. Doug was that guy. No more. Doug Kalitta got the championship done this year in the most dramatic of ways, made it to the final round of the final race, winner take all in the final round against Tony Stewart's wife, Leah Pruitt Stewart, in the most dramatic motorsports moment I think I've ever personally been a part of. And Doug won it. And now Doug is a world champion of drag racing, and he will be forever. It was one of the most emotional moments that I had witnessed.
I couldn't breathe.
Yeah.
I just needed those 4 or 5 seconds to be done and over with.
Yeah. And, the way they did it with authority, right? A mic drop moment, winning 3 of the 6 race playoff and having a great reaction time and a great ET, low ET of the event in the final round. And now Doug is forever a champion. It's just so exciting for the sport of drag racing, so exciting for the Kalitta family, which is not just, the actual family, but the Kalitta Motorsports family extends far beyond just the people in the family to people who have worked with and worked on, not to mention the Kalitta Air. Everybody around the world working for them, they share in the championship. So it's going to be very exciting to speak with Doug here in a few moments.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Joe.
It surprises me he came from open wheel grassroots racing.
Well, you said, Tony mentioned it yesterday, and that is the issue that not to get on a soapbox, but I have a second or two. I mentioned it with Tony Stewart yesterday, and he agreed. For reasons unknown, the people who drag race don't quite get the driver chops respect as some of these other series, and I understand there are different principles, but Doug Kalitta and Tony Stewart battled for a USAC championship back-to-back years, 94 and 95. They raced each other, and Doug then went drag racing, as many do. Ron Capps, our funny car champion from a year ago, he jumped into an SRX car with Tony this year, led laps, battled people. This is not something he does all the time. Imagine if he had chosen to go down that career road. They love drag racing for the passion, and it's great that we get to speak with Doug.
Doug is with us.
Thank you for joining us, Doug.
Right. Excellent. Hey, Doug, Joe here. Good to see you once again.
Yeah, thanks for having me on here.
Yeah,
A little bit of a scramble, last minute scramble to figure out how to get connected here. I was kind of tied up here, but yeah, thanks for having me on.
Okay, so you were on my WFO radio podcast live stream a week ago. That was for a drag racing specific audience. Now we have a worldwide motorsports industry audience on the EPARTRADE.com Industry Week. Sports cars, rally cars, Formula One, TC 2000 in South America, and drag racing is just a big part of that. But I believe your story is so huge that it should be written about and talked about. But we were just speaking with Francisque and Judy. We spoke with Tony Stewart yesterday about the 94-95 USAC battles between the two of you. Before we get into the meat of the matter of your drag racing championship, what do you recall from those battles with Smoke back then when you were still turning left on dirt?
Yeah, no, he was always a tough competitor out there for sure. But yeah, that's kind of where we grew up, trying to figure out how to drive cars. It was, it was back in the day. We both had great equipment. So, we were normally running up front and battling for the win. So, so that's probably the biggest thing was just trying to beat that guy. It was tough, but no, it was a lot of fun for sure.
Those on tracks, intense moments that, and I was just on my soapbox a moment ago because I just want more people to understand how much goes into being successful in drag racing. And you're a perfect example of someone who came from, dirt racing, circle racing. Your family were drag racers. And so you got pulled into the sport of drag racing through gravity, if you will. But, what's similar? Talk about the mental side, for instance.
Yeah, back in the day when, Connie and Scott were both driving, I worked on the car for about 8 years. And it was like, I don't think a seat is going to open up over here at this drag racing side. So, so I ended up with an opportunity through a guy that was working for Connie. And, he was always, he ended up, with Rich Vogler. I always remember him and Rich Vogler would always seem to get in a wreck, and Don would get the worst of it. So he would bring that thing back to the garage, and I was through high school, I was fabricating and welding and doing all that stuff. So I'd spend hours helping him beat this thing back together, and that's kind of how the opportunity came along. After spending God knows how many hours trying to help him, he's went to Connie and said, "Hey, we should give this guy an opportunity to drive one of his midgets." And Don was a hell of a fabricator. So, so that's kind of how the whole opportunity started for me. And then really with my cousin retiring and a seat opening up, I had Ed the Ace McCullough as my crew chief when I first started, and a really good team. So so that was a hell of an opportunity. But I have to admit, the first time I drove that thing, because I ran an alcohol car for it was a Frank Holly program. I ran it for about a day, I think, and then we switched over to the top fuel car, and it's just one of those deals. You're not sure what to expect in comparison, but fortunately with running the sprint cars and the midgets and sliding around and doing all that stuff and those things, I kind of figured it out pretty quickly. So, but no, it's been a hell of an opportunity that I've gotten from Connie over the years, really doing both, because he supported Don back in the day with the midgets. So I kind of rolled right into that deal. And, but yeah, it was super cool this year having Connie there at the banquet, and, and Sunday, and just all the fans, and it was a special moment for sure to have a part of the whole Sunday and the banquet. And obviously he's had a number of different guys win the championship over the years, so that was really cool to become part of that group.
And that is, I believe, you're talking about getting an opportunity, and not a lot of people talk about the time that you were working on the bottom end of their cars. It's a tough job. Like, you worked your way up. Robert Height was on yesterday talking about working his way up from a crew member And I don't want to say drag racing is the only motorsport where that is possible. It's certainly not, but it happens on a pretty regular basis. Many of our stars, Ron Capps, Robert Height, yourself, did the tough jobs. But then you get the opportunity and you wanted to deliver. But how did that, being a crew member, turning wrenches, diving under that thing while it's hot, getting covered in oil, how did that help form you as a driver, as a racer?
Yeah, the one thing about drag racing, is even sprint car stuff too. I mean, sometimes you just have to get it done. It's not going to be perfect. You just got a limited amount of time. Just make it safe and get the thing either on the track or back up to the starting line. So, but yeah, just mechanically, just working with your hands. It's a good trait, and it's I've got my son now working on the car, and he's figuring things out pretty well. And he's super coordinated. He was a soccer player, and he's done that his whole life. So it's been kind of fun to have him working on my car, and he's starting to learn how to fly now. So get him kind of going with that stuff. And but yeah, it was growing up with Connie. He's always been a fix it, figure it out kind of guy. Even with the technology of the Top Fuel cars and figuring out how to fix the weakest link is kind of what drag racing seems to be all about, with particularly the engine, and just trying to figure out how to make more power and keep the engine to where it would live going down the track. So and the same thing with just building a lot of the stuff on the car. So that was back in the day something I spent a lot of time building the ideas that Connie would come up with on things that he wanted to improve on with the car. So fortunately, my dad, he had a welding supply business. Him and Connie were brothers. So my dad we had all his welding machines, and he would sell all this stuff. We had a shop that, we would fix, all kinds of, mostly he was into motorcycle racing. So we were usually fixing and building stuff, that had just two wheels on it. So, but I think I probably got off the subject here of what the question was. So
that's a very John Force. See, the guy wins a championship and he's turning into John Force already. Hey, David Morton is out there in the chat section, says everyone at Fifth Third Bank is super proud of you, and they're proud of their partnership with Kalitta Motorsports. And that has to be the ultimate prize, is the adoration and just the congratulations from all of these people who have supported you over the years and are part of the team, helping fund the team, and making this actually happen. What has that been like for you? David is out there, but there's has to be plenty more.
Yeah, no, that's the thing that that I was so happy to be able to pull this off for, was all the people that have supported me and continue to support me. It was an overwhelming. Yeah, it was just kind of overwhelming with everybody. And obviously the Fifth Third Bank folks have been a big part of our team and our business with the airline stuff. So yeah, they're great partners, and certainly appreciate them and really everybody else that has supported me and gotten me to this point here. So, but no, the banquet was super cool. It was just really overwhelming, the support that I got from all my competitors and the folks that I've been racing against. They finally, it was nice to be able to pull it off for everybody that has had my back over the years.
On that note, in this, was it a little weird? Did you understand how everyone looked at you within the sport? Like, did that, prior to the moments, and for those out there at the NHRA Awards banquet, and you can go online and watch this on NHRA's YouTube channel, Doug got multiple standing ovations from everyone in the sport. I would liken it to a Dale Earnhardt Daytona 500 kind of moment, where everybody acknowledged that this was something that was well deserved, well earned, and they just wanted to show Doug how much they appreciated him being the person to receive that moment. Doug, did you understand that's how everybody thought of you?
No, I was just relieved, and I still am relieved that we. But yeah, we're obviously we're all out there competing against one another, hoping their cars don't start and whatever else happens. But no, it was. I've been out there for. I always say it's 22 years, this and that, but 26 years. I was actually reminded that it was that many years, and then being second 6 times, so it was one of those moments that just you get the win light, and it's just a huge relief really for me and my family particularly, because they've been putting up with me for all these years trying to accomplish this goal. So but yeah, couldn't have done it without them for sure. And yeah, no, it was a proud moment.
So let's talk about that moment for the people around the world, fans of rally, Formula One, stock cars, just everything that they all have their dream scenario. And maybe you're going into the final lap and the white flag is out, and you're in second place and you got to make a pass. Like, everybody has their own moment. For Doug, it was the final round of the final race against his closest competitor, and whoever won would be the world champion. You knew that going to the starting line. You had one of the best that there's ever been, Alan Johnson, as your tuner. He was brought on by Connie for this moment. You'd finished second 6 times in your career, winner take all final. Take everybody into that moment as you prepared to make that run.
Yeah, definitely. With the way our NHRA point system is, that was, it played out perfectly for, to build the excitement of of how that point system is designed. And that's certainly what happened. But really, I was pretty confident, obviously, it was a big moment, but I was actually felt as comfortable as I was, pretty much throughout the day. So, just needed to go up there, rely on my guys. And like you say, I've got the best team, Alan Johnson, Brian Houston, all these guys that, been racing against forever and competing against, finally in my corner. And but no, it was a proud moment for sure to be able to pull off the win with those with my guys. And it really, we had been kind of struggling for the last early part of the season, and kind of got hot right there at the end. So yeah, getting the 3 wins at the last 6 races, we were building confidence as the year was, as the season was finishing. And yeah, it was really a thing of beauty for me and my team to be able to pull it off.
Emily out there, world-class act. You could feel the energy all weekend long. Well-deserved. Certainly a great moment, motorsport history, but not without struggle. You mentioned struggle in the countdown. In the first race of the playoff system, you guys, had a tire go down right in the lights. You controlled the car in a very difficult situation. And, we don't even talk about that, right? Like the fact that you were able to bring that thing to a safe stop and get out. A lesser driver might not have been able to keep it together, but you did. You rolled out a backup car and won the race. And that's really where the energy changed. That moment had to be the potential to be demoralizing. Like, oh my gosh, here we are in the playoffs and we just lost our primary car.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for sure. And that was pretty lucky on my part, really, with just how it all played out with, I had to shoot. I usually get one shootout a little earlier than the second one. And Yeah, it was felt real fortunate because usually when you have a tire issue, it just doesn't normally end well, and especially right there in the lights. But yeah, so we got back to the trailer. We looked at the car, and it was a moment that you weren't sure, what we were going to have going forward with our other car that we hadn't run all year. And after we pulled that thing out of the trailer, and it was Helen and the guys, it was a happy car, I guess you could say, because it responded well to the tune-up that we had put in it. And yeah, so it was kind of interesting throughout the last few races, everybody talking about the canopy car and this and that, and leaving it in the trailer. But I have to admit, the one thing about that canopy car, it was almost like a Cadillac. That thing was quieter. It would just being inside the thing was kind of interesting. But as far as I'm concerned, really whatever works for my guys. And it'll be interesting to see what they come up with for next year and what we're going to start the year with, either a canopy car or not.
So that's open. You're not demanding one or the other. You're open to either. And a lot of speculation on that. People have said you'll never drive a canopy car ever again, but you sound open to it.
Yeah, I'm usually, I wheel in there a couple hours before qualifying starts on Fridays, and they don't, as far as making changes on the tune-up and all that stuff, I just show up and drive that thing. So I'm fortunate in that respect, because obviously if I had to get in there and work on the thing, but they've really, by design, just to keep everything nice and organized. Everybody has a job. So but yeah, whatever they really feel works the best for Alan and Brian, it's kind of what I'm down with.
Alan Johnson, Brian Hewson doing a great job. So Doug, look ahead. Is this the end of a chapter, or is this the end of a story? You guys didn't bring over Alan and Brian, and I know they didn't sort through all of everything to get it to the way that they liked, to win only one, 3 races and 1 championship together. Do you feel like this is the beginning of a run? I know you can't predict your performance, but winning the 3 of the last 6, we get going again with the Mission Foods Drag Racing Series in March at the Gator Nationals, and you're the champ.
Yeah. So, no, it'll be good. We'll see what we come out of the gate with here. We're going to have a ton of momentum. A little more skipping our step here. So, we've obviously got the resources behind us. So, Connie and, we're going to start the year with the 2 dragsters again in the funny car. And, the goal is to get all 3 of those cars running up front, at all the races. So, but that's my hope is, we're going to keep that thing running strong and just running towards the front. You know how tough our field is in the class. So you really have to, be one step ahead of everybody to get these wins. They don't come easy. I can tell you that. And, I'll be looking forward to it. That's for sure. Probably along with yourself. So, love drag racing, and, we plan on having hopefully another great year next year.
On that note, and we're winding down here, a couple more minutes. Just the outlook on the sport in general. You mentioned Top Fuel, the kings of the sport, the quickest accelerating machines on earth, never having been more challenging and competitive. Mission Foods coming in to sponsor the sport in 2024 and beyond. There's a lot of really positive news and energy around drag racing. You've been around a long time. Just kind of summarize it all.
Yeah, no, we're gonna, I think, be probably 20 or 21 events next year. So as long as we keep our car counts up, that's really the main goal with really all of the classes. And I think the direction that the NHRA is going, supporting, just trying to increase all of what they do to support the teams, I think is going in a good direction. So, but that's really what we need is, just keep our car counts up, and, the competition, it's going to be tough, right? So, but, really the facilities that we're running at, the power of these cars, it's, and the fact that the older you get, the more people you come across with that, it always seems like with drag racing, people with short attention spans are like myself. It's a great sport for that. So you don't have to sit there and watch it for, 4 hours or whatever, 3 hours to, to see what's going on. So, or catch your favorite guys. So it's a little different in that respect. 3.7 seconds or whatever, and the race is over. And so I think there's a certain audience out there that really enjoys that. And, we've got a great following, with our sport. And I'm excited. And, I think the NHRA and what they got going on is good. So we're looking forward to getting back out there.
Well, Doug, I appreciate it. This has been, it's history. It's drag racing history. Connie made his, Scott made his, and now you have made yours as a Top Fuel World Champion. But I'm really excited to see what you do with it as you go into 2024 and beyond. And I see Francisque and Judy are on. Judy said she couldn't breathe for the whole final round, that she was unable to. And I felt that too. It was amazing. It was drag racing history, and you lived it. And congratulations.
Well, thank you guys. Appreciate all the support, and thanks for having me on today.
So excited. And thank you for joining us this year, Doug. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Thank you.
You guys are doing a great job. I was watching it a little bit yesterday with what you have going on, and it looks like a heck of an effort you put together with all of what you're doing.
Thank you. Doug, out of a pandemic, we just created this, and it just keeps getting better every single year. So thank you for
doing a great job. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you. Thank you
Thanks,
very
Doug.
much. And we still have, a lot of sessions in the coming up, and we're going to run a little video from our sponsors. We'll be right back with Formula G, then with the Formula One Las Vegas Grand Prix, and a lot more. So stay with us. We will be right
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
The #1 source of friction in your engine is not what you think. piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. We have a few more sessions before the end of the day, and Paul Fanner is back with us. We are going to be talking Formula G, and as I mentioned before that, then we're going to Las Vegas to talk about the F1 Las Vegas Grand Prix. Then we'll have Brad Sweet, we'll have a crew chief, an NHRA panel, and Dave Darland. So we've got a busy schedule ahead of us.
You know, Francisque, every single day has just been strong. That the type of leaders and superstars that we've brought on, and we're so grateful to them.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just that's the whole goal of this week. And we've got Paul with us, two Paul.
Yes, indeed.
I think, yes, indeed. So we're going to ask Paul to start his video. And as soon as the video is working, we will dive into this. So, looks like there's a little technical issue with Okay, so we're going to stay with us. We're going to bring our technical genius and IT team that's going to work.
Thank God for IT people.
And that's what happened.
Lord knows I'm not one.
Yeah, me either.
So while we wait, Paul, to get Paul on with us, any thoughts on the previous sessions today and the previous days, and
first off, the most, I think, meaningful thought I have is that where else do you get to see all these people come together in a conversation that you can go back and rewatch too? This is literally the Congress of Motorsport globally, where the entire world comes together to the benefit of the sport to share what their year has been like, what they're planning to do, and what's new. It's really evolved into something I'm very, very proud of. Thanks to both of you and what you've done and your commitment to make it happen.
You are always so magical with your words, Paul. You're a writer.
Well, I'm an art director. Was also the world's worst magazine editor when I attempted that. But thank you, Judy. No, seriously, just being part of the ideation for this and the development of this since the beginning. I made a comment talking to Tony Paretta the other day that I'd observed that he learned faster than the competition. He had this compressed time frame in which he had to learn his business and evolve. And what you've done is very much that. You've learned and evolved your very new business in a very new format quickly. And I think that the industry now knows what EPARTRADE is as a result of this. And I know you started out to change the world, and I think this week is evidence that you really have begun to do that.
Well,
thank you.
We are market makers, and we do our best.
It's just, we did it with trade shows and trade publications for 20 years, and today we do it through a platform, an online platform, and the creation of content. But the job is the same. The tools have changed, as simple as that. And talking about tools, we have a little technical challenge with Paul, and our IT team is working with Paul. We should, get this fixed, and that's what happened when you're live. So we can hear Paul, but we can't see him. So we're just going to wait to make sure everything works out, and then we'll bring him on. Anything you want to say, Paul Fanner, about Formula G, because it's going to be interesting. It's I think Paul, no, still a little challenge. So we're going to wait to get this sorted out. But do you want to say a few words, maybe, Paul?
Yeah, just before we begin, first, I've known Paul for 15 years. We were well acquainted. We had the privilege of working together on another project, and I have a lot of respect for Paul and his intelligence and his tenacity. And I will tell you, he understands the media business probably better than I do, given his background. But his excitement for this particular project, it got us excited, and we were very honored at Racer to be the media platform that broke the news about the renaming and rebranding of Formula G. Paul will tell you a little bit about that when he comes on. But our history as a company is we've embraced progressive technologies and racing series. We believe that racing has got to learn faster than the competition and evolve with changing times. And so having the ability to announce this and Dominic Wilde, our correspondent based in the UK, broke these stories and worked with the team at Formula G to reveal their plans. And we're probably going to learn more today when Paul comes on. But make no mistake, this is the shape of the future, and some of the things Paul is going to talk about today, I believe, are the right things that need to be done to expand the audience and participant base for progressive forms of motorsport that have new technologies and new formats.
No, I mean, absolutely. And that's, and I'm hearing, I know our team is trying to reach out to Paul to resolve this little technical challenge. And if not, we're going to bring Paul without the video. But we're just trying to make sure, we can produce a show of great value for you. And
here he comes. He had to change computers. There he is.
There we go.
Thank you, Paul.
Hey,
I really apologize for that. I just wanted to make a big appearance.
Well, you certainly built the suspense, Paul, before you came on. Great to see you.
And I could hear you building me up, so thank you, Paul.
That's all right. Don't let everybody down now. First off, great to see you. And again, thank you to the team at Formula G for allowing Racer to break the news of the name change and work with you in rolling this forward. We're enthusiastic supporters of what you're doing, and I think that I'd just like to start with you providing some background to how you became involved in Formula G, what your racing background, because I don't think people may realize that are not deep into the world of racing where you came from and what you were doing related to motorsport here until recently, and now you're at the front line of it.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Paul. Yes, so I was very fortunate to meet up with Jay Penske back in 2003. And I worked for him on the media side of the business of what is now Penske Media Corporation. I was EVP and ran most of the mergers, acquisitions, and operations for 14, 15 years. As a part of that, I got involved with Steve Lusso and Jay when they did the first attempt at the Indy 500, as you may remember, when we had Ryan Briscoe driving. And that led through to us going till 2014 in INDYCAR, going up to a 2-car team at one point, and then back down to one. And then we were there at the embryonic stage of Formula E, and we picked up our shop and moved it from Marina del Rey in California all the way to lovely Donington in England, which was only 20 miles from my hometown of Coventry. And we were based out of there, and I stayed with, that was Dragon Racing. It's now, that team has, gone through iterations. It's now DS Penske. And I was with Jay till 2018 with that team.
Yes, and you got to see the evolution, the rapid evolution of Formula E and its growing appeal and influence around the world firsthand, and got to know the management and the leadership at Formula E.
Yes. Yeah, we got to work very closely with Alejandro and Ali and Alberto, the core team at the start. And, when we got involved, it was a PowerPoint. Alejandro was walking around, signing up teams. So it was very interesting. It was very exciting to us because being a digital media company, it made all the sense in the world to do that on the sporting side. And, Jay is certainly a visionary across all aspects, and the way that he put us into Formula E and how we just drove that forward, it was very exciting.
Indeed, it was, and I got to see your team race on several occasions in Formula E, and I view it as our home team in Formula E, and No, I also have a close friend, Robert York, who's working with the team now.
Of course. Yeah, he worked with us when we were INDYCAR as well.
That's right. That's right. And by the way, I want to go back to that debut at INDYCAR at the Indy 500. That was a spectacular debut. You were a competitive team from the onset.
It was fascinating that we could get in and be so quick. We did have the advantage, of course, of having access to some Penske equipment. That didn't hurt.
No.
But at the end of the day, Ryan did an incredible job, and it was a wet race as well, as you know.
Yep.
And to finish fifth was amazing in our debut race.
Yes, indeed. And I think that sets a tone for high expectations across the board, I think, for anything you're involved with. And I've seen you succeed at an amazing level of success in the things you've touched. I have great respect for you and your tenacity.
Thank you.
And I think that, to me, with you being involved with this, that's what had me at hello. I knew if you were committed to it and you had the energy and excitement about it, that this was a well-reasoned and a thoughtful approach to filling a need in the motorsport space. So, I'm trying to set you up here to roll out what Formula G is, and why you think it's time for Formula G, rather.
No, it's great, and I've been talking to Dilbag about this for ever since he came up with the concept a couple of years ago while he was still with Mahindra. It's doing exactly what you said. It's filling a hole in the sport. We're not trying to compete with anybody. We're not trying to be a series that runs against major motorsports events. We're there to be a support series and to bring affordable, accessible, green racing to any type of motorsports event. It can be an ICE powered, or it can be electric, or it can be hydrogen, it can be alternative fuel. We're here to support. And the way that we're doing it is very different to how anyone else has done it, because we're breaking it off regionally.
Yeah.
So there's an Americas series, there's a Latin America series, there's a European series, and then there's a GCC/India series. As you know, Dilbag Gill, who's the CEO and founder or co-founder along with Nick Heidfeld, is Indian. And so his drive behind this was about creating affordable and accessible racing. And we feel that by breaking it off into being 4 regional championships, you're making that affordability already be scalable, because you're not talking about international travel necessarily. I mean, within Europe, yes, but not within America and not within Latin America. You're staying regional. And so from the driver aspect of being able to enter a series that's affordable, through to promoters that are looking for space, looking for content, looking to have a green aspect come to their race event or weekend, we're there to plug in. It's a plug and play series from the start to the finish. We have all the equipment. We effectively lease it to the teams, so they have no of the maintenance, R&D, upkeep of the vehicles. That all is our responsibility. We hand deliver it to the track. The team take it over, they run their races, and then they pack it up, and then we take it away.
Well, that sounds like about the easiest way to get into a professional racing series that I've ever heard.
Right. Yes.
And I first off, with heavy hitters like Dilbag and Nick involved in this, along with yourself, obviously this is well thought through, great experience on all sides. What was the tipping point to get you all to commit? What was the moment where you said, yes, we're going to do this?
So I can't speak for Dilbag and Nick, because they'd been in this for a while longer. But for myself, when I realized that everybody talks about inclusion and equality and accessibility in motorsports, and it's very hard to follow through on it. And Dilbag had put so much thought into this. And, in some ways it was experience from our early days at Formula E, all of us, we went in at a fixed cost series. There were certain elements of delivering a turnkey package, but then it turned into something different. And the idea, once I realized that we were going to lock this in, there was going to be the franchise element, because to me that was very important. You know, being involved in a team in INDYCAR, and I know that Mark Miles spoke about this earlier in the week of, you know, the IP involved in equity and ownership in a team is becoming more and more important and more relevant, just because of what's happened in Formula One and the way they're getting valued as teams now. So once I knew that we were absolutely going to be able to offer franchises at very affordable prices, that was where I made the leap in.
Right, and this business model, in my mind, is what really got my attention, because it's complex, very risky, and it's a puzzle most people aren't willing to figure out, as it turns out, to start or to join a major professional racing series. This is a very simple, straightforward entry point. Who does this appeal to in your mind? Who is the team partner customer for this? What level of motorsport do you think this would compete with, number one, if there is a direct competitor, and who is the ideal team partner, if there was a mythical being out there?
Right. that unicorn out there, and we need 40 of them, right? Because there's 10 franchises per region, which will make us the largest, from a team basis, motorsports series in the world, with 160 drivers. I think there's two parts answer to that, Paul. The one thing I didn't mention is the dual power race car.
Yes.
So not only do you have 2 cars per team, so that's 20 cars on track per race, the car races at 2 different power levels, one being FG2 and one being FG1. And FG2 is for emerging drivers, and it's a development series to FG1, and FG1 is hopefully not competing with anybody, but is a feeder series to the Formula E's, the Formula Ones, the IndyCars of this world.
Right.
So there are 2 team elements. One is we are going to be working at the university level globally to get that access to talent, which is not just drivers, it's engineers, it's mechanics, it's whatever is happening in the university level. And so look at FG2 as an equivalent of F2 in that you're bringing people in, the budgets are about the same, there's franchises involved, and then there's the professional racing drivers or the ones that come through and flow through to FG1, and that is our pinnacle. But we're still a support series primarily. In emerging countries, we might not be. We might do our own races, and most likely we will, particularly in the Middle East, where there's not so many established open wheel races. Right. But a team is a professional team that's either in one of those, one of those disciplines I mentioned. It could be anything from an F3 through to an IndyCar, through to a Formula One, a Formula E team. It really is someone that's committed to long term. That's why we're doing franchises, and wants to develop the future talent.
That's terrific. And the idea that you have a tiered platform, a car that can run at the 2 different levels, is intriguing in and of itself. But the fact, again, you have a reliable platform too. I have to ask you, how many cars are you going to have in service, by the way? What's the total number of cars?
It's pretty significant. So there's going to be 25 for Europe, that then will switch across to GCC in India. And then there's going to be 25 here in the Americas that will do North America and then go down to Latin America. So you're talking 50 out the gate when we go racing in very late 24, but really full season in 25. And then eventually each of those regions will have their own cars. So it will be 100 cars being maintained and transported around the world.
That's ambitious and impressive at the same time. And when I think about this, it occurs to me that we already have seen, teams like Andretti and Ganassi embrace these progressive forms of racing. With Ganassi, they have an Extreme E team. Andretti is obviously involved in Formula E. You mentioned IndyCar teams. We've got basically a lot of racing teams in North America and down into Latin America.
Yeah.
How do you recruit, or how does a team work in developing an entry with you and a alignment with you? What is the process?
So it's really just started. The one thing that I thought was really important is not trying to run before we could walk. So we wanted to make sure we got the core elements in place, meaning we actually have ordered the chassis, we have the battery supplier, we have the powertrain suppliers, all of that being in place and ready to go. There were discussions that had taken place over the last 6 months. We've got 8 MOUs from professional teams, from professional series. But as we're approaching this now from a regional basis, where originally it wasn't that case,
right? Yeah,
those discussions are going to change. So the simple answer is, Paul, is contact us. We have people in the paddocks who are having conversations with teams. Again, the one thing I want to be, very clear on is we're not going to try to compete with anybody. We're there to bring value, bring extra racing, and bring a stepping stone, an additional new type of stepping stone into professional motorsports. So the conversations we've been having with, the principals of series and teams has been really, honestly, very, very comfortable and very easy to have.
I think that part of this is that you do have people that are known and experienced involved in this, which helps. But more importantly, you don't have to go build a racetrack everywhere you go.
That is absolutely what I believe the support series really does for us. We're clearly bringing an asset and a value to an entertainment weekend and adding to a ticket price. We're also hopefully bringing in a younger demographic of fan just by starting in that development of having the FG2 and the FG1. We are also doing sim racing. We are in process of working with one of the most influential people in gaming who came from EA Games and created some of the most impressive and well-performed games in the world to this day. So we want to create this complete path through. So it's not building those tracks is absolutely key. I have, absolute utmost respect for what Alejandro and the Formula E team and Liberty have done. It's incredible to go into a city center and do what they do. That's not our forte. That wouldn't make us affordable for a promoter, for a team, for a driver, or for fans. So, you're absolutely right. And what Roger Penske and Penske Entertainment are doing on the IndyCar side is also incredible as to how they're expanding that and doing more road courses. So we want to be on those same tracks. We want to be there and provide 30 minutes, 35 minutes of entertainment per race. And, have a space in the corner that they give us. We'll come racing. We'll give you the content. And hopefully teams see those drivers and it's a pass through for them going to, a professional career in motorsports.
Again, that's smart. And again, fills another need there. The thing, though, I noticed here, let's say in North America, we have some very crowded race weekends in some instances, not all. So do you think this is a series that will be best suited to temporary circuit or to the really amazing permanent circuits we have in North America?
I think it's a combination of both, Paul. I think that the way that we design it, the infrastructure, the way things are delivered, the way that we're doing the charging, etc., we can plug in. We're not necessarily, if we can't fit in on a Sunday necessarily or a Saturday, maybe we can fit in on a Friday. We have the flexibility. The way we're going to be doing broadcasting, the way we're going to be digital focused and platform agnostic means we're not necessarily tied to TV scheduling as well. So we really are trying to make ourselves as flexible as possible so we can fit in and squeeze in between sometimes those, very crowded weekends, or be extended on weekends that have more space.
Got it. And I think the digital forward stance aligns with your focus on younger audiences, of course. And I have to ask you too: is the development of the driver identities and I think team narrative is going to be controlled centrally, or is that going to be up to the teams to do that through independent ER research?
So it's a very good question, and there isn't a single answer there. Our idea is that we want drivers and all team members, be it their engineer, be it a mechanic, be it the PR person, to become influencers for themselves and for the teams, and then ultimately for us. Because we're not reliant on TV revenue, the way our model works is, as long as we have the set of teams and we have the races, the series is automatically profitable. Right. So it's more about how do we engage and build a huge audience globally. So we want drivers to become influencers. We don't want to control that narrative. Authenticity is absolutely key. And we need them, in order to have true authenticity, you have to allow them to do whatever they're going to do. And, I harken back to when Will Power, when INDYCAR did this with Will Power, and he did that particular sign on the track when something happened. Yeah. And from then they realized that people follow drivers. And we all knew that. And of course, the industry is built around that. But he became a personality. So we want everybody to be a personality. It's not necessarily the driver. It could be the guy that changes the tire. He might be the funniest guy on the planet. So let him be an influencer. And that's why we won't do any platform exclusivity. We want people to be able to view this wherever they want. And so if a fan sees something, they can click a link and they can watch the race on Facebook Live, on Instagram, on YouTube, on whatever it is. We want this just to reach people that will follow those influencers.
Well, I want to see this on Twitch, but I think that I think this is really exciting. I'm so grateful that we had a chance to break this story, and I think it's going to be one of the very interesting stories to follow in 2024 as this comes forward. I wish you and your colleagues only success in this. I think that you're going to help everyone understand maybe a new and progressive business model as well for motorsport.
Thank you, Paul. It's a pleasure being on here, and it was wonderful breaking the story with you. And thank you for giving me the time to tell the story a little bit. And I'm sorry I was late to the party.
That's all right.
But that's okay. We got the technical issue resolved, Paul. So thank you for being with us. Now we're going to be talking Formula One again, and we're going to go to Las Vegas to talk about the most exciting race. Oh, goodness, yes.
This should be interesting.
Absolutely. So we're going to be talking Formula One with the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Stay with us. We'll run a very short video from our partners, and we'll be right back.
EPARTRADE is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
EPARTRADE, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
EPARTRADE really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
There are two types of people: racers and everyone else. In a sport driven by passion, excellence, courage, and ingenuity, Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Get 1 year of Racer's print and digital editions for only $50, with instant access to our digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Speed Sport 1 is your new home for motorsports. If you're a hardcore race fan, you've got it all on this new, exciting network. It doesn't matter if it's on land or water, 2 wheels or 4, asphalt or dirt. It's all free at speedsport1.com. You can also take it on the go with the Speed Sport 1 app. Download it today. This is Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. If you're watching us on Speed Sport 1, as we just saw their little video, thank you. And thank you for watching us on Zoom, on racer.com, on speedsport.com, or different YouTube channel. And Mark, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
We are going to bring any second Silvia Bello from the Las Vegas Formula One Grand Prix. She has a very impressive resume, and my understanding is she's the first woman ever to be a steward. So Silvia is with us, and here she is. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you guys?
Welcome to the program.
Thank you. Thanks for having me here. I see that you've been having really, really good conversations about racing, about motorsport in the last few days. So it's an honor for me and for Las Vegas Grand Prix to be part of these panels.
It's an honor to be speaking to you. So I'm assuming that for you, the last few days, the last few weeks have just been about mostly catching up on sleep. It's probably been a fairly epic few months. Now that you've had a little bit of time to recover, how do you reflect on the first ever Formula One Grand Prix on the Las Vegas Strip?
It's been a great experience. It was the biggest challenge for all of us, not necessarily just for the team where I work for, the race operation team, also for the event operations, commercial. It was the biggest race and probably the biggest sporting event in 2023. So as you can imagine, as you already mentioned, there was a lot of thought put into it. There's a lot of efforts, a lot of work behind the scenes, but we are very, very happy and very proud of the product that they delivered. It was 100% entertainment. It was a lot of entertainment off track, but as we could see also on Saturday night, there was a lot of entertainment on track as well. That for some skeptics was a bit unexpected, but we knew that we will deliver a really, really good race. And as you could see from the comments from the F1 teams and drivers, they are very, very happy and looking forward to come back to Vegas next year in 2024.
I would like to follow up on all of that, but before we do, I'd like to go into your background a little bit, because your biography is a story in itself. Can you just talk us a little bit through your path that took you to the Las Vegas Grand Prix?
Of course, motorsport has always been part of my family. My dad was involved in European rallies all his life. He was also a race official. So I remember since I was a young kid to be involved in motorsport. There was always either motorcycling race, Formula One, the Dakar. There's always a race on TV at home. So it was always part of our family. So I started very young, going with my dad, enjoying some races as a motorsport fan. And when I turned 16, then I took my exam just to be track marshal, which is for those that they are new in motorsport or they would like to be part of this great environment. Is probably one of the easiest ways to get close to your heroes and to get close to the action by turning into a flag or intervention marshal. So I did that when I was 16, and after a few years of practicing in my track in Barcelona, I learned a lot in the circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya. Then I decided I wanted to keep improving my career in motorsport. I took the course and the exam to be a steward. And in 2011, it was the first time a woman was a steward for an F1 race. Luckily, that was me. It was a great experience. I've been stewarding for Formula One for 11 years. That's how I got into the F1 world, but before of that, there was a lot of work in the lower categories, in the national level in Spain, but also on the European level. being a steward, it was one of my, and is one of my favorite things in motorsport, having the chance to be close to the drivers and also make sure that the sport is fair and is conducted as the regulations requested. Then due to, I wanted to keep progressing in my career. So I felt that even if I loved stewarding, I wanted to do other things in life as well. I spent 2 years in United States working as a team manager for an INDYCAR team for Carlin Racing. And after these 2 years in INDYCAR and Carlin, seeing it from a completely different perspective, then I joined back to the FIA as race director for Formula 2 and Formula 3. In addition of all these roles I had in a team and also within the FIA, I joined other organizations, for example, like the Qatar Grand Prix in 2021 to help organizing the Grand Prix, it gave me a lot of background and a lot of knowledge that I applied here in Las Vegas. I thought that organizing a race in 8 weeks in Qatar in 2021, it was a challenge, but here in Vegas, it was something much, much bigger, as you can imagine. Closing, anyone who thinks that it's easy closing an area downtown in one of the biggest cities is absolutely wrong. This is a big, big challenge, but also closing one of the most entertaining, crowded streets in the world, like Las Vegas Boulevard or Las Vegas Strip, that was a completely another level.
Can you sort of speak to the process of doing that? Because as you say, like putting on any street race is immensely complicated, but where you did it sort of ups the degree of difficulty times 100. So what was actually involved in making that happen?
Well, as you can imagine, first of all, there's a lot of planning behind. This is not a project that happened overnight. And it took a lot of planning, especially from the group of architects from Tilke. I think they designed, it was close to 100 different track layouts. And then they at the end of the day, they decided to go for the current ones because together with Las Vegas Grand Prix and Liberty Media, everybody thought that this will be the best option to showcase the city, but also the best way to show good racing here in Las Vegas. So there was a lot of planning behind that happened even before I joined the company. And after that, obviously, as the new company started growing, there was more attention for details. I think one of the most important things and one of the items that gave us success here in the inaugural Las Vegas Grand Prix is getting surrounded by those specialists in motorsport like Tilke. We also work very closely with MPM, who's our project manager, who designed this amazing pit building that we saw with that LED F1 logo at the top of it. So working with the best like Tilke, MPM, and also Penta, which is a local company here that does a lot of work here in Vegas, it gave us the best results of all of it. And then specifically on the race operations department here in Las Vegas Grand Prix, we were really focused on making sure that the pit building, the paddock, and also the track is up to the FIA standards, FIA and F1 standards. As you know, these are quite high standards, and especially in a track and a street circuit, as you know, it's much more challenging than a permanent track. And part of our role as well is making sure that we recruited the right people as marshals, officials, and that the track was ready to go when we had the safety car test on Thursday morning.
What did it feel like after so many months and so much work to actually see the thing come to life, to actually stand there in the paddock and all the lights and everyone's there? What was that moment like?
It was a good challenge. I think we were all very, very excited, but as the race weekend just come closer and closer, I think we start getting also busy. Unfortunately, I don't think, at least personally myself, I don't think I had the chance to sink in everything that was going on until after the race was over. And then I remember the first time, well, when the checkered flag was out, I think the entire department and the group of people that were with us, everybody was cheering and celebrating. But I think when everything was real for me is when I had the chance to go back home, watch again the race. And as soon as I saw the helicopter shot from Las Vegas Grand Prix, the strip circuit, I couldn't stop crying. I think at that at that specific moment, I realized how big it was what we did. I mean, when you are in between of all the action and just making sure that everything runs to the minute and to the second and everything is ready, you unfortunately don't have that time just to realize how big is what you're doing. But when I saw the images for the first time, that was I couldn't believe what this team here in Las Vegas Grand Prix put together. It was the biggest race ever, and I think everybody will agree with that.
You mentioned earlier the need to find a track layout that is practical from a logistics standpoint, but also entertaining. And it seems from the race we saw that you found that sweet spot. Can you speak to the characteristics of the track that made it so much fun for the audience?
Yeah, of course. There were several things that that made the racing really good. I would say the first one, and I think it happens normally in some of the tracks, going into a new track is the unknown is the biggest factor. So I think for the teams, instead of just, we all know that they spend a lot of hours in the simulator, but until they reach a track and they actually see what is the grip of that they will find on the asphalt, which are going to be the temperatures, how the track itself looks like. I mean, it's not the same when you are in a simulator. I think the unknown that give us a lot of a good start. Instead of the teams having all the data and then having to make minor adjustments, it was the other way around. The teams were reactive. They had to react to how the track was, which were the temperatures, how was the asphalt. And I think that was one of the main points that make the weekend very exciting, and specifically the race. A few other items that I think they were interesting were, for example, the position of the pole position or the grid. The pole position was just 200 meters from turn one. In a normal track, normally this is 250 meters, but due to the layout that we have here in Vegas, then the leader or the pole position was closer to turn one. That allowed also for mistakes, as we could see from Max Verstappen getting into turn one and forcing Charles off track. Also, we saw other very experienced drivers like Fernando Alonso just unexpecting the corner that early and then just making a mistake there. So I think for the start of the race, having the grid closer to turn one definitely was a plus. I would say, I'm sure you guys will agree, the ones that you've watched the race, the DRS zones, they helped a lot. And especially the one that we had two DRS zones, one from turn 4 to turn 5, and the second one on the Las Vegas Boulevard towards the end from turn 13 to 14. Specifically, the later one, the second DRS zone, I think it was perfectly designed. Sometimes when you watch racing, those DRS zones are either too long or too short. I think it had the perfect length in order to allow the brave drivers, the ones that they really felt they could do it, to overtake in that turn 14, 15 corner. So I think that makes very, very exciting. That's how we could see Charles Leclerc overtaking Sergio Perez in the last lap, and I think was one of the highest moments during the race weekend. And I will also say that there were the two factors that I think, in my opinion, that also helped delivering a really, really good race. The first one that it was a concern from some, it was the lower temperatures. As you know, Formula One normally travels to really warm countries, so it was unexpected for them to come to Las Vegas and realize that it was a bit colder than usual. But that lower temperature, I think it helped having less degradation, which ultimately, at the end of the day, what it made is the drivers drive even faster and go for it, and not having to preserve the tires, go for the racing, less for the preservation.
You talked about a new event presents unknowns for the teams. It does, obviously, for the organizers as well. And you and your team did have some challenges earlier on in the weekend, but you rectified them and overcame them. Can you talk about how you guys addressed the things that came up and ensured that the rest of the weekend went as smoothly as it ultimately did?
Well, of course, there is obviously a new street circuit, as we said, there is a big challenges linked to it. Specifically in Las Vegas Grand Prix, 20% of our track is taking place in private properties, the LVGP property or Liberty property, where we have the pit building. And then the second private property is the area of the sphere. The rest of the track, that 80% that is left, takes place on public roads. As you can imagine, just setting up a track on a city like Las Vegas, and as I said, Las Vegas Boulevard is a challenge on itself. So one of the challenges, obviously, we had to work against, it was the the setting up the track. As I said, 80% of the track is public roads. So in order to host the race, we had to agree with Clark County that we will facilitate the operations, the daily operations for the people living here in Clark County and Las Vegas. So for everyone who is living here or watch the race, is really interesting to know that we had 37 different areas that we had to open and close every day. So this was a big challenge, as you can imagine. There was a lot of things that, a lot of pieces that we had to move every day. And I think that was a really, really part of the job that we did. As we progressed during the weekend, we got getting better and better. And then we were closing the streets before the schedule in order to guarantee the best spectacle possible.
As you say, you're learning as you go through the weekend. So now that you have this first race under your belt, what are the biggest challenges and what are the biggest things you learned as you look ahead to next year?
I think one of the biggest ones, as I said, is like closing and opening the track. We've been practicing for months, but until Wednesday night or Wednesday morning, excuse me, we didn't have the chance to put together all these 200 crews, 200 people that took care of closing the track every day. I think we had a really, really good result, but obviously that we wouldn't have to go back in the next few weeks and see how we can increase the efficiency of those processes. I think year 2 is probably a challenging one. Everybody thinks that year 1 is the difficult one because everything is new, but in year 2, everybody expects perfection. So I think in the next few months, what we're going to have to do here in Las Vegas Grand Prix is to do a lot of debrief, work with all our partners and make sure that we deliver even a better event for 2024.
You work under Las Vegas Grand Prix CEO Renee Wilm, and also alongside a number of other females in senior roles. How much have you seen a change in motorsport over the past decades in terms of female representation? Like, has there been enough progress for women in those sorts of positions?
I love that question. I think it's a really, really important one. There's been many more women part of the sport, and not necessarily just part of the sport, but also in senior roles. I mean, we could see there is a lot of women that they've been fans of the sport, that they've been in the sport for many, many years. But I think that we were lacking this representation in senior roles and also in more visible roles, not just necessarily on the management area, but also in the teams, having engineers, mechanics, and hopefully soon we'll have a female Formula 1 driver. So I think there's a lot of work that has been done. I think it's been great, the allyship we had from some of the men, just helping to promote the women that they were already in the sport and that deserve to be in those positions, but there's still a lot of work to be done. As you know, Formula 1 is working very hard to have the first Formula 1 driver. They created the Formula 1 F1 Academy series, which looking forward to promote more women into the sport. We know there's still a lot of work to do, but I think we're in the right direction. I think the next steps will be making sure that this base, we increase the base of women that are fans of the sport. And as you know as well, in that sense, Drive to Survive help a lot, increasing the female fans or the women that love the sport, and also reduce also the age of our fans, which I think is a really, really good progress, and we're gonna have a really good years ahead.
You kind of preempted my next question there, because as you say, things like Drive to Survive have brought a younger and newer and more diverse audience to Formula 1. Do you think that'll eventually filter through to more people from different backgrounds pursuing jobs within the sport somewhere?
I hope so. I really do so. From our experience here in race operations, unfortunately, we're seeing that some of the marshals involved in the racetracks, they're getting older and older, and we need to find a way that we can include younger people, and also we need to be much more diverse with the people we've got within the sport. We need more women. We've got other groups represented as well, and I think Drive to Survive and F1 together with the FIA doing a very, very good job on extending the motorsport and making it more accessible for all of these groups of people. Again, as I said, there is still a lot of work to do, but I think in the next few years, we're going to see a big, big change. We've seen it also in other series. I could see it also in INDYCAR when I was working there a few years ago. I was barely one of the only women that they were in the pit stand, and then you can see that it's more and more women around. So I have no doubt that all of these initiatives that F1 and other promoters are taking, they will help just to improve our sport and make it more diverse.
Is it so that's not just, I mean, obviously having clearly visible examples of people who are already doing these jobs is massively important, but there needs to be specific programs or initiatives. Like the sport needs to work to get these people. They're not just going to come in.
Correct. I think there are two things that are important. The first one is getting role models, giving visibility. So if someone, a girl is seeing that I'm in a position, on a senior position in a Grand Prix, Las Vegas Grand Prix, they think that this is an option for her in the future. Unfortunately, when I joined the sport, there were not many female role models who I can look at and said, oh, I want to be like this woman, you know what I mean? And I would have the fact that we've got more and more role models and in other different areas in engineering, mechanics, in the senior roles in the promoter side, I think is making it, giving more visibility and giving more options to women to think, that's an option for me. I would love to be part of the sport. I can do it as well. But I agree with you, we also still need support, not just to have more females in the sport, but also to be a much more diverse sport. We need to have different programs set up for the different organizations. And in that sense, Formula One, FIA, and also I know that other organizations like INDYCAR are doing a really, really good job in order to do that. I know the teams also, for example, there's a lot of Formula One teams that they have engineering programs to bring new engineers on board. And I think all these programs are going to be very, very necessary in order to diversify the sport, as I already said.
More generally, you've been part of motorsport during a time when Formula One in particular has enjoyed just explosive growth. Like it's just massive, especially in the United States. How has it changed for the better in your eyes during that time and through that growth?
Yeah, that was, from my side, I think it was great to see when I joined Formula One in 2011. Obviously, it was a well-known sport in Europe, but here in the United States had a smaller fan base. Since Liberty Media joined the sport, definitely it really helped to update the sport to what it is today. It make it much more accessible to different groups and communities that they were not so used to our sport. Delivering 3 Grand Prix here in the United States is what a perfect example of how this is helping to bring the fan base. Drive to Survive, as we already mentioned, is a great tool. And also, you will not believe it, but when I joined in F1 in 2011, even social media channels for F1, it was so small, they were almost not existing. So the work that Liberty Media and F1 they've done in order to reach younger generations and different groups, I think has been impressive. And I think that is paying off right now when we can see that there are more fans. Pretty much all the races around the world have been sold out, and how we can see there is a new group of people that loves F1 and they want to be part of this sport.
Does growth that rapid on that scale bring risks as well that maybe the sport or Formula One needs to be mindful of looking over the next couple of years?
Well, I think I would not call them risks, but I would say that what it needs is a lot of evaluation all the time. We just need to make sure that, as you know, social media, the world changes rapidly. So I think what is really, really important is that F1 and I would say probably the rest of the sports as well, they are on top of these tools, and they're making sure that any changes are made on time. As I said, we've got a great fan base. I think that most of our fans and our new fans are here to stay. They are not fans that are going to come for a couple of years. I can see really passionate men and women that want to be follow the sport and also wanted to be part of it, and I think is great. And I think the fans are here to stay. And as I said, if we keep following up with these strategies, that would be great.
Yeah, it's a bit like being a Formula One team, isn't it? If you're standing still, you're going backwards. So it's
exactly.
All about...
You need to be on top of what is going on, but I think everybody's doing a great job.
Yeah. And just overall, and taking a wider view, I mean, this was a massive event. We had Formula One invested as a promoter. We had levels of hype and expectation that were probably greater than any Grand Prix I can remember. There was a lot on the line. I don't know if you want to call it a gamble, but whatever it was, it seems to have paid off. Now that this one's under your belt, how excited are you about the event's future and where it's going to go over the next couple of years?
We're very, very excited. I think we had here all in the company had some time to recover, and we are already working for 2024. I will never call it a gamble. I mean, everybody's been working so hard for this project, and every detail was discussed. It was ensured that it was the best thing for the Grand Prix. So I think, as I said, this hard effort or that we had during the last few months paid off. I think we're very excited about it. We're going to have many more surprises for 2024. As I said, we're in the process right now of debriefing and making sure that that we can deliver even a better race in 2024. As you can see, it will be towards the end of the season next year, so we've got some time to do this, but we're going to be a lot of surprises, and we still want to be Las Vegas and Las Vegas Grand Prix, the capital of entertainment here, not just in the United States, but also in the F1 circus.
Yeah, I mean, like you said before, the hard part now is following it up with something even bigger and better next time around, because you set quite a high standard for yourself.
I totally agree. But I think that now we've got our inaugural Las Vegas Grand Prix race on board. I think everybody here as well in Las Vegas, in Clark County, is going to understand much more what is F1. We've been putting a lot of effort to explain to the properties, to explain to our partners here in Las Vegas what is F1. But now that everybody had the chance to see what is Las Vegas Grand Prix and what F1 can deliver, I think we're going to have even much more support than we had this year. Don't get me wrong, it was amazing, the support we had from Clark County and all the properties here, but I think having the first race on our backs now is going to help even more, just to create a much bigger event for next year.
I guess that extends to the community too, doesn't it? Like now they know exactly what the Las Vegas Grand Prix is all about, and they see what sort of opportunities are there for them.
Exactly. I mean, and as you all said, the community is very, very important side. Is a very important partner here in Las Vegas Grand Prix. We are here to deliver entertainment, but we are here also to give back to the community. We had a lot of job positions that we offer for the people here locally in Vegas. We want to also offer back in terms of entertainment for them. And I think the community, we could see that as we got closer to the race, they were getting more and more excited to have the race and the biggest sporting event in 2023 in town.
Are there things you weren't able to do with the event this year that you'd like to try to do next year?
I think at the moment next year is a bit early, but obviously in the future it will be great if we can have other support series around. So there's a lot of work to be done in that sense, but I'm sure everybody will enjoy it. We had a great program with Hot Labs, with track tours for our Paddock Club guests, but hopefully in the future we can also have some support series, and I think everybody will agree that this is one direction we'll try to push on the next few years.
I guess that's especially hard with street courses because you're limited with when you have the access to the track, because you have to have the roads open and closed at certain times. And
correct. And to be fair, being the first year that we had the race, we wanted to make sure we deliver the best product possible. And I think it was a really, really clever strategy just to stick to Formula One for the first year. As we said, there's no other track that is actually downtown like it is Las Vegas Strip Circuit. And also closing one of these big streets like Las Vegas Boulevard, it was a challenge on itself. So I think it was a very, very clever move by our team just to stick to Formula One. But I tell you, there's going to be more fun things to come, and I'm sure everybody will be very excited with the next few races, and we're going to deliver again the best entertainment in the F1 circus.
I also wanted to touch on, I think there was some doubt about how well Formula One could pull off 3 races in the United States and make each one feel different. But I think you guys achieved that. This wasn't like any race anywhere on the calendar, never mind the other 2 American events, did it? From your side?
I think Las Vegas Grand Prix is one of a kind, not just here in the States. It's one of a kind here in the F1 calendar. So I think that's the purpose why Las Vegas Grand Prix was created. And I think we achieved what we wanted. I think it's really important that each racetrack keeps their specificities. And I think the 3 promoters here in the United States, Miami, Austin, and here also Las Vegas, we're doing a great job. And I think it's great for the F1 fans here in the United States that they've got 3 different options where they can attend, and they can live different types of races and products as well.
Do you work much? How involved are you with the other promoters? Do work with them?
So from our side here in Las Vegas Grand Prix, we just focus on Las Vegas itself. Obviously, Liberty Media had other involvement with the other races and together with the one. But here in Las Vegas, we are fully focused on Las Vegas Grand Prix and making sure that we deliver the best spectacle possible.
Thank you, Sylvia. I hate to be the timekeeper here, but we've got to wrap the session. You did a brilliant job. Congratulations on the terrific event. You know, it's great to see what you achieved and amazing background on your end, Sylvia. And I think well, anyway, so thank you very much. I'm getting the signal from our producer that we need to. So stay with us. We are going to run a very quick video from our sponsors, and we'll be right back for our next session.
EPARTRADE is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
EPARTRADE, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
EPARTRADE really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Pull your visor down, strap in. Racer is about to take you deep inside an exotic and high-speed world. From the start, Racer in all its forms has shared the passion, beauty, ingenuity, and commitment that make racing a way of life.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, INDYCAR, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. Mr. Mike Kirshner is back with us. We're going to bring Brad Sweet on, and we've got 3 more exciting sessions before the end of Race Industry Week 2023. Brad is with us.
This is a perfect example. We go from F1 to grassroots racing and hearing what Brad Sweet's going on.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my video up here. Sorry about this, guys.
Oh,
start my video. I'm getting it.
Okay. We can hear you.
There you go.
Sorry about that.
All good.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it.
All right, we'll roll into it. Big day already for Brad today in high limit racing. Brad, for those of you who don't know, is a 5-time World of Outlaws champion, and he's the co-owner and promoter of the High Limit Racing Series along with Kyle Larson. And a couple hours ago, High Limit dropped a 60-race schedule for next season that begins in February and ends in October. Brad, how are you feeling now that that schedule's out in the public and everybody can see it?
Yeah, I feel good. You know, I mean, it's a lot of work. You know, these things start years in advance. So it's pretty gratifying when you finally, you know, get to put something out to the public. You know, you're working really hard behind the scenes, and you know, the public opinion on what we're doing, there's a lot of different opinions, you know, so it's just nice to kind of showcase what we're actually doing, and 60 races is no easy task. And, you know, I think the more important thing is that it's a national series. And the other important thing is, you know, the amount of big races that are on our schedule. So just really looking forward to, in the next few weeks, kind of announcing, you know, our driver lineup. I think there's a lot of surprises still coming for the fans, and you know, just the other things, the other business side of our business. You know, the point fund, the tow package that we're doing for the teams, and you know, everything that Flow Racing's doing for us, and that High Limits is trying to accomplish in the future. So just really exciting times for us.
What kind of reaction and feedback have you had over the last couple of hours?
It just depends on who you ask. So, you know, anytime that you're, you know, kind of putting yourself out there in these positions, there's always going to be, some of the people are upset and some people, love what we're doing. And, I think the minority of people that are upset are always get the loudest. But I think when it comes down to it, once we showcase our driver roster and what we're doing, in the future and what we're trying to do to grow sprint car racing and grassroots racing, I think, actions will speak louder than words. And honestly, this is just the beginning. It's ground level for us. So for the most part, it's been very positive, especially from the race teams and drivers. And, a lot of the racetracks are supporting us. And I would say the majority of the fans are excited to see more action-packed sprint car racing for sure.
One more question about the schedule before we move on. You mentioned big races. One of them is the Gold Cup at Silver Dollar Speedway, and that moved up a couple weeks on the schedule from its traditional date. What led to that happening?
Yeah, I mean, when we acquired kind of the All-Stars and we're trying to build the best possible schedule for high limits, obviously we looked at all the assets that were across, both portfolios. And the Tuscarora 50 is a massive event, and Port Royal Speedway in Pennsylvania. And then obviously the Gold Cup's a massive event for us in California. So to try to make both things work and stay on the schedule, I think their date's a little bit more firm because it's, around a fair and things at Port Royal. So, we're trying it this year to move the Gold Cup forward a few weeks, and it still worked, well with the logistics of the travel schedule, to kind of start in Central California and then, go to Northern California with the Gold Cup and then up into Oregon, Washington. And then there is a long trek back east, but I think when we're going from big event to big event, and still having another big event in Pennsylvania, I think it makes those drives a little easier.
It was the first season for High Limit this year. You had 11 midweek races. This year, you're going to run not only a midweek mini series of another 11 races, but the full schedule's 60, including weekends. What does it take in a change in resources in order to expand that much?
Yeah, I mean, I think the 12 race idea was a good idea to try to fill a void, and we had a lot of success. And obviously streaming is a big part of this growth of this sport. And obviously with Flow as our kind of partner and Flow Racing, and they didn't want to just settle. I think the 12 races was a nice sample for them, but I think they saw what they wanted to see. And they saw, our growth potential and how much passion we had to try to grow sprint car racing. So I think with our interests aligned so well, I think and Flow's commitment to us, we were able to create a partnership, that was beneficial for both parties. And, we were able to kind of acquire the All-Stars, which, had a footprint on probably 3/4 of the country, and then take that footprint and grow it into something bigger, with a West Coast swing and being a national series. So, yeah, just a lot of different things came together to kind of make it all happen.
What did you learn last year that's going to benefit High Limit Racing this season?
I think we learned a lot about the business side of things and working with promoters and, just trying to put on, really efficient shows. I think some of the old traditions are maybe holding sprint car racing back a little bit from, going to the next level. So we started to see that last year with some of the things that we did, were really positively taken or received, I guess, by the fans. And, we saw our viewership rising and kind of understanding, some of the things we did just on the efficiency side. So, there's a lot of room for innovation, I think, in sprint car racing. There's a lot of growth potential if we can, keep getting more and more subscribers on these, streaming services to be more engaged and tune in more often. I think our product's really good. It's just how we showcase it. So I think those are the things that we learned and obviously want to improve upon as we move forward.
You've talked a lot over the last year or so about your vision for sprint car racing. Define that vision. Exactly what is that?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have every answer, when you have these long-term goals and you're passionate about something, but I think what you do know is that you want to make it bigger and you want to grow it every year. growth means a lot of different things. I mean, growth, for one, we want to make the business of sprint car racing a more sustainable product for owners. I think, for years and years, it's been kind of a hobby for owners that can maybe afford it. But we are getting to the point where this could potentially be a successful business for car owners and to get involved in. We want the fans to be able to have, big events to attend and with great atmospheres more often. We want to build our stars, into bigger. We want to tell their stories a little bit more about who they actually are instead of just a car on the racetrack. So the fans can maybe, be more involved or more engaged, to the content that we're creating and maybe get behind those drivers. So, I mean, safety is a big thing for High Limit to try to, really put an emphasis on the safety side of it, not only just with the cars, but at the racetracks, trying to improve facilities. And, I just think there's a lot of room for growth in a lot of different areas. So I think, just got to dig in, dive into it and kind of see where it leads us. But, I think the team that we're building with High Limit and the youth and the, kind of how young and ambitious we all are, I think the sky's the limit for what we could accomplish.
How exactly are you addressing safety?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, in year one, we are aligned with MedStar, which is a group out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota that, no series has really ever had a traveling safety team come with us. Obviously, it's a big expense. So we're going to try to have the first ever traveling MedStar safety team come to every single High Limit race. We're working to put together a safety type fund, that is maybe looked at as like a co-op instead of, always trying to put money into all these benevolent funds and things, that are reactionary. Let's try to be progressive and try to improve facilities so we don't necessarily have to rely on so many times, dipping into these benevolent funds and these injury funds and things like that. So obviously those are important for drivers, but safety, I think, we're at ground level for that. And, the way we look at it is, we got to work with, people that specialize in improving facilities and extraction and fire safety and, understanding when accidents happen. So, recreation of crashes, to as far as even logistics, if there is a catastrophic crash at a facility, where's the nearest burn unit, where's the nearest trauma unit, and have those types of plans in place ahead of time. So, it's definitely important for us to address all those different things and kind of put all those pieces together and hopefully have really good plans in place and have good people that are working hard to try to, be innovative and when something does go wrong, try to learn upon it and try to improve upon it.
I know you're still trying to finalize the driver lineup and all of that sort of thing. What would be the ideal number of full-time teams out on the tour?
Yeah, I mean, I set the resources kind of at 14, which means we pay the point fund down to 14th and we pay tow money down to 14th. And, I think 12 to 14 is a good number, kind of half the field, half an A main field. As you're traveling into, certain markets, you have less and less regional or local cars to kind of fill the void. So you don't want to travel with much less than that, I think. And I think we're well on our way to that number. I think there's some surprises in there, and we've gotten a lot of feedback. So I'm excited to kind of, once we get to announce that to the public, I think that our lineup is as strong as anything out there.
What have you learned through the years, quite a few years on the sprint car tour and then some time running USAC and even some NASCAR races sprinkled in through of all of those different racing experiences that you can apply to promoting High Limit?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of everything, right? I mean, for me, I've lived in this world my whole life and obviously had an immense passion for it. And, my passion was to drive a race car starting with, and obviously accomplished a lot there and winning, 5 straight championships. And, as I've gone through that progression, I've kind of studied, and learned more about the business side of what goes on in sprint car racing. And, I've realized that there's, a lot of old traditional type stuff that I think we can improve upon. I think when I took over the racetrack at Silver Dollar with Kyle and Colby, and we realized kind of that side of the business, and then obviously the series side, and then team owner and racing side. So I think I have an idea of what every side goes through. Owning the racetrack is by far the hardest thing to run a racetrack night in and night out. Owning a series is definitely very hard, and then obviously from the owner and driver side, I've understood. So I think just all the different experiences, I can understand, things that can go wrong and throughout a season, and what burns people out, what's hard on a promoter, and then obviously what the series is going to go through with its challenges. So I think it's a little bit of everything. I definitely don't think we're going to be perfect right out of the gate. I think we're going to have growing pains like anybody else. I'm 37. I think I have a lot of room to learn and grow. And I'm just excited to get in and build the team, and and kind of see where it all leads us.
Kind of an interesting dynamic in sprint car racing right now among the fans. There's a lot of new fans. You kind of alluded to the things that newer fans expect, but there's also a lot of fans who've been going to sprint car races for 50 years or more, and they kind of want something different in their experience. How do you find a balance of the two at your events?
Yeah, I mean, I do think that that's some of the learning curves that we alluded to, is that we want to be innovative, but we don't want to try to run any fans that are traditional fans off. So I think we have some good ideas. I don't really want to share with them until they're kind of finalized about how a high limit show can look. But I think anytime when you change something, the initial knee jerk reaction is always going to be, 50% are going to be happy, 50% are going to be mad. So I think it's just kind of going through the progressions and seeing what really works. And then, I think fans sometimes are, don't want change, but I think if they see it and they experience it, it might not be as bad as what they feel. So I think as long as we keep sprint car racing truly grassroots, and don't let engineering or, things get too out of control, and as long as we keep driver access and fan engagement a priority, I think our product's great. It's a lot of it just comes down to how we showcase it and how we grow the audience, and there's no denying that we have to keep the streaming involved in that conversation, because that's our biggest room for growth, is having all the extra eyes watching these events night in and night out.
Clearly you and Kyle have a ton of experience racing and quite a bit promoting, but you guys can't do all this on your own. Who are some of the key people behind the scenes that are going to keep high limit trucking down the road from track to track?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, we made some really great hires. Flow Racing, they do all the production, and they handle all the people that are, producing and running these shows. And then Mike Hess was a great hire. He had been with the Outlaws previously as a race director, and really aligns with my vision for sprint car racing and safety and just the efficiency of the show. So he's kind of in charge of hiring all the stuff on the competition side. I try to stay as much out of that as I can, and he's made some great hires. We're excited to announce the team once it's all the way done. And then we've been able to hire Kendra Jacobs, who's been a great ambassador to the sport. She did a lot of great things for Knoxville, the Knoxville Nationals, and she's going to help on the marketing and event coordination side, and she's hiring some people to kind of support her. So it's a great group. A lot of young, ambitious, a lot of knowledge, a lot of experience. And also me and Kyle, are a really big part of it. People probably don't realize how involved we really are into the day-to-day, to scheduling the races, to, setting this all in motion. So it's been a lot of work, but it's definitely gratifying.
How many people do you think you talked to in the process of setting your schedule?
I was probably doing 30 or 40 phone calls a day for probably the last, few weeks. And some days were less than others. But if I'm not talking the schedule or high limits, I was working on the Silver Dollar schedule. And I mean, even as far as booking, the AMA flat track motorcycles at Silver Dollar. So I mean, we definitely are involved in a lot of different things, and so it definitely takes hundreds and hundreds of phone calls, and things that you think are going to happen don't happen, and then you got to always be able to pivot and create a solution, and it's a big challenge to create a big schedule like that.
Obviously, you'll be racing in the high limit racing series too. How do you separate the two things, racing and promoting? When does one hat come off and the helmet goes on?
Yeah, honestly, that's why I think it's so important to have a great team. And for integrity purposes, I mean, I'll be, really, really outside of the competition side of the business, which I have 100% faith that Mike and the team are going to be able to go in and put great events on night in and night out, and make great calls, and do all the tech processes, and keep the racing 100% legit. And from my standpoint, what I bring to the table is a vision for the business, and building the team, and using relationships, and just kind of my knowledge of different racetracks and different regions, and just have ideas, and have a passion for it also. I'll be focused on the business side, the event side with Kendra probably more than anything. And then, if there's anything that comes up with Mike, I mean, it's more of just, how can we be more efficient, or how can we get the show to look a little bit better, or more consistently professional? Those are all important things for high limit.
From a racing aspect, you had your hand in putting the schedule together. Are there any events or tracks on that schedule that you're really looking forward to racing at? Maybe places you've only been to a couple of times, or maybe never been to?
I think the biggest thing for me is just kind of having a different schedule, with a little bit of freedom. When you run 10 straight years, doing kind of the same thing, very similar schedule, 90 nights, kind of every weekend, it's really refreshing to look at a 60 race schedule with some off weekends, or, with some room to choose what you want to do, so to speak. So, very excited that we were able to make the Gold Cup Race of Champions 100,000 to win. That's something that means a lot to Kyle and I, and Colby. We really wanted to improve 410 sprint car racing on the West Coast, and I think with this high limit move, I think we've added a ton of big shows on the West Coast. Skagit's 100,000 to win, so extra excited about the West Coast swing, but excited for a lot of the events on the high limit schedule. I mean, Kevin Rudine does a lot with us. We're gonna have his Rudine race at I-70. We're gonna have the Tuscarora 50 and the Weikert at Port Royal. We're going to do a couple of things with Lucas Oil late models, with Golden Isles, and with Atomic. I don't know, just so many great things. Texas Motor Speedway, 50,000 to win at Lakeside. I mean, it's pretty crazy to me to think in the first year of a startup kind of, national series that we were able to put so many great races on our schedule, and just really looking forward to it.
You mentioned it, and I was going to ask you about it eventually. How is your partnership with the Lucas Late Model Series going to work?
Yeah, it's just more of a strategic friendship more than anything, or just we're going to communicate, and work on our scheduling together, and try to support each other. The other group has sprint cars and late models, and sometimes they leverage one event for another event. So we think it was important to kind of work together to make sure that we're working together to get the best events for both of our groups.
What ultimately would you like to see happen, or I guess the perfect scenario for this coming season? What would that be when it's all said and done come October?
Well, I think just execute night in and night out, show the people what we're trying to accomplish. And, I think we had a small sample version last year, but, I just want to have a successful year. I want people to talk positively about what they see with high limits. I want them to get used to seeing, some of the best racing they've seen, in some of the most professional shows. And I want the fans that come to the racetrack talk about, how efficient, how great the atmosphere was, how accessible the drivers were, how much emphasis we're putting on fan engagement and alternate entertainment. So I think just it's a lot of different things. I think, I always look at each night is it brand positive or brand negative? So throughout a year, I want to say that the majority of our races, we're brand positive. And I think that would be important that we gain on it throughout the season, and that, there's not a lot of negativity that comes back our way.
In addition to the excellent purse money, what does High Limit offer car owners that helps their operations keep going up and down the road and running a 60 race schedule?
Yeah, we have some exciting things that we're definitely being innovative on that front. That we'll be able to talk about more as far as what we're going to implement in the next few years. But just right out of the gate, we do have tow money. It's in the $400,000 range spread between those 14 teams, and they're paid in monthly installments based off where they're running in points. So if you're higher up, you get a little bit more. If you're down at the bottom, you get a little bit less. And then we have a $1 million point fund, which is no easy task to kind of put that together, but it's going to pay $250,000 to win, and obviously it kind of goes down from there. I think it's $125,000 for second, $100,000 for third. So it's only 60 races, so we think the money for that amount of races is really good for these teams. And obviously, we know behind the scenes with the feedback we've gotten and the teams that are signing up that obviously it was well received.
You got just a little over 2 months before the first race at East Bay Raceway Park in February, and you've been working on this schedule, and you have a lot of things to come together in those 2 months. Is that more stressful, or is racing for $1 million to win at Eldora more stressful?
This is definitely more stressful. The $1 million to win race was obviously, you're just excited for the opportunity to try to do that. But once you're in the car, you're going to give it your all, whether you're racing for 10,000 or 1 million. So I wouldn't say I wasn't stressed. I was just probably more excited than anything. That we actually had the opportunity to compete for $1 million. But I think putting this all together and kind of doing what we're trying to do for the sport is definitely not easy. It's no easy task, and we're not taking it lightly. But there's certainly days that are stressful for sure.
Thank you for joining us today, Brad. I enjoyed our conversation. Best of luck to you.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Of course, thank you, Brad. And it's been fun to watch him progress with the sports and win again the championship this year, and being a promoter and all that. So thank you very much. Stay with us. We're going to be transitioning to our next session. We'll run a little video from our sponsors, and we will be
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Scott Lewis & Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With Shop Monkey, we've been able to grow the shop by 20% in gross sales since implementing it in the shop. Everything that we were doing before has been sped up with Shop Monkey. All of our parts ordering, all of our approvals, all of our mechanics knowing what to do next. And I've had friends that are in the trade that own shops ask about Shop Monkey, and I highly recommend it just because of easy use. There's nothing like it with that kind of platform.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. Joe Castello is with us. Now, this is a little tradition. Every year we have had a crew chief panel, an NHRA crew chief panel that's been assembled by our dear friend, partner, associate, mentor, Jim Oberhofer. And I believe we've got John on, and I believe we've got...
and most people know him as Jim O, and we have Jim's brother, John, on. Yes, there he is.
Mr. Castello, I think we'll let you take over. I think we've got Rob on as well.
Yes. And so here's the deal. Like Jim O is subbing out the happy hour, right? Because this has got to be crew chief happy hour each year. We're getting together. We're getting close to the end of EPARTRADE Industry Week. Why not get a bunch of drag racing crew chiefs together and have a little fun for a half hour? Jim O is in Australia. He is headed down there, so he has subbed out the work to his brother, John Oberhofer, multi-time world champion, Rob Flynn, the first tuner to 300 miles per hour in the eighth of a mile, and Aaron Brooks, who tuned Bob Tasca to third place in the points, got 3 wins this year. We could not have better substitutes for Jim O, but I'm going to give John O the opportunity to take a shot at his brother since he's not here to start us off. John O.
Yeah, he's half a world away, so I could say anything I want and get away with it. But no, he's always been pretty good to me, so I can't say much bad about him or any bad.
I got it. Now, Rob, I see Rob is muted. Everybody's mic's on, and let's just welcome you all in. Aaron as well. Congratulations on a great season with Bob Tasca. We'll talk a little bit about that story. How are you doing, Aaron?
Oh, good. Just, wrapping up, getting ready for, PRI next week. So it's a busy time, but almost a standstill because everybody's gearing up for that. And you're trying to get everything done, but everybody else is busy. So every year, same thing.
Exactly. And Rob, how are you? Congratulations on a tremendous season and a one of the last great milestones within drag racing, 300 miles per hour to the 8th mile mark. Amazing. And you are still muted. Still muted. You can't hear you. Someone help out Rob. He's muted. Unmute him.
Bottom left, Rob. Bottom left.
Bottom left, Rob. Bottom left on the screen. You hover the mouse, unmute yourself. We'll get him squared away. Okay, so while Rob is there, I would love John and Aaron to tell everyone. Remember, guys, like this is a broad audience of motorsports enthusiasts from rally to Formula One to sports cars to stock cars and everything in between. So we're speaking outside of the bubble of NHRA drag racing. That milestone that we just talked about, 300 miles per hour to the 8th mile mark. Jono first, how significant is that? How big a deal is that? They're numbers to a lot of people, but to accelerate a machine 0 to 300 miles per hour in an 1/8 of a mile, how big a deal was that accomplishment that Rob had?
Oh, I think it was real big. You know, it's one of the last milestones. Certainly for my lifetime, but Rob he was the first one to get it going, and first one to do it. So it's a pretty big milestone. I think I can't speak for Aaron or Rob, but to me, it judges horsepower. The fastest we've been, in a funny car for us was 291 miles an hour to the half track. So it just denotes horsepower. And and getting away with it, because that's where a lot of things are happening by half track, is like where everything's you're doing the most, I guess I should say.
What about you, Aaron? How do you think, when we talk about that milestone, we made a really big deal of it. They got paid by Phillips Connect, got like 30 grand to do it, to be the first. When you think about that, I know you're tuning a funny car, which is a little different, but you've tuned fuelers as well. What say you?
Yeah, I mean, John was right. It's, I remember, seems like a long time ago, I guess it was, when Bernstein did it in the quarter mile. And, if you put it, like you said, people that aren't that familiar with drag racing, that, 660 feet from a standing start to, 300 miles an hour is pretty impressive. Obviously I've been in funny car now, back in funny cars a few years ago when I was at Lucas with, Morgan Lucas, Richie Crampton. That was, I told Rob this, so I'm kind of jealous, because we tried hard. I mean, we pushed and we tried, we hadn't got there yet. Guys started going 295, 296. And, that was like probably one of the last huge milestones. And, hats off to him, because I know I tried. It's just really difficult to get a car to do that. And hey, no one can ever take it away from them.
And it's only happened once. No one else was able to get there. We'll see as we move into 2024. Francisque and Judy are working on Rob's deal. Apparently it was not going off mute. So I got the two of you guys as funny car racers. So here's the deal. I want everyone out there to understand what's going on with an NHRA fuel crew chief, and how challenging it is, and how much you're all dealing with. And you think you set it up right, but you send your driver out there and you don't really know until it goes down the racetrack, and you've got all this intense pressure on you, not only performance, but the safety of your driver, of your person in there. What is the best way to get to those answers, Aaron and John? Like, what if you were asking yourselves a question, or you just wanted to share something with everyone out there about what it takes to be successful? What would you say? Let's start off with Aaron first.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, until you've, from the outside looking in, you may not realize the difference from, other racing, oval track or road course or any of those is, maybe they have a race that lasts 2 hours or 3 hours, and maybe you get off to a rough start. Maybe you have tire issues, but you have that whole time to kind of jockey for position, work your way up. Our deal, it's run to run, which is, less than 4 seconds. And to get to the performance we're at is just the tiniest little details make or break. We're chasing hundreds, everybody's chasing hundredths of a second, but we get down to like thousandths of a second, can separate 5 or 6 positions in qualifying. And we make such minor changes, 1 gram of counterweight on the clutch, or we change head gaskets in 1,000 thickness from run to run to try and we try and basically put these things right on that edge of smoking the tires. That's the only way you're going to get to run like what Rob did, going 300, you had to get every last bit of everything. So
there you go. Jono, what about you? Crew chiefing for dummies. How do we talk about this position and all that it takes to be successful, so that people understand, Ray Evernham, we know, Chad Knaus, we think about what goes on in Formula One. There's pretty understanding. It's kind of mysterious in the world of drag racing, the tuner, the crew chief position, maybe the most vital of all.
Well, for me, it's preparation. I've been blessed to work with a lot of good guys, working a little bit with Aaron, working a little bit with Rob, but then being around guys like Dicko, Dick LaHaye and Ed McCullough, and then Connie Kalitta. I mean, Connie Kalitta to me is a big part of it. He taught me the most about having no fear and being not afraid of change, and then you talk to, you think of Dicko, and he was more like a guy of like preparation, and then, rip their heart out, and then, Ed McCullough, he was one of the first guys to give me a chance, and he's brings a lot of wisdom. He brings, a lot of firepower and, wanting to be prepared as well, but to me, it's like, I don't know. I've been around it all my life, so, since before I was born, my mom brought me to the racetrack. So, my dad raced and stuff. So, I mean, I love it, what to do. And, it is a lot of pressure, and it's a lot of, everybody will give you their, well, you should have done this. And my dad's famous for that. Why'd your car smoke the tires? Oh, you should have done this. Well, where were you when we were making all these decisions, So it is pretty stressful because our sport is so cut and dry, and it's either we don't have 2 hours to go turn left and make up for a mistake. If you don't make the right calls, you'll know within 4 seconds. So that's, to me, that's the biggest thing about our sport is how intense and at the end of the day or the end of the week, I mean, Aaron may be able to speak for this too, but like when I go home on Monday, like when I fly home, it's like you're wore out, and it's just not mainly from physical work, but you're just wore out. Like you just need to go sit down and vegetate for a little bit because it can be overwhelming, so much, and a lot of people just don't understand that because our sport is based, a lot on, the decisions that we make, and you live and die with them, and you find out real quick how good you are.
Aaron?
Yeah, no, he's right. I mean, it's, like all of us, we grew up around this, and you work your way up. You start out, maybe you start out as a tire guy, maybe you're doing cylinder heads or the clutch. And so you do all these jobs. And I remember that, doing that, racing's hard. I've never INDYCAR or NASCAR. I haven't done it, but I know it's probably similar in workload and long days at the track. And, I remember being the younger guy and, oh man, 4 services, we made 4 runs, you're slaving the clutch in and out. You get tired. But to what Jono said, I never understood it until you do it. It's mentally draining sometimes because you have, like you said, we're trying to run these things on the ragged edge, and there's probably 400 variables that we can adjust. but you only have a short amount of time to get all those just right while you're chasing conditions of weather, track conditions, and it's just the days at the track. I get done at the end of the night. It's like, man, the day feels like it went by in 5 minutes, and you need to kind of decompress after a race because there's so many little things that have to be perfect. 400 things have to be perfect, but if one of those things goes wrong, it scraps the run. So
excellent. All right. So let's welcome Rob in. Rob, we got the issue squared away, and it's unfortunate that you didn't hear, but both of these gentlemen had very high praise for your first ever 300 mile per hour to the 8th mile run, and Mike Salinas' Scrapper's Top Fuel Dragster. You guys had a couple of wins on the year, the Gator Nationals in Vegas too. A tremendous season. But really the question is, how'd you do it?
Well, I did actually hear those guys say that, and that's really great. And I'm honored that you guys invited me in here today. And during testing, we ran 299, and after that, we felt like we were in the conversation to run 300 miles an hour, and we just needed the opportunity to do it. Unfortunately, most of the night runs where we tried to do it, it didn't hook up for whatever reason. And at Charlotte, the conditions, we sat around for quite a while when it rained, and then we went up there and we just said, well, let's just throw everything we can at it. We knew when we ran 299 what we did, and we did a little bit more, and lo and behold, we run low ET and we run 300.8, and that's was a pretty incredible evening.
Amazing. No, well, it was one of the highlights of a season that was loaded with highlights. A couple of moments ago, we spoke with Doug Kalitta, Doug winning the championship in that final round of the final race. I know all of you have had interactions and worked with and around Doug. And I feel like that's something that, there was, he kept using the word relieved. Jono, I know you worked with the Kalitta family. I know, Rob, you did work directly with Doug. The word relieved that he gets to be a champion, and the standing ovation that everyone gave his career was pretty amazing out there at the awards banquet. He was moved. What do you think it means for the sport? Jono, your thoughts as someone who was in the mosh pit celebrating?
I actually wasn't, there's so many people with all the teams that we have, the 3 teams. So I decided to go hang out with Connie by his golf cart, and they went by us, and I thought Doug was ahead, and then the right lane, it didn't show the wind light, and we're like, did he win? Did he win? And Connie looked at me and he's like, what the hell, like, who won? And then everybody started getting, jumping up and down, and, Mario was there, and it was like, he started getting crazy. It is. I mean, when Dougie came to drag racing, I guess I should back up a little bit. One of the first times I met Dougie is obviously when I first came to work here. And then one of my first years here, I was, we're done with the end of our year, and I went sprint car racing for a month and worked on his car. So I have the only thing I did was scrape mud and torque wheels, but the guy puts in an effort that, like, a lot of people just don't understand. He's real quiet, and there was a relief, and then when he came drag racing, I worked on his car for a number of years, and then I had the opportunity to go work with Grubnick and Connie on Grubnick's car. So that's when I left. But the guy is such a talented driver, and is just, it was like, what do you got to do to win, and he's won plenty of races, and just finally, if that's a check mark that denotes him as a good race car driver, then, well, yeah, he checked that box. But he's an awesome race car driver. You should ride with him in the rent-a-car. It's entertaining as hell, he's constantly, all the time he's on the gas behind the scenes, and he's just I was just so happy to see it. I told him I was proud of him, and all those things. It's just like, man, finally it happened for him, and he's just a great guy, great driver. Now everybody else knows he's a champion.
Yeah, well, that's it. It's unfortunate, you know, as a football fan from Florida, Dan Marino, quarterback, one of the greatest ever, set every record in the record book. But what they will say is that he never won the Super Bowl, and it's not fair. And it's, but it's also a fact. It's just a fact. And Rob, I know that you worked directly with Doug, and you guys raced together a lot of years, and you guys worked hard to do that. You went on to great things now with Scrappers, and you're running your own team and with Mike and all that. But it had to be a pretty good experience for your friend.
Yeah, no, I mean, congratulations to the Kalitta Motorsports and Doug especially. You know, I told Connie at the start of the weekend, if we can't win this, I mean, I certainly hope you guys do. And once he started his golf cart coming down the, you know, the side of the track there, I ran up and congratulated him. And he had a huge smile. And I remember that smile from when we won the U.S. Nationals in 2019. And so that was really good. And you know, I mean, I love the time there. Doug is, like Jono said, an incredible race car driver and pilot also. And, you know, he certainly paid his dues. And like he said at the banquet, I mean, your perseverance after all these years and all the, you know, the number 2 finishing and that, you know, finally he was able to, you know, get that championship.
Excellent. Aaron, I want to talk a little bit about your season. Hopefully everybody out there on EPARTRADE who's watching this now and in the future knows, and we could talk the whole time about these guys' careers. You know, Jono and Todd Smith and J.R. Todd, like an unbelievable race car driver. And Rob has got a laundry list of great successes, going back to working with Daryl Gwynn, and has just made such a great career. His son is now involved in the sport as well and carving his own success. And Aaron, you have had success, but the way this year came together, I think propelled you to the highest heights of your career so far. Bob Tasca, who is the face of Ford Motorsports and drag racing, was out there for several years, and his team decided to, his crew chief, his team, most of the team decided to switch to another team. And he was left with nobody. He had 2 guys on the team, and through, however, and you know the story better than I do because you lived it, you and Todd Okahara came together, kind of an odd couple. I don't think most people would have picked that combination as one, although since then you revealed that you had been talking about this for years. You worked together, the team, you put together 3 wins, and you are less than 1 round of racing out of the World Championship down to the final race. What an amazing season. And you told me at the start of the season, you only had maybe 30 runs tuning a funny car. What a season. I just want to congratulate you on that incredible accomplishment for your career, for Aaron Brooks, not just as a racer.
Well, thanks. I mean, I appreciate it. It was, you know, it kind of all came together in a weird way, you know, just over a year ago. You know, those guys, you know, left to go to Schumacher's, as you know, that kind of goes on in the sport. Guys kind of move around. And, you know, Bob, you know, we talked after that, and he said, "Hey, I got an idea." He says, you know, obviously he didn't know Todd and I had actually, Todd Okahara and I actually had worked together. I gave him I had to get a photograph. It wasn't even like on my phone. It was a literal photograph from, I think, 1998, you know, of us, you know, we're just crew guys in there, you know, less gray hair and, you know, probably a little slightly better looking back then, but, you know, us working together. I said, "Hey, we did work together, been a while, but it, you know, like you said, maybe odd couple a little bit, but I think we complemented each other as far as just our personality types." And, yeah, we just came in and, you know, he had a good program. You know, they'd run well, they'd won races. And so we looked at it and we just, you know, tried to take everything one step further. We just tried to, you know, we just changed stuff all year long, keep trying different things. And, but, you know, that's the nature of this sport. Probably any racing, you're always trying to get that little edge. And, you know, I told him, I said, "Hey, you know, you give us everything we need. We have all the right parts. We have, you know, we have a good budget. Bob did a hell of a job driving. So sometimes you do all that and it might take a year, 2 years, 3 years to get to where you're in that real competitive, zone. And, things just kind of worked out. We kind of got onto a few things that worked out good. And we just tried to like zero in on that. And yeah, obviously everybody, your goal is to win the championship. We came close, but, for a first year as essentially a new team, a lot of new guys and, we're really happy.
Your win in Charlotte was amazing. You pulled a head stud out of the block minutes before the final round. You had to swap an engine. Everybody got involved. You guys both dove in. You worked on it. You went out and you won the race. It was amazing. I got to be close to that and feel it. All right, we're limited on time, guys. We've got a couple of minutes left, and we could go for hours with each one of you about the nuances of the sport. So I'm going to go rapid fire. This is just a quick question for, news and information, because you mentioned people move around. Jono, you got everybody back? What's the state of the team for 24?
Yeah, we're all good. We're all fully staffed and just getting ready to try and butt heads with Aaron again and, and make our year better. We had an okay year. Pomona didn't justify what we did, I think, this year, but we're ready to go.
You won Sonoma. You had more than your fair share of unfortunate adversity that was not your own doing. It's just it was just one of those.
Guy from California drove over our car.
Listen, it's an afterthought on the whole season, but for you guys, that changed the direction. The way you guys tested at the start of the year was unbelievable. But you rallied back and you demonstrated, like an amazing attitude. What about you, Aaron? You guys got everybody back? Are you ready for this 24 campaign with Mission Foods on board?
Yeah, we have one guy that's going home, kind of getting off the road. So we have one position to fill, but other than that, the whole team's back. Like I said, a lot of these guys are makes me feel old because they're all quite a bit younger, but that's how we all started, and it's good to have young guys coming back. We are just, always seems like the off season's never long enough. So we're going to hammer down, and you know how it is out there. It's brutal, dragsters and funny cars. So we're just trying to do everything we can to kind of keep up with what we've been doing.
Excellent. Now, you guys both did great. I appreciate you guys both on the starting line. For those that don't know, I'm a starting line reporter for the NHRA, so it's my job to go after these guys right after the car has gone down the racetrack and try to extract some sort of worthwhile information. I do my best, guys, but I'm always trying to do better. Thank you for that. And Rob, we'll give you the final word here since we lost you at the very beginning. First off, tell us a little bit about the team for 2024. I spoke with Mike Salinas himself at the SEMA show, and he was very, very bullish about the future. He believes that there's more performance in the car. Do you have everybody back, and what's your preview for 24?
Yeah, Joe, everybody from Scrappers Racing Team will be back next year. Aaron Cave, Troy Fashing, our whole group. And so, we intend to be running even better next year. That's our goal. That was our goal at the start of this year. And, that's our goal again next year is to, have a stronger running car. At the end of the year, we were running really good, but I think we were giving up some time there that we can work on this winter and pick up even more performance.
And are you bringing out the second car for Jasmine? Is that at the Gator Nationals full season deal happening?
That's to be determined. I don't believe that'll be a full year unless we get a lot of funding for it. But, we do plan to have that out next year with Jasmine, and, we'll be having to, find crew guys to staff that. But, we had both of our race cars that she even drove last year that was really strong. So we feel like when she comes out, her car will be really strong also.
Exactly. And, while we have a final second, let me ask Jono, Aaron, you can chime in too until Francisca and Judy get on here. We need talent in the NHRA, right, guys? Like crew guys, the next level of crew chiefs coming up. Like, we need to keep that pipeline going. Jono, what makes a good and strong and teachable crew member?
The ability to be quiet and listen. and then learn. That's how I did it, and you gotta be willing to travel. You got to be willing to, basically it's like being in the Army, and being married. You gotta deal with other people all the time, and and be willing to work. That's a big thing.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you all for a great season of NHRA drag racing. I wish you both and all of you the best of luck in 2024 with Mission Foods. Have a great show in a week and holiday season, all of that. Good luck. Can't wait to watch you guys battling it out on the track. I see Francisque and Judy are back. Rob, thank you as well. And we'll turn it over
to EPARTRADE for having us on.
Yeah,
thank you. Absolutely. Thank you for joining us. It's a tradition every year, and we're delighted to have you on. So now, without any transition, we're going to roll into our last session of the week, a celebration of a one and only Dave Doonan. And we have
And here we go, Francis, going from big drag racing again. We're going to grassroots open wheel racing, honoring Dave Doonan.
Absolutely, and what a legend, and then you and I have known Dave for a very long time, from
Yes,
Steve Lewis
when I
days,
first started at PRI 25 years ago with Steve Lewis, Dave was probably the first racer I've ever met. I'm all, oh my God, he's a real racer. So it's an honor to have him on today.
So, and to celebrate Dave, we are going to bring some of his friends. Yeah. So I see on the screen Mike Kirshner, who's been with us many times this week. And now this is the grand finale, Mike.
Yes, it is. The end of 5 days of outstanding content about motorsports, the leaders of the sport, the racers, and so many others.
Absolutely. And I see that Dave is with us. Mark is with us. I believe Pat will be with us as well. And when everybody is on, we'll let you carry on. So we're going to ask Dave, Mark, and Pat to start their video. And we should be rolling.
Share video and share screen.
Good to see you, Pat, Mark, and then the legend himself, Mr. Doonan. So we need Dave to start his video, and hopefully we're going to get this happen anytime soon.
Pat, I think you can probably lead the way.
Right. I think Dave Argerbright's going to join us at some point.
I do not believe Dave is. Dave had a sudden conflict come up.
Okay. I think Bones and I can handle this. Bones Buescher and I will certainly be more than happy to be involved in this celebration of Dave. I mean, let's set the stage. Sometimes when you're in the middle, and Bones has obviously written a book on Dave, the People's Champ. I've covered so many of Dave's races over the years, both as an announcer and a writer. And watched his growth as a racer and as a human being and a man and a spokesperson for the sport. When you're in the middle of these things, sometimes you have a sense that you're in the presence of greatness, but there are times when you can pause and reflect. And we're talking about a man who spent 52 years in racing, 42 years in a sprint car, approached nearly 900 USAC national starts, multiple track championships at Lincoln Park, Kokomo Speedway, etc. His 62 USAC wins are #1 all time. His 106 combined USAC national wins. I think this is, to me, what is the most striking. It's 4th all time, and it's 4th all time behind names like A.J. Foyt, Rich Fogler, and Mel Kenyon. That's what we're talking about here. 24 straight years with a USAC national win. And I think Bones would chime in on this. Beyond all of those numbers and all of the greatness, and the third member of the USAC Triple Crown Club was the relationship that he built with fans and officials and peers across the spectrum I don't know of any individual driver who won more sportsmanship awards, more awards that were built as much on his character as well as his driving. The Pat O'Connor Award, he was recognized by the Hoosier on Racing Fan Club, multiple-time Hall of Fame winner, Sprint Car Hall of Fame, Harp Hall of Fame, recognized by DARF over in Dayton. Bones, this is one of the most celebrated drivers of our time. I think you would agree. And I think you would agree for all the reasons I mentioned. That's why he is so worthy of a moment in the sun that we're offering him here.
Pat, I think Bones might have dropped off there.
Did he drop off on me?
I don't see his picture up there in the rail anymore.
Well, I hope he comes back and joins us. But I'll then turn to you, Mike, as someone who's been in the end of documenting this guy's career. I think you would agree it's been remarkable.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. And, you know, you get a little jaded after 30 years and of covering the sport, but still, you know, certain guys are in a class of their own, are that, oh my God, I can't believe I saw that guy race so many times, you know, and Dave Darland is one of those guys. And he'll always be in my top 5 or 10 racers of all time. You know, I can't believe the time went so fast. And I'm sure Dave can't either.
Right. I see a red spot. Bones, are you with us? We'll keep an eye on Bones when he gets back in. Dave, I was speaking to you directly. I think one of the things that gave me the greatest joy this year was what I think all of us had hoped was that you would go out as a winner. And by gosh, you went out and you won yourself a race in 2023. That had to feel great. Unmute.
I think he's on mute. Yeah.
Can we send him a note? Dave, unmute.
Dave, you're on mute.
I guess we have a little technical challenge, and Mark is having a little technical challenge. And it looks like Dave, we can't hear him either. So
Hi, Pat. How are you?
There he goes.
Oh,
We got
there you are.
There we go. You heard what I said. You were able to go out a winner.
Yeah. Yep, I was, and I was able to win Kokomo at some point last summer. So it was great to get a win at Kokomo again on my last career, my last year of starts.
You know, Dave, for you, to me, the fact that you started out at the Kokomo Quarter Midget Club, obviously this was a quest between you and your dad, Bob, who we all enjoyed so much, and just his whole approach and attitude. It's one thing to win, but you won at your hometown track where you've been such a fan favorite for some time. What did it feel like when you crossed underneath the checkered flag and you had told me earlier in the year, I don't know if I can win a USAC race again, but I think I can win a local show again. And by gosh, you did it. What did that feel like?
It certainly was great. You know, if it's always great to win, and it felt good to get the victory. And you know, like you said, at Kokomo, that's where I won my first race ever at Kokomo in sprint cars back in 1986.
Wow.
I won Kokomo, and so here I won again. I won my last sprint car race at Kokomo Speedway on 2023. So it was
five
great.
decades, 5 different decades.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah, it is
5
crazy.
decades of sprint car racing.
Right. You know, Mike, it's interesting because we have followed the sport long enough, and we know the situation. And there's no use, kicking this can further down the road. But there was a time when a guy like Dave Darland from right in Indiana came to USAC and excelled. He would get the chance in Indianapolis, and very few people have had careers this long. I mean, the close to 900 starts. He laid it on the 900 times with USAC, not just not a sprint car. I mean, to have had that sort of longevity. Mike, that's something that's just truly special to me.
Oh, there's no question about it. I mean, that doesn't happen. And, you look at racers today and especially the younger group and the way they drive, and you think, and you try to compare them to guys who've had careers like Dave or Steve Kinzer, and that there's no way this guy is going to make it that long.
Right. Is Bones
That's crazy.
Way too much equipment to have a career that long.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. We've I started out with my dad racing back in 1982, and I turned 16 in 82. And we started racing that year. I turned 16 in September of 82, so didn't have much left of that year. We ran 4 or 5 times, and then so 83 basically when I started, and been racing ever since. We ran about 100 races a year for 15 years in a row, I think, and so it's been a long career, and I certainly do like it. We've had a lot of success at it.
Dave, one of the interesting things, and Mike gets at it a little bit. Justin Grant, who obviously you've had the chance to race with, and now is a 2-time USAC champion. Justin Grant said something to me that always stuck with me, and he said, when I came into Indiana, this is a direct quote, I came in at the end of the respect era. And he said very specifically, he said, I would get myself in trouble and a guy like Dave Darland would let me out of it. In other words, you knew he was in trouble, and instead of running him up into the wall or down in the track, you gave him a little bit of room, a little bit of respect for him to get the ship righted. And I always had the sense that was the way that your dad taught you to race.
Yeah, it is. He, my dad was more aggressive than I was, really. But I knew that you just had to take things and give things and ask for forgiveness, at a later date. So it's just the way it goes. And I knew that people make mistakes, really, and it's just the way it goes. And so I knew that Pat or Justin, he made a little mistake, but it was something we was going to deal with at some other time. But
right.
But yeah, he's a good race car driver for sure, and he learned from it, and
he did.
He learns well.
Right.
He did good.
Bones,
so.
Is Bones with us now?
Can you guys see me and hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Bones,
Bones.
obviously you wrote.
I can't believe that I'm lower tech than Dave Darland is. This is really bothering me.
Well, you may want to talk to Dory. She can provide some emotional support.
Yeah.
I remember, Bones, before you wrote a book on Dave, The People's Chance, you called me for an interview. You interviewed me on a story you did on Dave. And you called me on the phone. And I remember this distinctly because I remember how you wrote it. And I said, he's just refreshing. And you wrote refreshing. That's the way to describe it. So, and we're going back years ago when you wrote that particular piece. And even then, you thought of Dave as a refreshing, sort of different kind of cat when it came to racing.
Yeah, what's always been cool to me is it's very rare that a guy who wins so often remains popular across the board, in the pits and the grandstands everywhere. And that was the refreshing thing to me. I mean, you'd never get anybody to say a bad word about Dave. I think everybody in the pits knew that if they tangled with him, it was an accident. And there weren't many of those. He was a guy that showed up, did his job, did it to the best of his ability, and obviously at a very, very high level, and didn't make a lot of waves. He did his thing, and he did it the way that I think we'd like every racer to do it. Not running into people, not screaming and hollering in the pits, not trying to be a big personality or a brand. Dave Darland is just Dave Darland, and he showed up for, what do you say, 900 USAC starts and all those other starts that we've seen on Friday and Saturday nights at the quarter miles here around Indiana. And he's still refreshing. I mean, I hate to say it with him sitting right there, but I always love seeing Dave and love talking to him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, thanks, Bones. I appreciate that.
To your point, one of my favorite memories in my years at Kokomo Speedway, it literally is one of my favorite. But I don't know, maybe if I was announcing the night, but Dave and Trey House tangled at Kokomo. And Trey House probably still is, but he was a tough guy. I mean, Trey House was not afraid to stand nose to nose with Jack Hewitt. That's all you need to say about that. I mean, he was just a hard-nosed, really good race driver. And so Dave and Trey tangled at Kokomo. And one of the early wines, who was one of Dave's sponsors, is just hopping, man. I mean, he's screaming in the pits. He's yelling and carrying on. And by God, this is nonsense. And they're going on. And I look at the entrance of the pits, and here come Trey and Dave, and they're side by side, and they're laughing. And Trey says, I ran that same line 5 laps in a row, and I switched it up. Dave didn't know I was there. And it was like, that's just the way it goes. But Bones, I think to your point, it's the credit you have in the bank. Steve Kinzer made mistakes. AJ Foyt made mistakes. Tony Stewart made mistakes. Kyle Larson makes mistakes. But when you have credit in the bank over the long haul, a lot of people say, you know what? That's a racing deal.
Yeah, I think they'll give it to you. I think you're right. You know, when I first moved out here, the end of 96, beginning of 97, Dave was already somebody. You know, everybody knew who he was. He was one of the top guys, and yet he was just entering what I kind of see as a golden period. And he had some battles, you know, back then with Tony Elliott and just so many guys on the local level. And when you do that night after night, you're going to rub wheels. And yet I never saw, you know, anybody point a finger at Dave, and he wasn't the kind of guy that was going to stomp around and point a finger at them. It was just, if one guy got into the other guy, it was just incidental contact. And like I said a little bit ago, I think that's the way we'd want every racer to be. They're not all that way, unfortunately, but it's cool to see people go through their whole careers with that code of, you know, trying to race the right way, not just racing the right way, but making it a point to race the right way.
Yeah. It's been a fun career, and we've had a lot of success at it, and
yes.
some mistakes, and you just got to go with it and deal with it the best you can.
I want to go back to a comment, Bones, that you made, which I think, you know, whoever is watching and listening in, I think this point needs to be underscored personally. And that is, you know, USAC and traditional sprint car racing, I'm going to overstate this, but might have been hanging a little bit on by a thread to some degree. Obviously, the World of Outlaws came in, were incredibly popular. They had Steve Kinzer and Sammy Swindell and Doug Wolfgang. The All-Stars were tough. Bloomington Speedway, when I first came to Indiana, was a wing sprint car track. A lot of people forget that. And in my opinion, in my personal opinion, the renaissance of traditional sprint car racing occurred because of 3 men: Dave Darland, Tony Elliott, and Kevin Thomas. And there were other great race drivers. I mean, Mike Mann, who worked with Dave, outstanding. Derek Davidson, who's obviously a crew chief in INDYCAR, outstanding.
Yeah.
Gary Fisher. I could go on and on. But those 3 guys, night after night, particularly when I was working at Kokomo Speedway, and a lot of people don't remember this, Kokomo Speedway at one point was as flat as a pancake.
Yeah.
And I'd watch those 3 guys on Sunday night, and I'd sit there and think, I'm getting to watch this every week, and I'm even getting paid to do this. I mean, would you agree, Bones, that they just raised that bar over that period?
Yeah, and I think we all in our minds center a lot of it around Kokomo and Putnamville, and Bloomington. But I remember races at North Vernon and other, joints where, and a lot of times it was Dave and Tony or Dave and Kevin and Tony, but it was two of the three of them, if not all three.
Right.
And you got to mix Jack Hewitt in there with that bunch and the guys you mentioned, Pat. It was, honestly, some of the best racing I've ever seen. And one way that I feel awfully lucky is I think when we grow up with people from the time we're all kids and we see them start racing, we don't always realize, that they've become legends because they're still your buddy, they're your peer. I felt really lucky that when I got out here, Dave was already somebody. Kevin Thomas was already somebody. Tony Elliott was always somebody. And I never took it for granted. I knew I was seeing something that I was going to remember for a long time, and something that was, going to go down in history as legendary. And like I said, I'm lucky enough that I had my eyes open to that when I got here. And then to see that wave of guys that came after, whether it was the Jason Lefflers and the Dave Steeles and the Tracy Hineses, the guys that are kind of a handful of years younger, and to watch those guys kind of have to step up their games to battle with Dave and Tony and the rest of the veterans. That was cool too, because I think they got to learn the right way from guys who did it the right way. And I think that's important. If Dave and Tony were knuckleheads who crashed into each other all night, those kids would have learned the same way, and they weren't. They learned ethics, manners.
They did.
Yeah.
I remember a young driver telling me at Bloomington, he says, I can't believe Dave's still out here doing this. And he sort of said it dismissively. And at the time, this kid was a pretty good racer. And I think Dave won 30 more USAC races after that comment was made, which I laughed at every time he won. Every time he won, I wanted to call this guy on the phone and go, hey, Dave won another race, by the way. Dave, let's take it in another direction. When you had an opportunity to get in a Silver Crown car for Galen Fox. And again, you are still, to some segment of the USAC world, you're a local guy. You're one of those local guys. You're, to use the old phrase, you're sort of one of those outlaw guys. And you show up at the Indiana State Fairgrounds and you're going to run for Galen Fox. There's a lot of people who are thinking, oh, what's this guy going to do? And then you went out and you won the race. and you had
tells you what I'm going to do right there
with Galen.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. What was that like? Did you enjoy those Silver Crown cars?
Oh, I did. Yep. Certainly did. And Galen was great for me to work for. Obviously, it worked out great for me and him both. And go out there and win the first race we drove together, and we won 3 in a row there at Indianapolis.
Sure did.
2 that year and the first one next year. So it was great to drive for Galen, and it was certainly a big time for me with getting the Steve Lewis's midget at the same time, and Galen Fox's Silver Crown car and the Hoffman's sprint car. All was basically within a couple of years apart. So it was all a good time for me right then. So
pretty legendary owners there. I remember Janice East called me on the phone and said, hey, that Dave Darlin is really smooth. I said, I'm pretty aware of that.
She did.
Mike, here's the thing about a driver's career and the label that they get. This is a point I always want to make to people. And that is, oh, by the way, Dave Darlin won at Winchester. He won at Salem. He won at Toledo. He won at Anderson. He won at Hawkeye Downs. What I'm telling you is this guy won a ton of pavement races, and the whole world thought he's just a dirt guy. He was a little bit more than that, wasn't he, Mike?
There's no doubt about that. Dave, I was thinking about it as this conversation has gone on. Out of 5 decades, you've seen the ends of a lot of guys, the beginnings of a lot of guys, and oh my God, the number of competitors you must have raced against over the years is astronomical. Who were 4 or 5 of the toughest?
Great question.
Well, Tony Elliott and Kevin Thomas were obviously some of the best ones that were out there at that time, and Tracy Hines and Dave Steele and on the pavement was good. I could name 100 guys probably that was tough to
Sure.
beat at any certain place or a certain night, certain track. So it goes. I've seen about everybody race, and I've raced against everybody, and we've had a lot of fun doing it. But sometimes they beat me, sometimes I beat them. So.
Dave, let's go back here the last couple of years, because I think one of the great stories to me has been, and I mentioned this earlier. Mike Mann does not get the credit I think he deserves for, what he accomplished. He won championships at Gas City. I remember the last non-USAC Indiana Sprint Week race at Kokomo. You and I and Tony Elliott and Brad Dickinson flew back from Richmond, the Silver Crown race. We landed, we went over to Tony Elliott's house, then we went to Kokomo that night, and Mike Mann just blasted the field. I mean, he was lightning quick. But he specifically wanted to help you in these last couple of years. It meant something personal to Mike to provide some, wrench in the car and being with you. That's a guy you used to go wheel to wheel with and try to beat. And he wanted to be on your team at the end, which I think says a lot. Mike was important to you in that last couple of years, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's good. Yes, he was. He was certainly did me a good job, and we was able to win Kokomo at one point. So yeah, Mike was good for me, and we raced hard, neck and neck against each other for years back in the day. So we learned from that, and he did a good job for me as a crew chief.
We're heading into PRI. And this is a time when drivers are always running around trying to make deals and get rides and make sure they got some support from the manufacturers, etc. And so for the first time in decades, that's not something you have to do. So as you sit here today, is it just a relief that you're not worried about that stuff? Are you sort of itchy that you're not doing it anymore? Are you at peace? Where is Dave Darland at with this whole affair?
I'm certainly at peace. I do. I certainly respect my career, my life as a race car driver. But now I'm 57 years old, I think, and it's all over with now. So I've had a lot of fun and raced sprint cars for 42 years, I think, and it's been quite a career. But I'm glad it's over now.
Mike and Bones and I have all seen this, Dave. There are drivers that the minute that they hang up their helmet, they never, ever want to go to the racetrack again. I mean, they have no interest in returning. Yeah. Others become really good fans. Where will Dave Darland be?
Well, we've got a camper. We're gonna go camping a lot, I think. So I think we're gonna get another camper here pretty soon. So we are. Me and Brenda both like going camping, taking the grandkids camping, and the kids. Everybody likes camping, so we're gonna do a lot of that. We're gonna do some fishing, and so you probably won't see me for the next couple of years, but too much. But I will be around some. But we're gonna go do some camping and doing some fun family stuff.
That's great. Bones, I don't know if it was, I think Rob Klepper might have been the one who pinned the people's champ on Dave Darland. I'm a hockey guy, so I called him the great one at various points in his career. But I don't know if there's been a nickname that has fit better than that. And I think you would certainly subscribe to that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a time when I think every driver named Charlie gets called Charging Charlie.
Right.
There are names that go together just because they have the right lyricism to them and they fit. With Dave, the people's champ is definitely it. As we said before, I mean, people in the pits love him, people in the grandstands love him, promoters, I'm sure, like dealing with him. He put a lot of people in the seats at these places over the years. When you talk about longevity, one of the coolest things I saw on the night of Dave's last race, you mentioned Mike Mann. here's Mike Mann kind of cleaning everything off after the race, and they're getting ready to load up, but nobody's in any great hurry. And Mike's standing there, and Tony Plew, one of Dave's great rivals over the years, comes over, and they're talking about quarter midget races they did together and sprint car races, and Mike's listening and joining in, and I'm saying to myself, boy, here's a slice of Americana, not just Indiana, but short track Americana, where this sort of thing, it's a great story. It's the way you'd want everything to happen. A guy races his whole life, maintains friendships, is honored, far and wide by people. There's, Kokomo Speedway has the Bob Darlin Memorial, which brings you back to Bob and Dave racing together, his dad.
Right. Yeah.
It's just, like I said, it's a great story. I mean, it's an American racing success story, I think.
It is a success story. And I think that one time, Dave, when you're in the middle of racing, and you're doing it for a living, and you're trying to be successful, you're focused on that, and it's what you do. And you've done a great job with the fans. But the issue is that people at Kokomo Speedway and Bloomington and Lincoln Park and Lawrenceburg and police, these are hardworking people who put in long days at work and jobs that sometimes they don't necessarily love. They just try to survive and get through and try to keep their families together. And for them, the opportunity to go to a racetrack on a Friday or Saturday or Sunday provides a little bit of a break from the hard realities of their life. And they need someone that they can count on and depend on, and someone that they can relate to. And you have always been relatable to the average person who bought a ticket at the gate, and you always made time for them. So in my personal opinion, while your numbers are what got you in the Hall of Fame, you got yourself in a whole different Hall of Fame for the way in which you conducted yourself on and off the racetrack. And that went with officials. I mean, even at the end, I can just simply tell you, when Dave would get out front, some of us would say, God, can he just grab that brass ring one more time? We all wanted to see it. And we were so happy when it happened for you. And it's just a marvelous career, Dave. Yes.
I appreciate that. And I do, I like talking to people and just, saying hi to people and being nice people is my thing. So I enjoy that, and I hope they enjoy it too. So,
you think of all those people who on Sunday morning, when their buddy asked them, how did the race go last night? They said, oh man, it was fantastic. Dave Darlin signed my shirt, or, I shook Dave Darlin's hand after he won, or I had a beer with Dave Darlin. I mean, a lot of guys aren't, you use the word relatable, Pat, relatable and available. Yes. A lot of people aren't there win, lose, or draw. And that's no reflection on them. Some people just don't have that kind of personality. Some guys, if they get wrecked or lose a tough one, they're going to go off and be mad, and that's fine. But every now and then it's cool to see that guy who is just available, 24/7. I can't think of a night where I remember Dave running off, unless maybe it was, like after the Springfield Silver Crown race, you got to get back to Putnamville for a race.
Right.
If he was going from one track to another, he might have been in a hurry. But if not for that, I mean, he was there for the people that bought tickets and pit passes, and that's what made him the person he is.
That's
right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Bones. I appreciate that.
Well, thank you, Dave. A great way to to end a fantastic week. And that started with Steve Phelps, president of NASCAR, that ends with Dave Darlin, the legend.
And we really just wanted to honor you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It certainly has been fun.
Good. Thanks, everyone.
We were so young 25 years ago.
I certainly was.
Yeah, we all were.
We all were at one time.
Thank you, Dave, and thank you, Brenda, for making this work, and thank you all very much for being with us. This ends Race Industry Week 2023. Yes, I am sorry, but this is our last session. We traveled the world. We had amazing people, and Mike, stay with us. we are going to bring Paul Fanner, and you're going to step in for Joe Tripp, who had many things on his agenda today, and unfortunately can't be with
It's
us
amazing.
at the closing.
Our 4th annual Race Industry Week, and every year I wonder how it's going to get better, and it does. Sometimes I worry about that, but boy, everybody jumping on board and supporting this, it's wonderful.
You guys do an amazing job putting all these people together during a span of 5 days. It's really something.
Thank you.
Oh, and you've done an amazing job as a host as well, and we're very thankful to all our hosts. We said that earlier. You are part of this success. I mean, basically the guests feel very comfortable with each and every one of you, and that makes those interviews so special. So thank you. Paul is back with us. Paul, it's time to end.
Yes, I've had a couple of texts here commenting on how great this is, and that last session was wonderful. I'm a big fan of Dave Darland as well. If I were a racer, I'd be worried he'd come back and kick my butt.
He and Brenda are wonderful.
Yeah, he's just an awesome race car driver. But what a week it's been, and we traveled the world together, all of us. And I think the one thing that I always take away from this is the renewed enthusiasm for this world that I've spent my life in. It is about the people, and to see some of the younger faces come onto the screen in leadership positions. The interview with Sylvia earlier today really struck me. Of how experienced and competent and fundamentally capable she is to take our sport forward, and there are many more like her following in our footsteps. But you've created a very modern forum, Francisque and Judy, for these discussions. You've led the way to the future, and I'm very grateful to you and to our teammates at Speedsport for all we've done here together.
Thank you, Paul. Well, we couldn't do this without you and all your talent and guidance too.
Oh, indeed.
Sorry, go ahead, Paul.
Well, I was just going to say, with Mike Kirchner on screen here, I just have to ask, what do you think Chris Economaki would have thought about all this?
Oh my God, Mike, I pushed the wrong button again.
You know him well, right?
Mind, it really would have.
Yeah, and he would ask some pretty hard questions, as he liked to do whenever he got the chance. I was on the receiving end of some of those occasionally, but yeah, I do believe he would have been proud of us for doing this, and he would have been amazed at where the sport is today.
No question about it.
And someone else out there who was instrumental with Judy and I in launching EPARTRADE and work with us for many years at PRI is John Kilroy, and he was there for our first Race Industry Week, and even said it was the highlight of his career. And so if he could see what it has become, I think would be another one to be extremely proud to have been part of this. So
we really learned this industry from Steve Lewis and John Kilroy. And what two other masters of market makers could you learn this industry about? We all serve the small little entrepreneurial businesses out there.
Agreed. And I felt John's spirit throughout this week, his kindness and love of the racers, I think has really carried through. We honor him by continuing this. One of the best people I ever met and knew. And in a world that's polarized and full of divisiveness, it is wonderful to be involved with something that brings everybody together and helps them find common ground and appreciation for their talent and their passion and commitment. And I think that's what we do here.
Yeah. And I think on these wonderful words, that's probably the best way to end Race Industry Week 2023. So thank you each and everyone out there for watching us this week. The recording of this entire week will soon be available and distributed through EPARTRADE, Racers, Speed Sport, or different social media channel. So we'll be able to share everything with you. So thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to our host. And then again, thank you most and importantly to you, the racing industry.